Let's check it to work because it's freshy for me. The new style, yeah, it works. Fair play, and yeah, good morning, guys. The new style of starting the Terra stream. Yeah, I got not bad voice, I just don't have the mic. I used to sing for money, you know, back in time, when I was younger. Fair play, yeah, because Realm Royal.
Let's go! Now let me see your fucking hands up!
Libra, thank you very much for 20 view nation. Yeeeeehaaaaw, morning partner. Code in the chat, yes. Realm, because it's also full cross platform. It's also full cross platform, so we can do some stuff for us, you know, tourneys in that game as well, because it's free to play. And full cross platform. Right, give me a moment. I'm gonna bring myself a tea and set up them predictions. Because this could work. This is fun as well, you know what I mean? Fair play. This is free to play, so nobody have to buy it. It runs on everything, yeah, on absolutely everything, because it doesn't need any massive stuff, you know. So everyone can jump in. You can do the custom games in. Kranix, morning partner, how do you do? So we could try to do like tournament like for fun in that one as well. Danky, good morning partner. Yeah, it changed a lot since the collapse of the stupid ideas. They tried to fall into the Fortnite and it didn't work. It changed a lot. It's specific now. We'll see how it goes. Give me a sec, I'm gonna bring myself a tea and we're gonna do testing of the newest patch on that, because we could use that as well, and we could mix Rocket League and that one, so we could have a lot of the fun, you know what I mean. Candy, good morning. How do you do, guys? Give me a second, I will give you the I will set the predictions, so we could have like a variety of content for tournaments for us, you know, for all the posse members, and plus bonus stuff for the subs, yeah. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment. Yeah, people like Kranix and Safi know everything about the Data TV. How are your levels, guys? Getting there? Safi, I know you're not getting. You've got an amazing amount of XP to get. Only 3,004, so that soup gives fucking a lot. Sure, yeah, sure. You're gonna beat KSP soon. Very soon. Yeah, fair play is close as well. So level ups today, today, guys. Yeah, am I right? By the way, Safi, did you see my take on the voices of Vincero? Have you seen how I did have some laugh down there? We'll fix that in the future. When I'll get Mike, then we will rock. Rock and roll! I forgot how to play the game. I had some laugh. Fortunately, that mic is absolutely changing how I sound. And you know, you can work it out when you're louder or more quiet, so it do, I don't know even how to call it. Okay, knows. I completely forgot how to play that game. And the crowd in the chat, guys. Stary, co tam, jak tam?
Using an armor potion.
Close to the edge. A weapon. Oh, come on.
Time to go. Restoring armor.
No, ona wywala błędy, bo jest niekompatybilna już z niczym, nie? O. O! Ah. Fucking hell, how the fuck he done that? On the dual set. Must be playing on the mouse. Ah, impossible. Impossible he done that on the DualShock. Let's watch him for a moment. Yeah, fucking impossible. He's playing on mouse and keyboard. So, how? Because I'm supposed to not, yeah. I'm supposed to not play on against them. I'm gonna check the options.
Let's go! Now let me see your fucking hands up!
Dario, thank you very much for 25th Nation. Yeah, code incoming, guys. 20 seconds. Same input time. And input time. Fucking hell. So, same input and he was absolutely for sure. Let's check this one. Playing on a fucking mouse. I can't play. Ah. Code in the chat. Nice. Start you first. Wow, with crossplay off, I cannot play it even. What a fucking joke. Yeah, only on crossplay on. Oh! Isu came in! Yeah, you don't have the new emotes? How could this be? Isu come in. You can welcome him with the new emote. How come you don't have him? There you go. Let's welcome Isu. Isu, welcome. Z roboty się wyjesz, ty deszczu, a nie. Yeah, it's crap weather here as well. Yesterday was quite alright, but today weather is crap. Ah, sure bro, sure. There you are. Usually happen now. Nie raport, tylko zasuwaj na Twittera i tam like i retweet my voices on Pincero i zrób hashtag Marshall for Partner. Poleciek TBK. TBK powiedział za fraudulent activity. Nie ma takich rzeczy u mnie. TV Robertson.
What's the difference between a chicken and a nugget?
Let's go! Now let me see your fucking hands up!
To Zuzita jest. Zapi, thank you very much for 69 TFU donation.
You're a joke. Your aim.
With hashtag Marshall for Partner. Next time change 4 into the number. Wait, let me close that one.
We all had fun, right? It's hunting season. What's the difference?
There you go. The new prediction open. Spend them coins and get yourself more XP.
I should have stayed in bed.
I will come on you. Oh, fuck off.
Using an armor potion. Mounting up.
Safi, he had to report me because he's normal, you know?
It's an epic. Restoring armor.
You know how he is. He just can't stand people are better at some things than him, and he's trying, to make himself feel better,
Using an armor potion.
Understandable. Strange. Okay, yo! Afternoon, partner.
Restoring armor.
The fog sets in.
It's a bit dusty, but it'll do.
Always good one.
Using an armor potion. It's an epic. Restoring armor. Back here, you yellow-bellied coward.
Come back here, you yellow belly coward. Nice.
Time to go. Down.
Oh, bad move. Oh, they nerfed it so bad, it's so slow now. Super nerfed. Hey, Kushia! Howdy, partner. How do you do? How do you do? Oh, lag. Oh, interesting. What did just happen? Or something new and I just... Ah, it's an upgrade forge.
Restoring armor.
Oh, lag.
Again. Using an armor potion.
Fucking lagging, where is he? Where's the lagger? Lagging badly. Because I'm not Isu you know? Like you. New stuff.
Mounting up.
Call in the chat, guys.
Again. Using an armor potion. Mounting up.
Where is he? I can hear him, but I can't see him. He got himself into crossfire.
Restoring armor. Using an armor potion. Shelter again. Using a health potion. Mounting up. Restoring armor. yellow-bellied coward. Restoring armor.
Oh, you twat. Yeah, who's the best in the West? Do I believe nations? Find any battle royale where you can run and shoot that long and non-sniper. I don't understand what you talking about. Huh. Bot, you are the bot. You are the bot, Isuzu. You are Isuzu. That's how envy you are. That's why you got that wonderful emote here. Don't be jealous, don't be jealous, don't be jealous. Start playing, less crying, more playing, you know, you will get more skill. One more. For daily. Yeah, that's I agree. That does have a low player base. Dude, good afternoon. Code incoming, 10 seconds. That's unfortunate, but that's lack of support from Hires. There's no battle pass anymore. Yeah, there's no bigger rank, but the master is you're getting for the amount of wins, not for the skill. So if you just grind the wins, you will get the master, so doesn't change anything, you know. You were just grinding that game when I was playing Red Dead Redemption, simple as that. Code in the chat. Let's do, because we got the new crates, let's do the raffle for the new crate in the chat. ENG crate. Let's share some love, guys. ENG crate. The new crate. I'm gonna grab myself a quick sig. And after that, we're gonna give away a 10 T-Fuel. What do you think about it? I think it's a good idea. T-Fuel is always good. T-Fuel feels like this. It even you know sounds like T-Fuel. Yeah, there is and was a lot of the games that died because they were done like that. There is strict PvP here. Yeah? There's nothing else. Only comp modes, nothing else. So if they won't add the support for esports, and it doesn't look like they will, game is gonna die. Especially now, because there's a new game this time that's coming out. I love that game because it's got like lore from Paladins. But I show you the new game that's gonna kill it. Jade, good afternoon, partner. How do you do? How do you do? Few minutes those yeah, nice. It's still in closed beta, so you have to pay to access it. But as soon as it will get out and it became a free-to-play game, sorted. It's gonna smash Real Royale. It's gonna be dead. GG on level 7, partner. And level 7 is a new EMGG crate. There you go. There you go, partner. It's not dead yet. That game is there when there is no more support and servers. There's still small support and servers, so it's not dead. It's dying. That's difference. You don't understand the market. You absolutely don't understand. You could say same about the World of Tanks on console. That is dead. It's not. It's still got some player base. It's still getting support. People are still spending money. It's same here. It's not dead. It's got its niche. You know what I mean? But this niche gonna be killed with that game. What support, they are patching it all the time. It was just a new patch, new balance, new change in the forges, new change with the shop, new change with the currency. You don't know that because you don't play. Yeah, because they replaced the monetization. Isuzu, you gotta understand the market. They've changed their monetization way. Code incoming, by the way. They've changed the monetization way. Now, you're getting every day, you log into the game, every single day, you log into the game, you're getting the premium currency. Every day. Only premium currency. Then, for dailies, for quests, for dailies, you get premium currency. Another premium currency, you know what I mean? And then, the shop rotates every day. Every day, shop changes, and you can spend that premium currency you grind in the game here in the shop. They've changed it. They raised the prices of everything in the shop to adjust the economy, and they gave up on the battle pass. Simple as that. That's their take, that's their new take for their monetization system. If it works for them, it's okay. Simple as that. Not every game needs to have the battle pass. Seems like battle pass didn't work for them, so they switched for that one. Seems like this one works. It's a cheap way to sustain the game. If that's their goal, it works. No, it's patched every single time. It's patched on all platforms. Isuzu, this is full crossplay game. You cannot release the patch only for one platform. You gotta learn that. But like I said, as soon as the spell break will become free to play, that's it. Why would you go to the game which has so small support and so small scene if you can go to something fresh? Which has a fresh support, which has Sony support, that's important because they got the Sony support, that's very important. Spellbreak has deal with the Sony, yeah, on PS4. So why would you stay here? There's no esports, there's no PvE content. Why the Hunt leaves? Because there's a PvE, massive PvE element in the game. That's why the hunt leaves. Because if not, probably it would be there as well. No, it's you don't understand. Because the battle pass was so easy to do that every single time, listen to that, every single time when you finish the battle pass, you had enough crown coins from battle pass and logins to get another pass for free. You understand? If everyone was getting battle pass for free, there was no support for the game. You got to understand that. If every single person in the game, because there was so long break between battle passes, was able to get the battle pass for free, they didn't get any money for that. So they had to change the monetization system. They did it. Yeah, but like I told you, I stopped playing battles long ago, and now I've thought that I'm not gonna invest my time in it after they announce the changes they are doing. And the changes they offer to do are killing the game. And fans will die. No matter how great the game is, fans will die because they fucked up. Yeah, but fans got a bigger player base because there is only like 2-3 games like that. Overwatch, Paladins, and I think there's one more Sticky Onion PC, you know what I mean? There's no more games like that. How many games you got? But you got fucking thousands of Battle Royale titles. Everyone is trying to do the Battle Royale. You got Call of Duty Black Ops, you got Call of Duty Modern Warfare Battle Royale, you got Fortnite, you got Hunt, you got that Spellbreak, you got fucking thousands of games, you know what I mean? Everyone has its Battle Royale title, so it's much more difficult if you don't have, you got Apex, you know what I mean? You got fucking tons of that shit, you got PUBG, you got that Dying H1Z1, you know what I mean? There's lots of that journey. But where the balance is, there's only Overwatch, Balance, and one more title which I don't even remember. You know what I mean? That's the difference. 3 games in the market and 100 of games on the market. Makes difference? Massive difference. Simple as that. There's no rocket science here. That's demand, you know, on the market is up to some point, and if you want to meet that demand, you gotta do some standards. If other titles are killing your standards because you're not able to catch them, sorry. Simple. The market will regulate itself. That's how the market works. Regulate itself. And same will happen with the Paladins. They've screwed up when they've changed the esports support. It was massive outcry. There was lots of the bans when the esports Paladins esports players leaked the information about how it will change, and it literally changed like that. It's bad. They screwed it, and the player base is tripping. Simple as that. At least on the Paladins, on the console, there's a support for mouse and keyboard. So it still survives because of that, because when you play against PC players, you can play with the mouse and keyboard, easy peasy, simple as that. You can still play on the console and be on the same level. Maybe a bit behind with the FPS, but it's not a massive issue until you go to the pro level, yeah? But here, there is no support for mouse and keyboard in the game. So on the consoles, when the console players play only with the console players or PC players who are playing on the joypad. Simple as that. That's what there's lots of standards missing in the game, yeah? Lots. It's like you're trying to prove that game is bad or what? Because I understand you. You're trying to cry that the game is not successful? I'm not sure what you've got in your mind. You know, what's bothering you? Battle Pass didn't work. The stuff I think it is now, it's alright. What's cooking? It's an Uber skin. Yeah, dude! Dude, what did you want from the crate? What did you say? I haven't seen it, but I don't think so. No, you didn't. Dude, what have you won in the crate? Tell us, share the news, Coins again, Jacinto, howdy partner, how do you do? Good afternoon. Yeah. I always get so close to the good stuff. Yeah, code incoming, like y'all noticed, code incoming, guys. I think that's the worst, when you are so close and you didn't get it.
I should have stayed in bed.
But that works for the gamble part, you know. You want to get it, you really want to get it. No, and then wants to come to me.
Does it look lovely in a hat?
Apart from partner, I did put the screenshot on the on with the stats on the Discord. Getting closer. So far,
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! fucking hands up!
Shut up again! Those tail feathers would look lovely in a hat. Restoring some health.
Yeah, I got bounced game.
The fog sets in.
Using an armor potion. Using an armor potion. Shut up again!
Oh, you twat.
Restoring armor. It's a bit dusty, but it'll do. Using a health potion.
Fuck, that was a lag.
Come back here, you yellow-bellied coward.
Perfect, thank you very much for that massive TP spam. It a lot, means a
Using an
lot.
armor potion. It's an epic.
Oh, there you are. You cheeky twat.
Shut up again.
That's a fucking... That's Isuzu though, on top of that. I'm sure that's Isuzu, no. He can't aim, so he got to try to snipe me. That's what he was talking about, sniping.
Oh yes, the long lost long gun of long leg Johnson.
Fucking hell.
Again. Not yet.
Ah! Lucky. GG. I was longer outside the zone. But I've got no idea how much it was. 1, 2, boy. 2, 8. Yeah, the chicken fights are the best. I agree with that. I used to, when I was streaming that back in time, I always put myself a title of the stream, KFC, kinda funny chickens. He could have a room. Definitely I was longer in the zone, outside the zone than him, and he could have the room for it. So, for the HP of the chicken. Cold incoming, but GG. Either way. Nasty girl! Howdy partner, how do you do? Yes, we managed. Okay, there you go. Simple as that. That we're talking about. Right, there you done. Let's do some quick plays. Let's check, maybe there is something nice, something good for a daily. And in the meantime, I'm gonna grab myself a quick stick. Let's do the Fuel and then V-Crate. We'll do 2 raffles for Fuel and for the V-Crate. We got 10 fuels and we got big crate as well. The rest will have the more VKs to give out in a raffle. Right back. You on fire! Lucky! Pure luck! There's no much skill involved here. But yeah, luck makes you on fire now. Let me give you that. Supply. Supply. Noble Dragon! Good afternoon, partner. How do you do? How do you do?
Let's go! Now let me see your fucking hands up!
Cheating? Nice! Glad to hear that. Positive vibes are most important. Thank you very much, Noble, for that 123 TV donation. Yeah, partner. Let's close that prediction. Oh, and by the way, here you go. Hashtag Marshall for partner. Let me close the prediction and open the next one. No, the virus is doing just the same. It's popping him up self. I think I should do that as well. What? What kind of bullshit is that? Yeah, I got some issues. That's interesting, really. That's screwed. Check here. Not sure? What do you have in plans, Noble? Can log in to the mod thingy. Now that's interesting. Maybe at night still feeling tired. Oh, I get ya, I get ya. Let me try to do that on PC, but I cannot log into the mod. Mod driver.tv. Nope. Nope. Disaster that is. If I would have to log in, like that, that's disaster. Guys, the new prediction is up, but I've got some issues with that. I got to report it on the Discord. Give me a moment. Oh, everyone's got that issue. Alright, alright, alright. But still, one prediction is up, so grab yourself that 25 XP, guys, and code incoming, like y'all noticed. Code is here. Ooh, me out of tea. That's not nice. Yeah, I managed to put the code in the chat, guys. Free instant free crypto in chat. Grab yourself that. Free cash. No complaint on that one. Can never have enough crypto. No luck. Daily, collect 7 clues of the spider. Oh, they are difficult. That one from Gogeta, I think, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. play one quick. Then we'll do the raffle. I'm gonna grab myself a tea. I think I should even start eating something, maybe. A breakfast time or something? Noble, are you still here? What does it show? Oh yeah, it's loading. Now it's loading. Do a bit of hunting. Tiny bit, tiny little. It's dark here. Need a weapon. How the fuck? Should not happen. Ah, god damn it. Ah, GG. 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 Wasn't he had it down there, well down there, and I didn't. Could be different. But GG. Yeah, good try. Could be better. Oh, that's no. Warm up. Warm up, but yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Uh, Anyone need coins? Guys, anyone need coins? If anyone needs coins, just I will help you out. Let me sort you out. There you go. Coins. Always nice to have some coins. There you go. On my way. There you go. There you go. I give you the boost as well. Coins are getting more and more rare now. So when you get the coins from the crate, it's good. Me pleasure anytime, whenever I get them. Yeah, let me give you the boost, guys, as well. Once again, anyone more need of coins? You know, until I got them. When I ran out of them, no more coins. Alright, so let's do the raffle for 20 fuel. 20 fuel! 50 fuel is here. There you go. Works, yeah, alright, I'm gonna give myself a tea. Tea. Kettle's on. I did put myself and chips into the oven as well. Who won? Who won? Fair play won again. GG. Was tried. Taffy tried. And yeah, tried. There you go, consolations. More consolations. There you go. Where can you see the donkey is level 5? Oh yeah, Donkey! Donkey chat as well, so consolation for Donkey and prize for level 5. GG Donkey! Ah, there you go, see? There you go, partner, there you go. And level 5 crate, there you go! Sorted. Staryu is back! Welcome back, Staryu. Oh, be right back. Cut those off. GG, GG. GG, Donkey, GG. Code, yeah, code incoming. Let me check what else do we have here. What else is here? What else? Nothing much. Like pretty much. I'm not too better than the last week, but still. But still. But still. Jacinto is back. Jacinto, when did you level up to level 4? Did I miss you? Not sure. Let's give another V crate. Pin 0 create. Grab this other crate, so we can do it now. Alright, because tea is still hot. Tea is still hot. Chips are far from being done. Good luck, Star you. Good luck, y'all. That's the guy I want. Who won? Star you! GG then. Nice. 169! Good number, good number. Me number. 69 me number. There you go, Star you. And yep, the crowd is on top. VM2PR. Sounds like me, vampire. No, it's YM2PR. Oh, see? I can't see it from here properly. Nice, yeah, I managed to get the code. You still got about a minute to grab that code, get yourself that pre-cent, free crypto. Ooh. Ooh. Not good at all. Let's go for some quick random match. How's the weather, you guys? Because I know Safi's got shit weather like me. We are somewhere similar at this moment, but how about you guys? Yeah, how's your weather? You got some nice sunshine? Or like our shit weather? Rainy and cloudy and windy? And how's the weather about in Poland now? Got nice weather? Or not? Because it's cold down here, you know? I don't like cold. It's a typical blue weather here. Gary, jak pogoda w Polsce? Oh, sunny here! Can you hear them? Sunny! I want sunny! Yeah, I want sunny weather as well. Why we don't have sunny weather here? Warm. That doubles that. Even when it's sunny here, it's not warm. I'll go for the, oh, in Poland as well, sunshine. See, you here? Oh, only here is disaster. Dude, I'm gonna go somewhere around you for a holiday one day, you see. Give me a year and I'll start going for holidays. And warm! Fucking hell, it's only crap here. Hope that your nice weather will come here sooner or later. Better sooner than later. Ej, widziałeś tweeta? Widziałeś tweeta? Like and the tweet, please. Left. Oh, company. Close. Behind me. What the hell is she? Where is he? On top. Oh, fuck you. Inside. Aye, nice. GG, mate. Fucking hell. Camper. GG, camping. GG. Nice. He ambushed me really nice. Well played, well played. What a waste of the skill. But yeah, he ambushed me really, really nice. Oh, this one's cool. Nice. Fair play is back. Fair play, how's the weather down yours? They go do it. Shoot, bro, shoot. Appreciate that. Means a lot, means a lot. Give us a shout when you're back. Making no, I'm gonna be making dinner for the daughter a bit later. But I get you, I get you. Oh. On top. could get on top. Oh, therefore. Sabri! With 692 nation, did the Alex block? Sabri, was there an Alex or no? And Kyle! Level 5 GG partner. Let me give you the code. By the way, how do you do? How do you do? Good afternoon. There's your code for your level. Taffy, did the Alex block? Yeah, every level 456 is the Vincero crate now, and 789 is the new EMGG crate. Yes, of course. To be charged on CC, you gotta click that CC. You know what I mean? If you don't click CC, you're not gonna be charged on the CC. There's no chance. Right on top, the one on top with like the small gifts. Those are CC ones. The one without, they are normal ones, standard ones. Just a few ones. Oh.
Let's go! Now let me see your fucking hands up!
Kyle, thank you very much for 100. Let's go get him, partner. Thank you very much, Kyle. I appreciate it. Means out. Oh crap, he was first. Took me too long to. I should have do it quicker, my bad, my bad. Cheers, Kyle, cheers, I appreciate that. He's camping on the tower. It's gonna be freaking difficult. Especially if he got sniper, I don't. Fucking lucky twat. So many kills, such a good game. And I couldn't get to that roof. That was a good try. Good try. Yeah, not bad shooting. Not bad shooting. Got some nice kills. But couldn't get to the top. So close. Maybe next time. Let me close. Let me sort that prediction quickly and. Open the next one for more high XP. Oh, I forgot I got a good prediction on the PC because it's broken. Alright guys, new prediction is up. Spend them coins and get yourself that XP, 25 XP is waiting. 2? So who killed the third one? I was shooting with him. God damn it. I'm sure I've killed 3. Unfortunate. Oh, this one's got fanning and this one's got resilience. It's not bad at all. Not bad at all. Yeah, we'll take this one. You can take this, can take this one if something happens. Alright. You ready? Yes. Okay, we can lose him because we got something down there. Let me jump to the bathroom quickly and check me chips in the oven. In the meantime, let's give away that 10 fuel. 10 fuel raffle in the chat, guys. But I need to go to bathroom. I need pee. Okie dokie, I got them chips. Because we don't have too much time, let's switch. Let's switch quickly. Yeah. Let me change the title. Completely forgot about it. Me bad. Okay, there's a code incoming, guys. Remember about the codes for free incense? Making too hot.
Yo!
Come on, guys, you can do it.
Trickle! Impossible!
Oh, no!
Comet gun!
Hot!
Trickle!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no!
Comet gun!
Oh, no! Hot!
That's a difficult one. Oh, ping pong. No, yeah. Ping pong. I agree with that one. Finally, Safi hit that number 14. GG. Yeah, oh, then you know, like, with pure luck, you never know what number it is, and you may be lucky and second move the first one, yeah?
Comet gun!
Hot! That bombs away!
Me pleasure, partner. Thank you for the rapport.
Trickle! Comet gun!
Magari. Oh yeah. I got it. But oh,
Here it goes!
there you go. Yeah. Boom. Okay.
Here it goes!
I think that. Oh. Ooh.
Big bag!
Ooh. These two lads are quite strong. Ah, okay, this time.
Impossible! Here it goes! Impossible! Galaxy gun! Out of my sight!
Nico! Thank you very much for the follow, partner. I'm gonna refresh them others because they are for whatever reason not working. Once again, thank you very much, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that means all. Welcome the post. Let me give you a starting package. Code incoming, guys. Instant free crypto. Let me find Nico. There you are. There you go, partner. There you go.
Here it goes! Galaxy gun!
Okay, got the refreshed. Hopefully the others will come back. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure.
What do I do? If this is a dream, wake me up right now!
Woo! Can be painful. It's good. Actually weak.
Rolling Hercule punch!
Yeah. But this one is good.
Rolling Hercule punch!
This one will be good. Not too bad.
Here we go!
Alright. That's the other one. We still won.
Rolling Hercule punch! Rolling Hercule
Let's start preparing dinner for me to princess. I heard about they're supposed to go down there now, but we'll come back to the session.
Here we go!
Kill!
Yo!
Alright, sales, let me check something first. Before I switch to the other apps. Code, guys, code on top. Printed. Yeah, we're gonna do some more of the click. I will be in the kitchen doing the dinner, but I'm gonna show you. This is how the Rocket League is loved. There's a lot of love in that game. That's from me last night when we were doing the tournament. That was happening in live. But I need to do the dinner for my little 8-year-old princess, you know. Kid gotta eat. Yeah. I've watched lots of that. Amazing stuff. That's exactly how they play.
Hello, Europe.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, this where all the skills
are.
are. Yep.
Exclusive here, but today is about Europe. You're watching the Rocket League Championship.
No fucking random
Series
shit.
6 of the European
Full
League.
skill.
I'm your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and we have a lot to unpack today, as we do have our pre-show coming up in just a second and some friends to introduce. So let's get things rolling. We're going to start you off just by showing you guys the schedule for today. Europe's got a lot of action-packed action to happen. Last time you saw Europe on the field, there were 5 matches during that doubleheader, but now we are back up to 6 matches. And of course, Renault Vitality versus Mouse Sports is going to be our match of the day, but don't count out the other
Yep,
matches.
it is.
They're all going to be exciting. But let's get into that pre-show.
But those are thousands of hours played the game, you know what I mean?
This is the usual Gibbs, and we have our European brethren, Shogun and Johnny Boy, joining us. Shogun, yesterday was really,
Hundreds
really
of thousands
insane.
of
You and
matches
Johnny
played.
got to cast that incredible C9 Sonics match. Do you think Europe's going to be able to stack up as well today?
I can tell you right now, Leaf, that every single Europe day is a happy one. So, yeah, sure, we got an incredible comeback, Fireburner making his miraculous return, but Europe, I'm sure, will somehow, some way be able to catch up to it.
And Johnny, how are you feeling about today? You ready for your second day in for the RLCS?
By the way, fair play. Do you want to kick my ass today in the Rocket League?
I mean, it's still so new and doesn't feel real. I might wake up and be dreaming any minute, but yeah, we're having a good time over here and looking forward to the EU. See if we can get any scripted series like we had yesterday.
And Gibbs, do you think we're gonna have that action-packed day that we had yesterday for North America?
I am concerned because Johnny Boy's on the pre-show. I expect about a 30-minute delay at this point. So this is going to be a tough one.
Okay, well, let's keep our fingers crossed and hope that Gibbs is guessing yet again. And moved on and talk about the matches today, but we're going to start with, of course, last week in case you guys missed it. We're going to talk about Vitality versus Dignitas. This is a match that I think everybody had been looking forward to. One of the most hyped up matches that Europe could ever produce. It was a rerun of that semifinal in the World Championships that delivered us one of the best.
I don't think you want to do it with me. Yeah, 1v1, because I'm absolutely noob. So it will be fun to play 1v1 duo. I would like pretty much drag you down, you know. I'm noob. And I admit that. I'm noob, like, via big N in that game. I love the game. It's amazing, but I am noob and I do understand the difference between my noob wannabe and the skills of the people here.
And now, Johnny, what were your thoughts on this? As again,
can I rise here equality somehow? No, I can't.
Well, Dignitas look like the best team in
No, we want this one.
the region. And
oh yeah.
Vitality look like the
now
best
we're talking.
It's pretty simple. They're just passing the baton, really. But what happens in league play, of course, is only half of the story. We have to wait and see what happens if they match up in playoffs later on in the season. You can guarantee that every time that these two teams play, it's going to be a cracker of a series.
And this was clearly the two top teams in Europe battling it out. There's no question about that. It helped that Veloce, they also...
Oh yeah, I was starting to learn all them tricks slowly when I was playing that back in time, but nobody wanted to play with me because we were getting beat up often because, let's be honest, the skill gap for the player that is coming in is very massive between the fresh people and the people who are playing the game. Because that game is all about the skill. It's all about the skill.
Vitality, number one.
This is the best esports title ever because it's all about the skill here.
This is something that you were really hyped on, Gibbs, before, is Dignitas's play style, and I'm just wondering if your mentality on them has shifted after watching them play against Vitality as they've gotten harder matchups now as their season goes on.
I actually liked them more because I felt like they had a great pass and style, but they were low scoring series that they would have. When they played Vitality, they were picking up the pace and scoring more often in games 1 and 2. That is a good sign going forward because sure, you can have the prettiest goals possible, but if you're only scoring 1 to 2 goals per game, you're going to lose a few of those. But it looks like they're finding it, those give and goes versus a quality Vitality team. Like, I expect them to not drop out and be clear number 2 here.
And Shogun, now, given the fact that, their schedule is not getting any easier, Reciprocity and Veloce, do you feel like that loss to Vitality was a huge hit for Dignitas, or can they walk away with that as a win?
I'm gonna. I mean, I already love.
2K, nice,
I'm
Safri.
actually gonna disagree slightly on what Gibson it does.
This is how you do the proper thing. You got 5 of these people who will be chatting together, who will be talking together, who will do the analytics, who will do the commentary, who will do the, like pointing up, who will just chat, you know what I mean? This is how we build it. This is amazing.
Teams have done their homework, have seen this potential flaw, and can try and capitalize.
Yeah, I'm sure Safri is gonna hit the level up today. Fair play, I think you do as well. How far are you, fair play? 800, 700?
Well, I'm sure we could talk about this match all day, but we do have, of course, talk about a lot of other things happened on the last weekend. So I want to try what we tried yesterday with the North American analysts and just talk about any of the trends. You know, who won last week, who lost last week, and just encapsulate TLDR really the entire week. So Gibbs, I'm going to give you first on this one. Who took the dub or the L?
Way more?
I have to give the L to TSM. They played 2 of their peers with Team Singularity and Endpoint. This was their case to make a run back for the regional championships. They're scheduled to begin the season. While they didn't do that good,
still doable today.
Quality opponents throughout. So I was hoping
we got time till midnight.
We would see TSM kind of wake up and go for one of those regional championship spots, but they lose both of those series. They now have a 2.5% chance to stay alive for season 10. They can't make the playoffs at this point. It was a miserable weekend for TSM.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with Gibbs on that one. TSM,
look at that.
Is one of the teams that play well against.
Look at that.
The older teams in Rocket League, whenever
fucking
they
amazing.
up against you know, a team like Dignitas or Vitality, they actually don't do too badly sometimes, even though they've been taking the L's to everybody this season. But this
when
you
know
was their chance
how you play, and when you know that you were lucky touching the ball, and then you watch the people doing that stuff, that you know this is the skill.
That 7th place spot.
And then for you, I was gonna say I may as well just go to.
I think of it. I was gonna say I think Dignitas are probably the other team who maybe took an L this week, although it's less of a results L because losing to Vitality 3-2, not so bad of a result, compared to what TSM had. But they did lose their perfect record, which is a disaster for them. They were trying to sweep the season, and if they got past Vitality, everybody would have had them as massive favorites to do that. So that's a huge hit to Dignitas, and a huge hit to them as being considered the #1 team in the region, but not maybe as big of an L as TSM, but definitely an L for a different reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've got to look at that result as sort of a bit of a wake-up call in the way things have been going, because they've looked relatively...
No, I even didn't try because it was above my skills.
Playstyle could do have a couple more layers to it. However...
Yeah, you need fucking a massive amount of hours spent to do that. But clearly, that's the game where the time you spend off, you improve your skill, pays off, because this is the skill. It's not like you're gonna jump in and you will be lucky to pick up something and some amazing weapon, no, and your enemy will be not lucky and you're gonna own him because you got the gun that you were lucky to grab in the battle royale, yeah? There's no that random stuff. You gotta cooperate, you gotta communicate with teams and stuff like that. If you want to play on that level, of course, yeah?
Yeah, Mouse was a weird weekend for me because when they played TSM, they didn't look great, but they found a way to win. And then they go 2-0 on the weekend. So massive W. They take down Veloce, who everyone had as that.
Right, I'm going to the kitchen because my daughter will be here in a moment here, and I need to do the dinner.
You have 2 chances now for the regional championships to.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Especially that the way the game is done with all them small things you can do. Like small wheels, small paints, colors. Change of the engine. All that stuff is like giving you a small touch.
It's the playoff race now. You guys mentioned it with Mouse there, especially with the top 2. But there's more races happening than just the top.
Right, but I'm going to the kitchen.
And then there's also the other race of not being in last place and avoiding that auto relegation. So Gibbs, you just want to let's keep it on the top 2 for now. As we're just talking about Mouse and that, because it seems like there are a lot of teams that are still in contention for that top 2 spot.
Yeah, the top 2 race, the remaining opponents is so crucial because you can look at a full season through 2 or 3 games left, but that's not the whole story. We see here teams like Vitality, sure, they're in first, but look at their schedule left. Mouse and Veloce, 2 quality teams, while on the other side for like Dignitas, they get Endpoint, then 2 quality opponents as well. So sure, maybe those 2 are the big front runners, but their schedule is not easy going forward.
You've also got to think, Veloce, they've looked pretty inconsistent because of the mouse sweep loss last week. They do still have, fully within their control the possibility to get top 2, though, because they play the 2 teams above them. But, the other side of the spectrum, Barcelona have got the easiest games to come. They've got, arguably the easiest records left, but still the least consistent team in the contention for top 2 by far.
Now, the crazy thing is, Leaf, only one
Mhm.
team has clinched regional championships so far, and that is Vitality. Literally no one else. Like Dignitas, there's a 1.6% chance that they miss out. Veloce, a 0.64% that they miss out. So they're still playing for even a regional championship spot. And with these difficult schedules, we could see some scary things happen.
So basically, these last
This
two
is the
weeks
content I
here
would like to
are
do.
going to be
We
very
have a
intense for all the teams
chat, we have
involved.
analytics,
If
you
everybody's
know what I
still
mean?
fighting for
We
everything,
point something
just a
what we
reminder, in
like, we
case
point
you
something
haven't
what we
heard, we're
don't
not
do,
gonna
we
have
chat
a
about the
top six,
players, we chat
at
about
the
the
end of
teams,
replay, get to
we chat
play
about
in
the
the playoffs,
platforms, we
the
chat about
second place
everything.
team
That's the
then
content I
gets
would
to
like to
play
do.
in the next
Then
season.
do
The
some
8th, 9th,
predictions,
winner of the
stuff like
promo
that, then
relegation
go for
tournament,
the
and 10th
match,
gets to
watch,
move on all the
commentary.
way
Oh,
down to
that's the
final
content
series, which
I
means
would like to
those
do.
bottom 4
But I'm
teams
limited,
are
I can do it
definitely
only
fighting
about
for that 7th place
some
spot
parts
right
because
now,
I'm
because
limited
that
by
at least
my
guarantees
laptop.
safety into
For
the next
now.
season. So
It
Gibbs,
will change in the
who are
future.
those teams fighting right now, and who's got really the best chance?
Yeah, so there's 4 teams fighting for the race for 7th and also the race for 10th. They're trying to avoid that. Now, a couple of them, like Monaco, they are clearly out. The best that they can finish is an 8th place spot. So that'll be promotion tournament, but they're trying to get out of that 10th place hole. TSM, again, we mentioned before that they have a chance at 7th, 2.5% chance, but it comes down to Endpoint versus Team Singularity.
Absolutely, and we've got to see them later on today playing against each other, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. But I just want to look at it as a different way. Singularity, I feel like they have been playing better than their record suggests. But just as a quick thought experiment, imagine if they didn't get that win over Vitality earlier on in the season. How is a team that is beaten Vitality, the only team clinched for playoffs in this situation? It blows my mind.
Now, looking at those teams at the bottom, Gibbs, I'm just wondering who you think has the easiest route here. I mean, maybe Singularity, but again, at the same time, Singularity hasn't been consistent in their performance.
I think it's Endpoint and Singularity both, because Endpoint, they have 1 extra game left too. Sure, they play Dignitas, so it's going to be a tough win there, but it really comes down to when those two play match 3 today. Whoever wins that very likely gets that 7th spot. They still have an outside chance to make it to the regional championships as well.
Well, let's bring that focus back to the people on top, back to the teams on top, the winners, and we're going to focus on Veloce, as I got to sit down with one of their players, Freaky, so let's take a listen. And now joining me on the line, it's the rock solid foundation of Veloce. Freaky, you ready for 2 more weeks of Rocket League?
Hell yeah.
It's going to be awesome. Let's talk about that play style. That play style is changing a little bit. Even Gibbs is a believer at this point, and it's hard to convince him about a lot of things. So you guys are doing something right. That change that you guys made, it's a little more offensive now. Did you guys consciously make that effort, or is it something that naturally just happened?
We're always trying to improve on our playstyle. It's not that we plan to just completely switch from how we played last season and just go on into this season playing like that. It comes more naturally with the way how we play, with the way how our opponents play, and our analyzing of our opponents, and then we just start adapting, and adapting leads to us playing the way we play right now.
Well, speaking of analyzing your opponents, you have 2 opponents left, and they're tough ones. Dig and Renault Vitality. These are not going to be easy matches. Are you going to have to adjust your play style for either one of these teams? If so, how? Or are you just going to keep doing what you guys are doing?
We will definitely have to adapt and change the way we play, especially on some situations we make a decision. But overall, we obviously want to stay Veloce. We want to play like we do, like we feel comfortable with. And I know that Dignitas and Vitality are probably the best 2 teams in Europe right now, so it's not going to be easy to try and put that on the field.
Hey, yeah, why change what ain't broke? But of course, you definitely have to take some precautions. Now, you guys are, I think there's some scenarios where you couldn't, but it's not very likely. But you guys are basically guaranteed into the playoffs at this point. Does that change the way that you guys approach mentally these next few games?
Yeah, we started to take a step of wanting the win really hard, because I feel like our top two chances are not that good at the moment, because we played at basically top two in Europe right now. If we win, we are top two, but um, we know that we are in playoffs. I think we are guaranteed for playoffs, and we will definitely put the most improvement projects, or like the trading will go towards the playoffs and not to the league play matches. That's for sure.
And just one final question before I let you go. I know you guys don't have to play them now anymore, but looking across to North America, it's a little bit of a crazy. I don't know what's going on over there. Everyone seems to be beating everyone. Who do you think is that top dog, given the fact that like SSG, C9, NRG, Sonics, Ghost, they're all beating each other? Who in your eyes is still that top dog of North America?
I think at the moment, even though Energy looked not that great in the last 2 weeks, I think they are still probably the best team in that region, closely followed by G2. But always will see G2 as the best team in North America, simply because they have Turbo Pulsar.
Awesome. Well, there you go. You got to root for the EU boy. Anyways, thanks for your time, Freaky. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thanks for having me, man.
Now, obviously, he meant NRG with as the best there with Turbo Pulsar. I mean, based off what we saw yesterday, honestly, they could be one and the same.
I'm not sure. Freaky might be leaking some scripts, some off roster changes here. Turbo to G2. That could be spicy. Maybe. Who knows?
I don't think we're gonna see Turbo being let go by those boys. Justin and Garrett are probably gonna hold on pretty strong there. But we've gotten Gibbs' thoughts on Veloce before, but Johnny, I want to get your thoughts on their playstyle too. You know, we've seen them make the adjustments. Do you think this is the positive move for the adjustments they've been making recently for Veloce?
I'm not convinced. I'm not going to lie to you, Leaf, because they do look very solid. They look very difficult to beat when they just play that defensive style. But looking at what they've got and looking at the players that they've got on the roster, I don't think that you've got the same offensive potential as, say, a Dignitas, or looking across the pond at like G2. They're very good at denying the other team boost and keeping the ball in their half and just waiting for a mistake. But in terms of forcing those misplays, that's never really been their strong point. And, this late in the season against tough opposition, I don't know if they're going to get the chance to try and play an offensive style against Vitality or Dig, but we'll see.
Well, let's move on to, of course, I've always said it, the most important part of the pre-show, and it's our predictions. So let's throw that graphic up there and see who's the outlier today. We're going to just ignore the Renault Vitality mouse predictions there, because everyone seems to be against me. But I want to focus on that Singularity endpoint match, and I'm going to give this one over to Shogun right now, because right now Johnny and I seem to be on the Singularity side, but both you and Gibbs are on endpoint. I want you to convince us why you think endpoint, Shogun, is going to take this one.
Okay, well, apart from me always being right, which should have, quite frankly, told you on it immediately. For some, like, when you just look at a matchup style and you think, okay, this looks solid to me. That is how these matchups really play out between Endpoint and Singularity. I'm looking at this one, I'm just thinking to myself, okay, if Singularity want to win this one, who needs to really step up for them? And based on recent performances, I don't think those people are going to currently be able to step up. So for me, it's like a 60-40 matchup. I think Endpoint are going to be the more solid team on the day.
It's like, I'm just always right, but I'm not too confident. It could be close.
I mean, I've got to try and dial it back a little bit, okay?
That's fair. I guess sit on the fence a little bit, but lean to one side. So if you do fall, you're over there. But Johnny, I want you to back it up now. Defend our pick. Like Singularity, I feel honestly will have just that speed that Endpoint won't be able to take. Do you agree?
I just honestly, I'm basing that prediction off Endpoint being the more inconsistent team in the European Invitational, the tournament I'm running on my own channel. Endpoint in that tournament, they nearly lost to Servette, who are getting relegated currently from RLRS, and that's not the kind of performance you want to see from an Endpoint lineup. I think they're a team who can step up against the better teams in the league, but sort of Singularity, they beat Vitality. I just got to put my money on SNG in this one.
Okay. Well, I guess we have to address the other one, because it is our match of the day, Vitality versus Mouse. I'm the only one still with Mouse on this one, and I'm saying it because I called back to the last time they played in last league play, and I end up being right on this one. So, and I've stuck with Mouse this whole time. But Gibbs, you remember how this one went last time? Why do you think Vitality takes it this time?
It's going to be close, but one person I know in particular who probably has a calendar behind his webcam and just has a circle on this state, Scrub Killer for sure. He wants this win bad versus Vitality. He wasn't happy that he got kicked from Vitality, but at the same time, every time K-Dop goes to a grand finals and loses, he makes a roster move and then he wins the world championship the following season. And right now, that roster move looks really good once again. Scrub's doing relatively well on Mouse. He had a down league play last season with Vitality. He's doing okay on Mouse. I think everyone expected a little bit more, but there's still time. And this is the perfect time for Scrub to make that impact. Do I think it's going to happen? No, because Vitality's offense is insane, and Mouse is still hit or miss for me.
Johnny, you're very familiar with Scrub. I mean, we all are, but you in particular, given the fact that the tournaments that you run, with this player, he just gets kicked off of Vitality. Obviously, there's some emotion coming into it. Do you think that emotion is going to help him in this matchup against his former teammates or hinder him?
No, it's got to be a help for Scrub. I mean, he's just so he's such a revenge-focused player. You just have to watch his own Twitch stream to know that when he puts his mind to really beating someone who he maybe took a loss to, he can really transform and perform under that pressure. So I think it's going to be good for him. But still, that wasn't enough for me to bet against him, because you look at the other team, you've got Alpha, and he's a very similar sorts of player. He's going to want to beat Scrub Killer so badly today. But it's definitely going to be an interesting one. I don't think it's going to be an easy win for Vitality at all.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying a lot of things that are making me more confident in my pick. So I really like that, and I appreciate that, Johnny. Shogun, can you help back me up, or are you going to shut me right down?
I mean, unfortunately, Leaf, you've just watched as we've all seemed to agree here, Dignitas versus Vitality are number 1 and 2. So you've watched that happen. You've seen a team win it, and you've gone, I'm just still gonna go elsewhere. I don't understand the logic on this one, Leaf, at all.
Well, I'll try to sort it out for you. Gibbs and I have talked about this before too, where we believe that these guys have this insane potential to them, but there's something that's not clicking. A lot of times we've seen on defense them just boom the ball down to the other end. They don't hold possession, but if they can just work together on defense to move that ball out, their offense is already really strong. Their offense is insanely strong. It's just being able to smoothly move down the field together as one unit. Honestly, I feel like that's something that could contend for those top 2 spots. But we have to move on, so I can't give you a chance for rebuttal, because we do have to get to our Get It moment presented by CDW.
Thanks, Leaf. And speaking of match of the day and Vitality, let's take a closer look at what makes Vitality's offense so deadly. Last week versus Dignitas, it was Fairy Peak. Fairy Peak was having a stellar week. Precision shooting, and that's a theme we'll see play out in these clips. This one was a counterattack kick-started by an alpha save. Fairy knows he has K-Dop in the middle, so he flings it out to him. K-Dop, the shooting threat, just dishes it right back to Fairy Peak, who puts it upper 90. Fairy Peak was hitting his mark all day long, and it was so important against Dignitas because they had to complete the reverse sweep. And now let's take a look at more clips from Fairy Peak making an impact. This next clip that we'll see is a simple backboard read, but there's 2 defenders in net. Fairy Peak has to put that in the right spot, and he does it. That was starting Vitality out on the right foot. And this play, he does it all by himself. Look at this ceiling shot. He taps it up to himself, immediately jumps a slight boost, and then ceiling shot right into the goal. Absolute precision. And Vitality, they're the triple threat. We saw K-Dop's flip, reset, double tap goal before last week. And honestly, every single member of Vitality is capable of making shots like this. So when they are on, they are on. And that is why Vitality's offense is clicking. Leaf, back to you.
Thanks, James, for that Get It moment presented by CDW. But he also seems to be against me. So let's move on to something that we all agree on, and it's going to be our first match. It's Endpoint versus Dignitas. Across the board, in all of Dignitas's matches, we all have Dignitas, and I feel like that's something that just most people cannot disagree with, especially going up against Endpoint, one of those bottom teams, even fighting for a 7th place spot. So, Gibbs, how's this going to play out here? Is there any chance for Endpoint, and what are they going to have to do?
So I think there is a chance for Endpoint. I think people might be counting them out just a little bit too much because when you look at their offenses, we praise Dignitas offense. Well, they're at well, their offense is not amazing. It's 5th right now for goals per game. 0.01 behind them is Endpoint. So Endpoint's offense is clearly close to Dignitas when it matters. Now, maybe that's a little bit because of that TSM matchup where they kind of racked in the goals, but the problem is the defense of Endpoint. And this is where the inconsistencies come in, where we see them play poorly in like Johnny Boys tournaments or here or there. The inconsistency on the defensive side is what I worry about for Endpoint. They have to clean it up. Again, though, you're against the passing game of Dignitas. It's going to be a difficult task.
I'm going to give this one to Shogun now because you had Endpoint against Singularity earlier, so obviously you believe in them a little bit to at least get a win. Do you think Gibbs is right that there's a chance here, or is this a full stomp out from Dignitas?
Unfortunately, whilst I like Endpoint in that one, I like Dignitas even more. So I'm looking at this one and just saying to myself, just make sure it looks good at the very least. Make sure that you've got a little bit of something going for you as you do head into that later matchup against Singularity, because honestly, I think they're a little outclassed in all facets for this series, not only in playstyle, but in terms of individual ability as well. So this is going to be a tough one. If they can steal a win, however, that takes so much pressure off that later series.
And Johnny, you're the one that mentioned their inconsistencies first on the pre-show here because what you've seen from their performance in tournament so far. Can you pinpoint what it is that's causing those inconsistencies and maybe something they can do to change that and fix that coming into this series?
For me, the inconsistency with Endpoint, they're all to do with confidence. I think versus Dignitas,
Okay.
they're coming in as massive underdogs, so they should be okay. They're not going to have like massive, doubts in like what's expected of them in this matchup. And I think it's actually useful for them having to play Singularity later that they have Dignitas to start the day because they could just go out, play loose, and they're expected to lose. They probably expect themselves to lose. Just see what they can do, and if they do come out of that matchup with even a couple of games, 1 game win, and if they keep it close and just start moving around quickly and confidently, that's going to help them, I think, going on later in the day against Singularity.
Shogun, then if you were to face off against Dignitas, obviously not an easy task, what would it be your focus to shut them down? Like if you're Endpoint and you know that you have those inconsistencies, how do you work around that? Is there something that you can focus on Dignitas to shut down and say, hey, we're going to disrupt this to make you guys falter?
I think at the same time, like we do talk about these passing plays an awful lot. You've got to be quick against Dignitas. If you give up that midfield, you give up the game. You've got to get in front of every single one of these plays. You can let the passes happen, just make sure you intercept. The only issue I feel like they're going to have is making sure that they can get up to deal with Astral because he is the individual threat. If you see him on the ball, you need to get over to him before he can start setting up those flip resets, start setting up those air dribbles, because if he does it, that's where the defense can get torn apart.
And Gibbs, I'm going to give you the same question here. I mean, we talk about Dignitas being such an incredible passing team. These guys, we were even joking yesterday that, it almost as if the whole game they're just passing. You don't even need to take a shot. It's just pass, pass, pass. Do you think that's something that maybe Endpoint can focus on to maybe throw themselves in between, just faithfully say there's probably going to be a pass here, let's intercept? Will that work at all, or is that just going to end up in being out of position?
There's definitely a chance, and that's one of the best parts of why Europe really isn't passing a lot, like outside the top teams. It's incredibly risky. When you go for a pass, you have 2 players out of position when it gets cut off. So if Endpoint can find that, maybe there's a chance. But I just want to talk about the Endpoint's offense has been picking it up throughout the weeks. Like even in Johnny Boy's tournament, he talks about that they barely beaten a rival series team, but they also beat Barca. They scored 11 goals in 5 games, and that's a pretty good defense as well. So the inconsistencies for Endpoint, sure, they're inconsistent, but that also means they have a peak and they have a floor. And like if they're playing at peak, maybe there's a chance.
Well, that's it for the pre-show. We all got our words in. Now it's time for you guys to get your words in. Go on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9, and let us know how you think this day is going to go. Is it going to stack up to North America? Well, we have 6 matches for it to try to do so. And to start us off, of course, it's going to be Endpoint versus Dignitas. Europe, show us what you got.
And good day to everybody watching all over the world, and get up and get loud. It's game day here for Europe on this wonderful week of the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Wavepunk, and I've got an Achieves here. How you doing, Achieves? How you feel about this Endpoint Dignitas match we're about to watch?
I'm doing great. I think Gibbs makes a great point. Yes, Endpoint's offense has been picking it up for sure. Last week in their match versus TSM, only allowed 1 goal. Granted, TSM has had one of the weaker offenses we've seen this season, but at the same time, Virtuoso and Relating Wave had an awesome week, and they will need that again, no doubt, if they want to beat Dignitas here. And Shogun also makes a great point, saying that, yes, you cannot give up the midfield versus Dignitas, or they're going to get dusted.
Yeah, for sure. No, and I mean, Endpoint here right now, 2-4, just 3-0 TSM last week, but they've got to try and finish this season strong. Both these teams have double headers this week. They're both playing later on today, so we have Endpoint playing Singularity later, and Veloce will be taking on Dignitas later today as well. So for both of them, this is an important match just to kind of set the tone for the day. A big 2-0 for both of them. It has its implications. It's a little different as we have one team at 2-4, one team at 5-1. So Dignitas a little bit more wiggle room there, as they're probably already secured a playoff spot. But you know, you want to be in that top 4, get that extra money here. So I'm excited to see how things go and see how Dignitas bounces back after a 5-game loss to Vitality last week. This one should be an easy pick-me-up, you'd think. But also, I think Endpoint, maybe some people have been sleeping on them. So we'll see how things go as we get into our first game in a best-of-5. Violent Panda through the air into the corner. So we've got Dignitas in the orange and Endpoint in the blue. Virtuoso not playing it. Looking to set up his teammates here. Nachitao on the side. Here's Relating Wave through the air, beaten by Violent Panda. Now Yukio just try and take a shot from the midfield, but it goes wide and off to the side. Now Nachitao to beat another player in the midfield. Up against Yukio in this corner, gets it past him and into the midfield. Can a Relating Wave close the gap? No, he's cut off by Astral.
Yeah, Virtuoso going for that bump in the net, hoping Relating Wave would have enough faith to go up and get real aggressive for that challenge. That's not a bad approach, and they've got some great vision with a great pass into the middle. Relating Wave, unfortunately, not able to find the goal with it, but Endpoint definitely looking for the passes as well.
Endpoint has been pressuring this infield play, and so far their passing lanes have been open, and it's made for some exciting first few minutes here. Nachitao falls back on defense. Goes to pick it up in the corner, but actually misses, and then the pinch will go off Relating Wave's hood and into the middle. Yukio goes for the bump on Virtuoso. Nachitao actually clears him, but Virtuoso makes the touch. And now Astral back to Violent Panda onto the backboard. Is Yukio in a position? The miss from Nachitao. Here comes Yukio. He was so patient. And now Violent Panda, the pass across, and Astral will not miss that one. Dignitas score.
Goes all the way back to that miss right there from Nachito at the start of the replay, and Violent Panda, that's the right idea. Just go for the pass across. Nachito close to being in position to cut it off, but Astral too quick. Gets to the ball first and shoots it around him. Great dish from Violent Panda, and Astral turns in the first one.
Virtuoso now. Endpoint looking to bounce back. Find a response. Nachitao into the corner. Yukio. To midfield, Relating Wave in. Nachitao, does he want to turn on this one? He thinks about it. Violent Panda actually gets it, and Virtuoso closes the gap. Yukio now to midfield. Relating Wave. One touch over the top of one. Violent Panda is able to neutralize it. Astral with the touch up to him. Violent Panda quickly adjusts onto the backboard. And Endpoint kind of caught flat-footed here. Relating Wave closes the gap just in time, and Nachitao will be able to get the save. Now relating wave to the edge. Violent Panda with a response and onto the backboard. Yukio was looking a different shot. He had a different shot red there. But Astral will keep this ball in the blue, and Endpoint's starting to get trapped here as challenge after challenge goes Dignitas's way.
Nachito did just get a nice touch. There's a great demo from Violent Panda in the midfield. As soon as Endpoint break out, something goes wrong to force it back into a neutral position as they have to fight for possession just outside the Dignitas goal.
They are finally getting a string of good touches in a row. Get an opportunity, but there is a nice clear. Virtuoso will be able to pick this one up in his own half. Sends onto the backboard. Astral adjusts, finds Violent Panda, and we go backboard to backboard in 2 touches. Now, high in there, Violent Panda looking to make the play. Yukio off the ceiling. Astral zoned out by Nachitao. Now Virtuoso on the dribble. Astral closes the gap. Gets it off of his hood. The Lightning Wave keeps it high. Violent Panda adjusts quickly. Onto the edge. Neutral challenge against Nachitao. Now Astral into this corner. Relating Wave past 1. Here's not Violent Panda with a shot to the far post.
Ooh.
Virtuoso couldn't figure out if it was in or not in time. And the damage was already done. 2-0 for Dignitas.
Yeah, that's a tough one to handle. Violent Panda definitely got a good piece of that, and Virtuoso, it definitely did take him a moment, I think, because he definitely saw the shot coming, no doubt. But it was just, that ball was such an awkward angle to be struck from, and Nachito might get it back off the kickoff. Yukio stands tall on the goal, makes the block.
Excellent adjustment, but Relating Wave able to push it in as the bounce in the corner didn't go in their favor, and just like that, Endpoint's on the board.
And it's the demo from Virtuoso in the midfield that makes the difference there. Yeah, they win the challenge against Yukio on the sidewall, but it's the demo in the midfield that allows that ball to just bounce free right in front of the goal, and Relating Wave gets the nice finish.
Endpoint on the board. Can they tie it up? Nachitao turns on Astral. He'll play it to the wall to get it past him, and now through the air, looking to connect with Violent Panda. The pass is good, but an excellent block. Relating Wave gets airborne quickly, and now the infield pass, the counterattack. Is it good? It is. Virtuoso's placement is excellent, and we got a tie game.
Surprised to see that one sneak its way through. Yukio, the first one in the middle, but the touch is right to Virtuoso, and Astral, you are absolutely right. Virtuoso's placement is perfect. Can't reach it.
126. Endpoint dropped 2. And immediately respond with 2 of their own. Virtuoso, there's over the top of 1, looking for the double tap, gets it off the net. Relating Wave came in for a shot, and Yukio's got to stop. And now Astral, the equalizer was scored. Can he find the unequalizer here? He's airborne for it, and pushes it back down to Yukio. There's the shot, there's the pass and the save. Relating Wave's got it, but the follow from Violent Panda a bit wide. Nachitao will be able to carry this one out. 1 minute remaining, tie game at 2 goals apiece. Nachitao and Virtuoso pressuring in the net, looked for the dunk. Astral's got the block. Relating Wave, given space, will take control. Now the shot, just upper 90 and missed. Astral with a long touch. Nachitao with a half flip to get back around. Now look for that second touch too. Off the wall, Yukio versus Virtuoso's got over the top, double tap and down. No, couldn't find it. Second follow-up from Astral, wide and Relating Wave gets it away. Now Yukio back into the box. Pressure continues here. There's through beautiful. 1. Virtuoso chases. Nice kill in the midfield. Violent Panda to Astral. The infield pass shot is good. No, Nachitao blocks. Yukio's follow-up. There it goes. Finally, Dignitas make them crack, and they're up by 1.
Couple of brilliant saves from Endpoint right here. Nachito off the bar, but Yukio, it's that little dip of the nose forward to sink that ball high into the net. That is a much more difficult shot than he made that look, and a beautiful shot from Yukio will give them a late lead.
20 seconds left. Endpoint's got control. Nachitao pass 1. Relating Wave airborne. Astral gets it off to the edge. Virtuoso looking to tie it up one more time. 10 seconds left. He's got the pass across. Yukio is there. It's back on the wall. Nachitao versus Yukio. He gets it past him and then chases it all the way. That'll be the security in 2 seconds left. Yukio wins game 1.
Yeah, definitely Endpoint pushing hard here. Going aggressive for that midfield challenge on the side wall, but Yukio punched it off that top corner into the middle. Clean follow-up. Nobody back because they can't. And a nice finish for Yukio to put game 1 out of reach. A great game 1, though, from both teams here.
Absolutely. Both teams. I honestly thought this was going to be Dignitas running away with game 1 after the way it started. I mean, the goals they scored were simple calculations, simple sieges. There wasn't. Endpoint was made a few mistakes on defense that just gave them openings. And so I figured that was just going to continue here, but Endpoint, the way to bounce back, they find a kickoff goal and then find a seam in the midfield to shoot it through. But it was these final goals from Dignitas that were the security. That shot from Yukio, well placed, like you said, very difficult shot to make because he's already airborne. He doesn't have nearly as much control over his car. He's got to make this read and just find just a slight touch up with that flip in to place it into kind of one. There's a few holes in that goal, but he definitely struck dead center on one of them.
Yeah, the hardest part about that shot is because you just saw two players jump, right? And so it's fairly difficult to get all the way around that ball and shoot that to the left side of the goal, right? And so near post is definitely locked down. You got a guy closing in on you. There's almost nothing you have right there. So his only feasible shot is that top of the net right there, and dipping that nose and still getting the flick is a very difficult shot. So nice bit of shooting from Yukio. It's good to see him really start shining in that striker role despite how last season started. I was a little bit worried about Dignitas because, I mean, they made one or two mistakes. Yukio with that pass into the middle to let Endpoint right back into it, and that's what caused Dignitas trouble in their series last week versus Vitality when they lost that game 3 in overtime, and then they got swept after that. So well done to bounce back and put a great goal in to win the game, Yukio.
Well, let's see how they bounce back here in game 2. How does Endpoint respond as they had a valiant effort in game number 1? Now Yukio into a corner. Dignitas will start with his first offensive control, double commit on defense, but Virtuoso manages to stay airborne and actually stay with this ball. Get it over in front of the box loosely. Nachitao will put it under the backboard. Violent Panda doesn't make contact. Relating Wave will get the shot, and Dignitas just had no response.
Real nice job here from Endpoint. That nice little landing. Yukio goes way too wide, just doesn't realize that Nachito is the first one there. He's expecting to have an uncontested touch, and boy, was he wrong, because that just got punched off the backboard. And like you said, no response from anyone after that point.
They'll have an early goal. Endpoint now with the lead. They managed to tie it up in game number 1, but never had the lead. And Astral says, I don't like your lead anyways. And there we go, tied up.
Man, the speed. That was the quickest transition from the wall to the ceiling into a couple of touches that I've ever seen. So well done from Astral to just go up there and get that ball and stick with it all the way through. And unfortunately, the defense just can't get high enough to defend that top left corner.
Oh, Virtuoso trying to get a kickoff goal. Yukio will get a block. His placement was nearly good. Nachitao with a touch, and Virtuoso now clears it to the side. It was on to Astral, so it looked to dribble. Virtuoso takes it away from him. Astral now lofting it once more. Violent Panda through the air, gets one touch, can't find a second, and Astral gets demolished as he tries to move in. Out of that corner off the respawn, he'll find a clear, and Nachitao gets his response. Relating Wave to the far side. Nachitao through one. Astral wins another challenge. Relating Wave lofted and then chases his own touch. Yukio will touch it out to Violent Panda. Nachitao was able to beat that challenge, that repositional contact. Virtuoso takes his time here in the corner.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of defending that midfield, which is what Shogun was definitely worried about. You give up the midfield, you give up the game, and Endpoint doing an excellent job throughout this series so far, preventing Dignitas from getting that offense started. Like right there, Virtuoso just putting the pressure on Yukio is all that matters. It's that Nachito is there to get the follow-up, and they nail it.
3:05 on the clock, 1 goal apiece. Endpoint trying to tie up the series with a win here in game 2. The pressure starting to build here from Dignitas. This one lofted. Relating Wave should be there first. Neither player will really make contact. Virtuoso going to see if he can set up his teammate, but Astral assumes he's not going to make contact, actually. Now the pass back from Yukio. Here's Astral, but blocked at the point of contact. Virtuoso airborne up against Violent Panda. The shot's nearly good. Here's Relating Wave to finish it off. Bounces it off the ground, and Violent Panda's got the read. Now Nachitao up back onto the corner once more. Astral over the top, and Virtuoso will pick this up. Punts it and chases. See if we can put this off the backboard. But no, Yukio will get there. Now Nachitao through one. Relating Wave onto the edge. Yukio high. Virtuoso will challenge him there. Astral manages to make contact on a strange backflip. Over one. Nachitow onto the edge. Astral looks for Violent Panda on the outside. Shot is just wide. A valiant effort from the midfield from Dignitas, but thwarted by their own inaccuracy and well transitioned by Endpoint back onto offense here.
I was actually pretty worried for Dignitas and Endpoint in that situation. Astral will be denied by Nachito. Yukio with a follow-up off the backboard. Where's Violent Panda? There he comes. And saved by Relating Wave. And a great control touch there from Astral to take that back into his own corner and stay in position to handle that.
Here's Yukio on the dribble, looking to flick Relating Wave. Gets up and blocks Astral's follow-up. And now Violent Panda looking to keep the drive going. But Virtuoso will pass Relating Wave, and they'll just clear it long down the center of the field. Astral with a touch off the wall. Virtuoso punts it high. Does his teammate manage to get there? No, they actually fall back and respect Yukio's already in the air. He's out of boost now. But the clear comes through for Endpoint. 1:07 on the clock, approaching the final minute, still tied up at 1 goal apiece.
Oh, what a touch from Violent Panda.
Oh, Astral looking for Yukio. Now Relating Wave on the counterattack. He's got Virtuoso on the flank. Just takes the shot himself. Violent Panda sends it high. Now Virtuoso up. Here's the follow-up on the backboard. Yukio's got it away. Violent Panda onto the side wall. Relating Wave with a response. Astral's just far enough back to make the stop. Virtuoso will look to zone out the defenders, give his team ball control, but Dignitas is able to get around him, get into the midfield.
Ooh. Oh, man. Violent Panda so smart in the midfield. That approach was not easy, and he sets one up for Astral down into the left side, and Astral turns in another late goal. Dignitas, 2 games in a row, a goal inside of 30 seconds to take the lead.
What a pass and what a setup from Violent Panda. The pass comes through. It looks like he's going to take the shot himself, but instead, he just lofts it. Astral's already airborne for it. Endpoint's caught flat-footed in a strange read. With 24 seconds left, a 1-goal lead once more. This is about when Dignitas was able to take the lead in game number 1. Can they hold on to it again here? They were able to get a security goal on our first game. There's a nice touch, though. Virtuoso extending into the corner. Relating Wave beaten, though, by Yukio now, and he'll get that one. A nice bounce for Dignitas. Nachitow will chase this one down, but we're out of time. Is he out of boost? Probably, and they'll bump him off it. There they go, into the ground. Dignitas take 2 games in a row.
Well done for Dignitas. Violent Panda having a big couple of touches to break out of the defense, but also milestone day for Yukio. That 2 saves puts him at 400 in his career, so well done to you on the defensive front, sir.
Is it it is 400. Look at him go.
Yeah, 400
Oh, man,
even.
putting up the big 400. Violent Panda. Speaking of, I think he is 4 assists away from 300, so we'll keep an eye on that as we get into game 3. But he might not hit it in this series, given that they have managed to get the early 2-0 here. And there's a chance that they are able to get the sweep on Endpoint. Endpoint's made a valiant, has been strong through both games.
Oh, yeah.
They've had great moments on both sides of the ball, but they're just not able. I just want to see their drives be more successful here. 7 shots to 1 goal. And only, they forced 5 saves out of Dignitas. They've definitely been putting it on target a decent amount. There's only 1 shot unaccounted for there, but their drives just not getting through. Is this a Dignitas defensive performance, or is this an Endpoint offensive mishap here?
So I won't say it's an Endpoint offensive mishap. I think Endpoint has had a great job of, but it's really just a matter of they don't quite have the real quality goal-scoring opportunity. It's not a mishap, it's just a lack of creation. Dignitas have had a much better defensive day, and they're not allowing any of those great passing plays from Endpoint. And Relating Wave and Virtuoso definitely having to work to try and get the offense going, but the defense doing too well.
Well, Endpoint's got 1 last chance here. They cannot afford to lose any more games. They got to win 3 straight against the very strong Dignitas. Yukio goes for the dunk. Gets it into the corner and then demolished. Virtuoso looks to connect with his teammate. Goes back out to the midfield. Astral coming off the ceiling, looked for a crazy shot, but nothing's going to come of it. Relating Wave, a nice win in the midfield. Virtuoso's up for it, finds the shot, and it's still in. Violent Panda managed to get his bumper onto it, but it didn't matter. Endpoint score first again.
Yeah, here they catch Violent Panda in the 2-on-2, but Violent Panda's coming into that net so hard, and the only reason he doesn't get it is because he really does try to power slide perfectly into the net. and he is oh so close, but he's slightly forward on the goal line, so he gets the first touch, but he ends up putting it in off the bar. Tough break for VP on the fast rotate back.
Yukio dropping it in the midfield. Notchdown relating wave, tried to meet up in enemy territory, but pass doesn't quite come through. Now Astral looking for the carry out on defense. Violent Panda will move up to meet him and gets it onto the backboard. Notchtown will clear it out. Virtuoso over one. Here's relating wave, the three-man play from Endpoint, blocked by Astral. Now Yukio with a clear over the top of Notchtown. He has to quickly hit his brakes and turn around. There's relating wave up. Yukio's got one beat. Is there any finish? Astral tried, maybe zoned off by his own teammate. Not able to make contact. Now Violent Panda comes in, slow plays this, tries to pick it up quickly, but it does give the rest of Endpoint time to read. Violent Panda will get a demolition onto Virtuoso though, which gives Yukio some space. Now Astral, high, comes back down, and Virtuoso try to chase, but didn't quite get the vault off the wall he was hoping for. Now Relating Wave will be left with ball control in his own back third.
And Dignitas again, wanting to set up the camp. You can see Virtuoso getting in their faces. There's two big demos and transition. Yukio, the last man to try and get something going. And Endpoint will hold it off despite two demos. Yukio is able to buy enough time while cherry picking.
Oh, there's so much offensive opportunity for Dignitas, but the Endpoint defense stands up strong in the box and on the goal line. Now Nachitao takes his time here in the corner, sends it long and high. Virtuoso tried to adjust. Yukio will play it right back behind him. Now Relating Wave to Virtuoso, shut down by Astral into the corner. But Nachitao gets all of this one all the way down the field. Violent Panda, nearly it's redirected. Here comes Nachitao to keep it competitive. It's dangerous, and in the air is Relating Wave there in time. He was diving across the field. What was at best going to be a repositional contact. Now back down in, there's a shot. No, blocked again by Dignitas. But Endpoint is holding on to this one-goal lead as we're across halftime. Here's Violent Panda looking to tie the game. Now Yukio over. Astral is just a little bit too far ahead of him, but he does get it back up. Yukio looks for this. It's not going to happen. So he gets it back out to the edge. And Dignitas starting to build the pressure. They have scored on these sieges multiple times. And they're keeping it trapped in the blue once more. Violent Panda a little bit low on boost, but in Relating Wave, he reads the situation, just tackles him. Now Endpoint looking for that second goal, looking for some security here to give themselves some breathing room in game 3.
Yeah, to be fair, Endpoint, they've looked good in the midfield. Dignitas are no doubt looking for those crosses in and out of the pitch, towards the sides, into the middle, and Endpoint are doing a great job closing the gaps, getting in the way of those passing lanes. But at the same time, it's a tough day because Dignitas just refuses to let them ever gain possession.
Yukio, the midfield was beaten. Astral and Violent Panda now meeting up. Here's Yukio up against Virtuoso. He'll win that challenge. Astral trying. Virtuoso sends this one to the net, and Violent Panda actually misses. Virtuoso gets a second goal, and with 1:05 left to go, that's 2 for Endpoint.
Yeah, Violent Panda cut forward off that initial Astral touch, and ooh, yeah, he knows he got caught just one step too far. Virtuoso made him pay for it. He still had 16 boost in the tank, but I think he just gave up because he knew he wasn't going to make it.
Here comes Violent Panda. Waiting wave out to Nachitao. Dignitas still hoping to finish this one off in 3. They've got 1 minute though to score 2 and get us to overtime. Astral with the pinch. It's a great start. They've given themselves quite a lot of time to score that equalizer.
Plenty, in fact. Astral, great catch, and yes, the command and the double tap off the ground for the ground pinch to get that 1, stick it to the ground, 2, add the power, and a beautiful bit of shooting from Astral. Uncontested for once, and they turn it in.
Astral's been pretty strong with the ground pinches this season. And Yukio keeps this one in the blue. Relating Wave's going to have an awkward touch, and Violent Panda gets it back out in front. Here comes Astral, gets it across to Yukio, but it's a little bit too far out of his teammate's range. Now Endpoint will look to transition. They win a nice challenge in the midfield, but Yukio's right there, sends it straight to the goal. Relating Wave with an excellent clear, but Astral will have this one. Back to Violent Panda, lofted. Here's Yukio, a demolition onto Astral. Just opens up space for both of them to move up. Violent Panda shoots to the far side, and Relating Wave makes the save, gets it away. Astral with another opportunity, puts it high. He's going to place it back into the midfield. Is Violent Panda there? He thinks about it, but respects that the defense is already airborne. Now Yukio off the corner. Relating Wave will beat Violent Panda. Nachitao extends it into enemy territory. Yukio's got a save, but they've got to get the goal. It's not going to happen here as it hits the ground. Endpoint save themselves in Game 3. We'll go to Game 4.
And Endpoint might have won 2-1, but it's the defense that gets the job here in Game 3, and they take the first step back towards success against Dignitas. Strong game, going for those challenges and preventing Dignitas from getting more of those more dangerous chances towards the goal. But Endpoint, that was a battle on their own half for most of the game, and they did a great job taking advantage of 2 missteps from Violent Panda. Not much of one, but 2 tiny mispositions, and they scored on both of them.
Yeah, Violent Panda, you can see him there just a little bit too far forward, a little bit too much faith, and he tried to reach that ball, but it's a difficult read over your back shoulder. And so, Endpoint will secure a win, but the easiest of the 3 wins you have to make in a reverse sweep situation here. And now I would go into what I would say is probably actually the hardest of the 3 wins. And Dignitas definitely knew how to handle Endpoint in the first 2 games. Game 3, maybe a little bit of a relaxation of we've got this. They haven't been able to beat us yet. You see them beat you, and then you double back down, and you still have that freedom of if we lose this game, we have Game 5 behind us. I think Dignitas is most deadly here in Game 4.
Probably. It's always tough to sweep anybody, regardless of how good you're perceived to be or how you think you match up against the other opponent. Winning 3 straight is always difficult. Endpoint do a nice job. Nobody's perfect. They pick apart a couple mistakes from Dignitas. They win 1 game, but you're absolutely right. Now the chips are down. You got to come out here, have a strong performance. Can't afford to get trapped in on your own half here in Game 4.
Well, we'll watch Endpoint. All eyes are on them as they are out of lives. Well, Astral stretches this to the corner. Relating Wave with a miss. On an awkward touch, Nachitao will find a clear. Violent Panda with a quick adjust. Violent Panda rocking the Fennec today. Usually it plays Dominus. Here comes Nachitao looking for an early goal and actually gets it off the post and in. Endpoint will score first for a 3rd game.
The winning touch here is actually that flip reset from Relating Wave. Catches it with the wheel, slows it down a little bit, and then as he lands, gets the bump on the goalie. Nice play, Relating Wave. You earned that one.
4:33. Early goal for Endpoint. They have managed to score first 3 games in a row. Only able to hold on to it once, but this is an early 2nd goal from them. 2 in the 1st minute.
Well, it's got exactly what you wanted. Can't afford to get stuck on your own half. 2 quick goals, and Astral's struggling to follow that ball as it bounces around the corner and back out into the middle. Doesn't stick on that wall, and the pressure off the kickoff get to Dignitas.
Dignitas pressured in this game like they haven't been before. Astral nearly finds a crazy kickoff goal. But instead, now they've got to play some more defense. They'll get 1 stop and a clear. A touch over 1. Virtuoso plays it off the wall, and Yukio will look to connect out with Astral, but ball's just far enough behind him. Nachitao's got a free read. Violent Panda with 1. Relating Wave into the corner. Now the touch back down to Virtuoso. This one neutral, but the rest of the pressure from Endpoint too far back. They won't have a follow-up. Violent Panda looks for Yukio here, and this one goes into the Dignitas corner. Relating Wave up. Shot is good. Astral makes the save. Now Nachitao in the corner. Constantly trying to play it around this left side. Here's Violent Panda looking to catch him on the change-up. Couldn't quite get it through him. They barely get a wheel on it as he got 2 defenders to bite. A close one for Endpoint.
Violent Panda all series long. If he's got space, he's been trying to take it, change pace of play, and it almost worked there. And Endpoint having to work on defense to keep the lead to 2, and Yukio gets back to it. On the goal line, popped up and down and out.
Oh, the saves were good, and Astral on the far side. Oh, he doesn't get it around the post. It just barely goes. Now here comes Violent Panda in to finish it off, and he will get it through. Dignitas finally on the board in Game 4.
Yukio with the delay touch takes a nasty skip. First one to it, doesn't try and jam it home, just throws it right back up there, beats the man, which is the important part, and of course, you can always trust on the captain to be there.
3:07. And only a 1-goal game. Dignitas looking to tie it up as Yukio tries to carry it over. Relating Wave, excellent adjustments in the air to continue with that air dribble and match him. Virtuoso will look for Nachitao. He's got enough boost actually to reach this, but The shot is wide of the goal. A play back in. Violent Panda touched to one. Relating Wave a little bit too far up. Nachita with a quick adjustment. Yukio and Astral both up for this. They've got to get the clear, and they do. Violent Panda not going to make a solid contact, and Astral quickly adjusts in the midfield. Now Yukio past one. A double demolition gives us a momentary 2v2 as Relating Wave finds a clear, and Astral now back to Yukio. The shot is good, and Relating Wave just slow plays and reads. Gets the block. 2:25. We're across halftime, and Endpoint still holding on to that crucial lead.
It's a nice touch from Violent Panda, actually let that ball go and have Astral try and take it out of their own half. But now they're stuck on their own side one more time. They got to fight for possession. Endpoint. Just the midfield game here in Game 4, combined with the early 2-goal lead, has been a nightmare for Dignitas to try and break out of. They've had a couple of good looks, though, but the defense back on the goal line has been tough, too.
Relating Wave to Astral. Back down Violent Panda over the top of one. Virtuoso on the backboard will control this to the corner and gets a bounce that neutralizes Yukio, but now the touch from Violent Panda sends it back up. The guillotine drops. Are they there? They sure are. Violent Panda will tie the game.
Wash, rinse, repeat. It worked last time, do it again. Yukio beats the defense, doesn't try and jam it home, throws it up to beat the man, and who's there? Violent Panda again. Easy 2 goals for Dignitas.
Cleans it up, ties the game. And oh boy, Endpoint. They managed to make a comeback like this in game number 1. Now it's Dignitas that has to make the 2-goal swing, and do they make it? 3. Virtuoso gets up in time to block it. Relating Wave will block the follow-up. Well done. The defense holds on the retreat. With 1:25 left to go, Endpoint, they're looking for that lead back. They'd love to make it to game 5. As Astral tries, Virtuoso sends it high. Now Violent Panda trying to control it back around. There's Yukio, a touch in the midfield to Astral. The shot is on target. Relating Wave makes the diving save. Virtuoso puts it high, and now the counterattack. Relating Wave onto the backboard. Does he have enough for the double tap? No, it's blocked. And now the counterattack both the other way. Yukio's shot is just wide. He'll adjust to try and get the pass, but misses. We'll slow down just a moment here, but holy cow, things sped up for a second.
That save from Astral was nutty. Yukio tries to pick him apart. There's Astral to come through and take the lead. And I was just thinking, man, here's the real test for Endpoint. You get the early 2-goal lead. You're looking good. They work 2 back, and it's late in the game again. And here's where experience, the veterans rally. And now it is just sad times if you're an Endpoint fan or a player. It is brutal here in Game 4.
It can't be sad times just yet. You got 40 seconds left. You've tied it up before, and you're a fast team. Let's see if Nachita and Virtuoso can do it here. They'll look for the pass, maybe. They get one challenge, a bump off Yukio. Virtuoso turns it around, goes for the changeup on Violent Panda, but he gets the block. Nachita keeps it in the box, though. Relating Waves up. Can he kid it off of Astral? Nearly does so, but Astral reads him. Now Nachita with one last attempt. He's out of boost, and there's the clear from Yukio. 17 seconds left. They're looking for security and the win on the series. Astral tries, Relating Wave blocks. Astral's got control. Virtuoso gets it off him, and it's behind Violent Panda-ish. Here comes Nachita. 5 seconds remaining. Can Relating Wave pick it up?
Great touch.
They've got a little bit of boost from the midfield. Relating Wave now onto the backboard. There's the shot. Virtuoso, and it's wide. Nachita can't keep it in the air, and Dignitas will take game 4 and the series.
Oh, crushing. Oh, Virtuoso's going to be kicking himself. He knows he wasn't even close with that one. Brutal for Endpoint. That series does not belie how well Endpoint played, truly. They played Dignitas close. They've got one more to go, but what a tough way to lose. When you're thinking sweep, we're up 2-0 just past 30 seconds, and they score an equalizer at a minute 42. Then you gotta buckle down, and Dignitas just refused to let go. Yukio with 3 massive assists in game 4.
Yeah. I loved the exchange where we had right before the go-ahead goal was scored, where there's one drive on one end and flying back onto the other end, and then onto the back end, and then it breaks up for just a second, and then one critical miss on an aerial defensive block opens the door, and they're able to score that one. Astral scoring the game winner. What a performance from all of them, though. That was just match 1 of the day. We've got a bunch more banger matches coming up. When we come back, Reciprocity taking on TSM. TSM has had a nightmare of a season. Can they turn it around here at the very end? We'll find out after the break.
CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Yes. Cheers, Jan, for code. Let me give you your credit. Yeah, say everyone hello.
Hello, everybody. I know. I remember. I remember.
Don't do that. Don't do that, I said.
Welcome back to week 6 of the European Rocket League Championship Series League Play. I'm your host, Brody Leaf More alongside me, Gibbs.
Are you
and
watching
Achieves
this
now
video?
joining from that match. You got the pleasure of watching that one firsthand, Achieves. A lot of
That's
exciting things
it.
happening.
Yeah,
First
that's
off, we get to watch Dignitas. That's
Thank
always
you.
a treat to watch. And secondly, I believe Yukio hit a milestone.
There you go, yeah, your credit for level. And Gruber, I think you hit level 7, partner, as far as I've seen it.
Things with a
Let
couple of
me
big
check.
assists and Violent Panda.
For
the
sure.
collective captain turns in the big game winners.
Where's Gruber?
A heartbreaker of a series though for Endpoint. I really do feel like they actually played
Thank you,
a
fine.
fantastic series. It's just the first couple games got
Me
away
pleasure,
from
partner, me
them a little
pleasure.
bit, but as they settled
To
in,
się
they
da.
started looking like a real good team. So
Zabierasz do miejsca.
if they struggle versus
Fakt
Singularity
czy co?
later,
Hey!
I wouldn't actually be too worried about them in that promo.
Don't do that.
That's the office for being
Na spokoju to połóż tam.
Yeah, it seemed like Endpoint just didn't respect the wall plays early
That's
on
why I
throughout the
got
series. Like
being
Astro
me.
had a few
Yo.
by himself that just got over the defense. We saw one from Yukio as well. Couple nice passing plays by Dignitas, but they wound up using the backboard a lot towards the end of the series. And
Then you
Astro,
find that
sure, he didn't score those
bot
goals
was
for
saying
the
that.
final game.
So
Two big
difficult.
saves, though, to keep Endpoint from
Erin, howdy, partner. How do you do? How do you do, by the way?
on Dignitas getting involved there.
I'm looking for that.
Yeah, I just want to ask you, Cheese.
Yeah, Gruber hit level 7. GG, Gruber.
To all be playing in RLCS too, but you know when you see a passing play like those come out from Dignitas,
Let me
they're
find
so
the
fast
Gruber.
infield, you almost don't have time to get on their backboard. But then as we saw from some of those plays, the ball still ends up being passed off the backboard. What do you do in a situation? How do you make a decision to defend, you know, just on the ground from the net for that passing play infield, or to get on the backboard?
Well, so the interesting
Yeah,
thing about
Gruber is
defending
here with us.
infield passes from the goal line is, one, you obviously hope that you have at least one person between you and that shot so that they kind of cover at least the near post options a lot of the time. And as you're coming out of the goal, you're focused on sort of the middle to the
There you
back
go,
side of the net
partner.
a lot of the time. Because if that ball goes
Okay, it's
across
all
and
yours.
gets by your teammate, 9 times out of 10, that's where the other player is going to be shooting the ball from. It's kind of just sort of this sixth sense thing. If it goes up towards the backboard, you just hope it's not crashed off there real hard.
GG on
so you
them
still
levels,
have to
guys.
jump
GG on
up
them
and try
levels.
to get to it. Obviously, you're hoping, again, another teammate of yours is already back there, hopefully. So it's playing infield passes from the net. It's kind of just keeping that mental image of where people can be on the pitch a lot of the times.
Turn mate, I believe that's how supposed to pronounce your nickname, bro. Turn mate, great. On me channels are for levels.
Decent enough idea to
You hit level 4, you're gonna get yourself first grade.
Now,
You could earn it, not for free, or you can win them in the raffles. But I'm not giving them away just like that. Yep, level 4, level 5, level 6. If you hit level 4, 5, 6, you're gonna get yourself a Win Zero crate. Level 7, 8, 9, depends on what's the deal. Used to be Brave, now it's
A
EMGG.
whole lot. They still have a chance to.
From level 10s, we're giving out some goals
Too
too.
much about that just yet.
Like
but
plushies,
their next game versus
arts,
Singularity means everything.
mouse
They have a better
pads,
game
and
differential,
stuff like
so
that.
They have a chance to actually lock up for RLCS like season 10 with the top 7 finish. if
That's
they
how
beat
we do it on my channel.
by, I think it's a
But I
3
know there are other teammates who will give them you if you ask them, but that'll hear it.
Match that's in between that we have to
We've
get
got
to
like
first,
a
and it's reciprocity
proper
versus TSM.
deposit community. Small, but absolutely amazing. Built from amazing people.
Swing going with TSM on the other end of the field is having a lot of difficulty.
And I feel it's only fair to support the people that support me and each other, as you can see in the chat above.
on Monday when they played Endpoint. It just looked like Remco. We were praising Remco. We're like, he actually looks like the best on their team lately. Then he just completely misses a kickoff, has a ton of defensive errors. We see Metz and Magnus missing a lot of balls, and it just seemed like once one error happened, many more showed up after. It seems like their morale is super low. On the other side for Reciprocity, I'm kind of liking what's going on because now we see Shawset getting time with the ball. Monaco's defense, you have to credit them. They played really well versus Shawset in those 1v1 plays, but Shawset had a ton of them. That is something I do like from Reciprocity going forward. We'll see if they continue that. That might have just been because Monaco gives them space. TSM is going to do exactly the same thing. So you expect an easy win here for Rec. But for TSM, literally they're playing.
Let's go! Now let me see your fucking hands up!
And that was the spirit breaker. And that's when you got last week where you're like, oh, now they just look dreadful. So now you bring up the look, now you are completely out of lives. You must win to avoid automatic demotion to the rival series. Who knows? Maybe you throw caution to the winds. And that could play well because you say that, you know, Reciprocity, you expect the easy win, but to me, they're kind of lukewarm at best, you know? They've had the off weeks, the on weeks, and who knows what you're going to get. So if Remco and crew come out here throwing fire, who knows?
Now, to be fair, lukewarm is better than ice cold. So
Yes,
that's why
you
I'm
are
giving
correct.
Rec the easy win. I'm not saying Rec is the greatest team here. It's just they're playing TSM. Let's just look at the opponent right now.
Oh, you're
Well,
definitely
which bowl of water is going to heat up faster? Let us know online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS Now. We want to hear your thoughts, of course, as we have a lot of European League play to get through for the rest of the day. But now TSM still fighting for 7th, but Reciprocity stands strong in their way. Wave and Turtle will unfold the story.
Yes, I have the story right here. It's a lovely picnic blanket that I'm just going to unfold and lay out for everyone, and we're going to sit on top of it and have some wonderful ham and cheese and strawberries. Turtle, I'm excited for this one. Reciprocity right now at 4-3. TSM in a must-win situation, or else they're probably going to the rival series. Do you think they can do it?
It's scary, okay? And for TSM, the thing about them that's so interesting is they have the respect out of everybody. Everybody who is either the winning team right now in league play from Europe or the lowest team. Everybody respects TSM strictly because of the veteran experience, the history these guys have as players. So I think that, you know, it's possible. It's not like these guys are just a rookie team who are just now coming in to the RLCS and they've never been here before. They have what it takes and they have the experience to make a solid run here towards the end of the season. It's just going to be a difficult task going up against Reciprocity, especially if Shawset's popping off.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's so much story with these TSM guys. I mean, Remco is a former world champ from Season 3. Metz and Magnus were a part of this Method roster that came in second to the KDOP teams for many, many seasons, so many times. They've played in the Grand Finals, but didn't actually even manage to get a win there. So we'll see. There's so much story. There's so much wonderful, just Rocket League lore with this TSM team, but they've only gotten one win. They have 2 matches left this season. This one against Reciprocity and the next week against Barca. I don't know which team I think they have a better chance of beating. They've got to get some wins here or else they will be that 10th place team in Europe.
I mean, it's going to be so difficult. And Reciprocity, so far, they've had a rough season as well in terms of fighting people who are really on the same level of competition because they've been doing well against the lower league teams, but against, the higher league teams, we got Vitality, Barcelona, all of those teams, they've been struggling. So we'll see if they can really keep up that pace against TSM, a team that's so defensive.
Wow. What a save to get that one away. They got it off the backboard for free. Reciprocity. They had a great start, but the defense of TSM stands up strong on the goal line. I believe that ball was halfway. And we do have Reciprocity in the orange as they loft this one. Metzenaris out to Remco. TSM is in the blue, a best of 5. Now Fruity to try and set this one up, see if he can connect with Shawset. Magnus, he'll find that clear, no problem. Farah demolishing his own backfield. And now Remco demolishes, demos all over the place. Metzenaris into the corner. There's Remco, but Farah beats him. Magnus up here and on this high side. Fruity misses. Metzenaris should hit this, and that's TSM on the board first.
Magnus, this is what I love to see from him every single time TSM is doing well. It's him being the catalyst, the guy who can make the best assist on the team, set up his teammates perfectly, and he does it just there against Reciprocity for Metza, because that's what we want to see from Magnus, slot into that playmaker role where he can set everybody up.
Yo, Trenu! Grim SG, thank you for the follow, partner. Let's quickly stitch switch, pardon, for how do we see it? It's supposed to be. Yeah, I agree with that. No. Yeah, we got it.
A brand new file has to be constructed that includes the changed portion. Otherwise, every change would add a seek or two. Even so, you can occasionally see this happening on game titles. They start to hitch once they get patched enough. With an SSD, though, no seeks, so no need to make brand new files with the changes incorporated into them, which means no installs as you know them today. There's yet one more benefit, which is that system memory can be used much more efficiently. On PlayStation 4, game data on the hard drive feels very distant and difficult to use. By the time you realize you need a piece of data, it's much too late to go out and load it. So system memory has to contain all of the data that could be used in the next 30 seconds or so of gameplay. That means a lot of the 8 gigabytes of system memory is idle. It's just waiting there to be potentially used. On PlayStation 5, though, the SSD is very close to being like more RAM. Typically, it's fast enough that when you realize you need a piece of data, you can just load it from the SSD and use it. There's no need to have lots of data parked in system memory waiting to potentially be used. A different way of saying that is that most of RAM is working on the game's behalf. This is one of the reasons that 16 gigabytes of GDDR6 feels right for PlayStation 5. The presence of the SSD reduces the need for a massive intergenerational increase in size. So back to the dream of the SSD. Here's the set of targets. Boot the game in a second. No load screens. Design freedom, meaning no twisty passages or long corridors. More game on the disk and more game on the SSD. And finally, those patch installs go away. The reality, though, is that the SSD is just one piece of the puzzle. There's a lot of places where bottlenecks can occur in between the SSD and the game code that uses the data. You can see this on PlayStation 4. If I use an SSD with 10 times the speed of a standard hard drive, I probably see only double the loading speed, if that. For PlayStation 5, our goal was not just that the SSD itself be 100 times faster. It was that game loads and streaming would be 100 times faster. So every single potential bottleneck needed, and there are a lot of them when its overhead gets 100 times larger. Conceptually, it's a pretty simple process. Data is loaded into system memory from the hard drive. It's examined. A few values are tweaked to check it in, and then it's moved to its final location. As we're talking about, that moving the data, meaning copying it from one location to another, takes roughly an entire next-gen CPU core. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. If all the overheads get 100 times larger, that will cripple the frame rate as soon as the player moves, and that massive stream of data starts.
Zappy drinking? Drink to
So
PS5!
all of that, we built a lot of custom hardware, namely a custom flash designed for smooth and bottleneck-free operation, but also with games in mind. For example, there are 6 levels of priority when reading from the SSD. Priority is very important. You can imagine the player heading into some new location in the world and the game requesting a few gigabytes of textures. And while those textures are being loaded, an enemy is shot and has to speak a few dying words. Having multiple priority levels lets the audio for those dying words get loaded immediately. On one side, that flash controller connects to the actual flash dies that supply the storage. To reach our bandwidth target of 5 gigabytes a second, we ended up with a 12-channel interface. 8 channels wouldn't be enough. The resulting bandwidth we've achieved is actually 5.5 gigabytes a second. With a 12-channel interface, the most natural size that emerges for an SSD is 825 gigabytes. The key question for us was, is that enough? I mean, it's tempting to add more, but Flash certainly doesn't come cheap, and we have a responsibility to our gaming audience to be cost-effective with regards to what we put in the console. Ultimately, we resolved this question by looking at the play patterns of a broad range of gamers. We examined the specific games that they were playing over the course of a weekend or a week or a month, and whether that set of games would fit properly on the SSD. We were able to establish that the friction caused by reinstalls or redownloads would be quite low, and so we locked in on that 825 gigabyte size, while also preparing multiple strategies so that those who want more storage can add it. I'll go through the details in a moment. Back to the Flash controller. On the other side, it connects to our main custom chip via 4 lanes of Gen 4 PCIe. And inside the main custom chip is a pretty hefty unit dedicated to I/O.
Code incoming, guys.
We talk about what that does.
Instant code, top left corner.
For a moment. PlayStation 4 used zlib as its compression format. We decided to use it again on PlayStation 5, but on my 2017 tour of developers, I learned about a new format called Kraken from Rad Game Tools. It's like zlib's smarter cousin. Simple, similar types of algorithms, but about 10% better compression, which is pretty big. That means 10% more game on the UHD Blu-ray disc or on the SSD. Kraken had only been out for a year, but it was already becoming a de facto industry standard. Half of the teams I talked to were either using it or getting ready to evaluate it. So we hustled and built a custom decompressor into the I/O unit, one capable of handling over 5 gigabytes of Kraken format input data a second. After decompression, that typically becomes 8 or 9 gigabytes, but the unit itself is capable of outputting as much as 22 gigabytes a second if the data happen to compress particularly well. By the way, in terms of performance, that custom decompressor equates to 9 of our Zen 2 cores. That's what it would take to decompress the Kraken stream with a conventional CPU. There's a lot more in the custom I/O unit, including a dedicated DMA controller. The game can direct exactly where it wants to send the
Code in the chat, guys. Ja managed to grab it.
This equates to another Zen 2 core or 2 in terms of its copy performance. Its primary purpose is to remove check-in as a bottleneck. There's 2 dedicated I/O coprocessors and a large RAM pool. These aren't Zen 2 cores. They're there principally to direct the variety of custom hardware around them. One of the coprocessors is dedicated to SSD I/O. This lets us bypass traditional file I/O and its bottlenecks when reading from the SSD. The other is responsible for memory mapping, which I know doesn't sound like anything related to the SSD, but a lot of developers map and remap memory as part of file I/O, and this too can become a bottleneck. There are coherency engines to assist the coprocessors. Coherency comes up a lot in places. Probably the biggest coherency issue is stale data in the GPU caches. Flushing all of the GPU caches whenever the SSD is read is an unattractive option. It could really hurt the GPU performance. So we've implemented a gentler way of doing things, where the coherency engines inform the GPU of the overwritten address.
Yeah, Saprichi!
Several dozen GPU caches to pinpoint evictions of just those address ranges. The best thing is, as a game developer, when you read from the SSD, you don't need to know any of this. You don't even need to know that your data is compressed. You just indicate what data you'd like to read from your original uncompressed file and where you'd like to put it, and the whole process of loading it happens invisibly to you and at very high speed. Back to the dream.
Lucky you.
Surrounding hardware. Our 5.5 gigabytes a second really should translate into something like 100 times faster I/O than PS4 and allow the dream of no load screens and super fast streaming to become a reality. Having said that, expandability of the SSD is going to be quite important. Flash is costly, and you may very well want to add storage to whatever we put in the console. Now, the kind of storage you need depends on how you're going to use it. If you have an extensive PlayStation 4 library and would like to take advantage of backwards compatibility to play those games on PlayStation 5, then a large external hard drive is ideal. You can leave your games on the hard drive and play them directly from there, thus saving the pricier SSD storage for your PlayStation 5 titles, or you can copy your active PlayStation 4 titles to the SSD. If your purpose in adding more storage is to play PlayStation 5 titles, though, ideally you would add to your SSD storage. We will be supporting certain M2 SSDs. These are internal drives that you can get on the open market and install in a bay in the PlayStation 5. As for which ones we support and when, I'll get to that in a moment. They connect through the custom I/O unit just like our SSD does, so they can take full advantage of the decompression, I/O coprocessors, and all the other features I was talking about. Here's the catch, though. That commercial drive has to be at least as fast as ours. Games that rely on the speed of our SSD.
GG Mikey Mike, howdy partner, how do you do?
When I gave the Wired interview last year, I said that the PlayStation 5 SSD was faster than anything available on PC. At the time, commercial M2 drives used PCIe 3.0, and 4 lanes of that cap out at 3.5 gigabytes a second. In other words, no PCIe 3.0 drive can hit the required spec. M2 drives with PCIe 4.0 are now out in the market. We're getting our samples and seeing 4 or 5 gigabytes a second from them. By year's end, I expect there will be drives that saturate 4.0 and support 7 gigabytes a second. Having said that, we are comparing apples and oranges, though, because that commercial M2 drive will have its own architecture, its own flash controller, and so on. For example, the NVMe specification lays out a priority scheme for requests that the M2 drives can use. And that's
oh yeah, code on top, guys!
But it only has 2 true priority levels. Our drive supports 6. We can hook up a drive with only 2 priority levels, definitely, but our custom I/O unit has to arbitrate the extra priorities rather than the M2 drive's flash controller. And so the M2 drive needs a little extra speed to take care of issues arising from the different approach. That commercial drive also needs to physically fit inside of the bay we created in PlayStation 5 for M2 drives. Unlike internal hard drives, there's unfortunately no standard for the height of an M2 drive, and some M2 drives have giant heat sinks. In fact, some of them even have their own fans.
Nice, code in the chat, thanks to y'all.
M2 drive samples and benchmarking them in various ways. When games hit beta as they get ready for the PlayStation 5 launch at year-end, we'll also be doing some compatibility testing to make sure that the architecture of particular M2 drives isn't too foreign for the games to handle. Once we've done that compatibility testing, we should be able to start letting you know which drives will physically fit and which drive samples have benchmarked appropriately high in our testing. It would be great if that happened by launch, but it's likely to be a bit past it, so please hold off on getting that M2 drive until you hear from us. Okay, back to our principles. Balancing evolution and revolution is the second of them. This was definitely a recurring theme with the GPU. We need new GPU features and capabilities. If we only have more performance, it's not really a new generation of console. Of course, many of these capabilities result in more performance. That's part of why a PlayStation 5 teraflop is more powerful than a PlayStation 4 teraflop. But we aren't just looking for the performance. We also need the ability to do something with the GPU that could not have been done before. And we need higher performance per watt. Every time we double the performance of some GPU component, we don't want to find out we've doubled the power consumed and the heat produced. But at the same time, we have to make sure the GPU can run PS4 games, and we have to ensure that the architecture is easy for the developers to adopt. Now, backwards compatibility was handled masterfully by AMD. They treated it as a key need throughout the design process. As our solution to adding new features without blindsiding developers, we made sure that if there were new significant features, it would be optional to use them. The GPU supports ray tracing, but you don't have to use ray tracing to make your game. The GPU supports primitive shaders, but you can release your first game on PlayStation 5 without making any use of them. Before I get into the capabilities of the GPU, I'd like to make clear 2 points that can be quite confusing. First, we have a custom AMD GPU based on their RDNA 2 technology. What does that mean? AMD is continuously improving and revising their tech. For RDNA 2, their goals were, roughly speaking, to reduce power consumption by re-architecting the GPU to put data close to where it's needed, to optimize the GPU for performance and to add a new, more advanced feature set. But that feature set is malleable, which is to say that we have our own needs for PlayStation, and that can factor into what the AMD roadmap becomes. So collaboration is born. If we bring concepts to AMD...
Guys, we got 2 more new predictions opened.
into RDNA 2.
Go on, grab us them XP, spend them coins.
If the ideas are sufficiently specific to what we're trying to accomplish, like the GPU cache scrubbers I was talking about, then they end up being just for us. If you see a similar discrete GPU available as a PC card at roughly the same time as we release our console, that means our collaboration with AMD succeeded in producing technology useful in both worlds. It doesn't mean that we as Sony simply incorporate...
2 new predictions, that's 50 XP, guys.
This continuous improvement in AMD technology means it's dangerous to rely on teraflops as an absolute indicator of performance, and CU count should be avoided as well. In the case of CPUs, we all understand this. The PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 each have 8 CPUs, but we never think that meant the capabilities and performance are equal. It's the same for CUs. For one thing, they've been getting much larger over time. Adding new features means adding lots of transistors. In fact, the transistor count for a PlayStation 5 CU is 62% larger than the transistor count for a PlayStation 4 CU. Second, the PlayStation 5 GPU is backwards compatible with PlayStation 4. What does that mean? One way you can achieve backwards compatibility is to put the previous console's chipset in the new console, like we did with some PlayStation 3s, but that's of course extremely expensive. A better way is to incorporate any differences in the previous console's logic into the new console's custom chips, meaning that even as the technology evolves, the logic and feature set that PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 4 Pro titles rely on is still available in backwards compatibility modes. One advantage of this strategy is that once backwards compatibility is in the console, it's in. It's not as if a cost down will remove backwards compatibility like it did on PlayStation 3. Achieving this unification of functionality took years of efforts by AMD, as any roadmap advancement creates a potential divergence in logic. Running PS4 and PS4 titles at boosted frequencies has also added complexity. The boost is truly massive this time around, and some game code just can't handle it. Testing has to be done on a title-by-title basis. Results are excellent, though. We recently took a look at the top 100 PlayStation 4 titles as ranked by playtime, and we're expecting almost all of them to be playable at launch on PlayStation 5. With regards to new features, as I said, our strategy was to try to break new ground, but at the same time not to require use of the new GPU capabilities. For more than a decade, GPUs have imposed a restriction on game engines. Software handles vertex processing, but for the most part, dedicated hardware is responsible for the triangles and other geometry that the vertices form. That means it's not possible to do even basic optimizations, such as aborting processing of a vertex if all geometry that uses it is off-screen. PlayStation 5 has a new unit called the Geometry Engine, which brings handling of triangles and other primitives under full programmatic control. As a game developer, you're free to ignore its existence and use the PlayStation 5 GPU as if it were no more capable than the PS4 GPU, or you can use this new intelligence in various ways. Simple usage could be performance optimization, such as removing backfaced or off-screen vertices and triangles. More complex usage involves something called primitive shaders, which allow the game to synthesize geometry on the fly as it's being rendered. It's a brand new capability. Using primitive shaders on PlayStation 5 will allow for a broad variety of techniques, including smoothly varying level of detail, addition of procedural detail to close-up objects, and improvements to particle effects and other visual special effects. Another major new feature of our custom RDNA 2-based GPU is ray tracing, using the same strategy as AMD's upcoming PC GPUs. The CUs contain a new specialized unit called the intersection engine, which can calculate the intersection of rays with boxes and triangles. To use the intersection engine, first you build what is called an acceleration structure. It's data in RAM that contains all of your geometry. There's a specific set of formats you can use. They're variations on the same BVH concept. Then, in your shader program, you use a new instruction that asks the intersection engine to check a ray against the BVH. While the intersection engine is processing the requested ray triangle or ray box intersections, the shaders are free to do other work. Having said that, the ray tracing instruction is pretty memory intensive, so it's a good mix with logic-heavy code. There's of course no need to use ray tracing. PS4 graphics engines will run just fine on PlayStation 5, but it presents an opportunity for those interested. I'm thinking it'll take less than 1 million rays a second to have a big impact on audio. That should be enough for audio occlusion and some reverb calculations. With a bit more of the GPU invested in ray tracing, it should be possible to do some very nice global illumination. Having said that, adding ray-traced shadows and reflections to a traditional graphics engine could easily take hundreds of millions of rays a second, and full ray tracing could take billions. How far can we go? I'm starting to get quite bullish. I've already seen a PlayStation 5 title that's successfully using ray tracing-based reflections in complex animated scenes with only modest costs. Another set of issues for the GPU involved size and frequency. How big do we make the GPU, and what frequency do we run it at? This is a balancing act. The chip has a cost, and there's a cost for whatever we use to supply that chip with power and to cool it. In general, I like running the GPU at higher frequency. Let me show you why. Here's 2 possible configurations for a GPU roughly of the level of the PlayStation 4 Pro. This is a thought experiment. Don't take these configurations too seriously. If you just calculate teraflops, you get the same number. But actually, the performance is noticeably different because teraflops is defined as the computational capability of the vector ALU. That's just one part of the GPU. There are a lot of other units. And those other units all run faster when the GPU frequency is higher. At 33% higher frequency, rasterization goes 33% faster. Processing the command buffer goes that much faster. The L2 and other caches have that much higher bandwidth, and so on. About the only downside is that system memory is 33% further away in terms of cycles. But the large number of benefits more than counterbalance that. As a friend of mine says, a rising tide lifts all boats. Also, it's easier to fully use 36 CUs in parallel than it is to fully use 48 CUs. When triangles are small, it's much harder to fill all those CUs with useful work. So there's a lot to be said for faster, assuming you can handle the resulting power and heat issues, which frankly, we haven't always done the best job at. Part of the reason for this is, historically, our processor CPU and GPU frequencies has relied on some heavy-duty guesswork with regards to how much electrical power games will consume and how much heat will be produced as a result inside of the console. Power consumption varies a lot from game to game. When I play God of War on my PS4 Pro, I know the power consumption is high just by the fan noise. But power isn't simply about engine quality. It's about the minutiae of what's being displayed.
Exactly, yeah, you can, yeah.
It's counterintuitive, but processing dense geometry typically consumes less power than processing simple geometry, which is, I suspect, why Horizon's map screen, with its low triangle...
But it's like he showed that pretty much there won't be much, or if there will be anything that you won't have on PS5 that you can have on PC.
Which is to say, the worst case scene in the worst case game, and prepare a cooling solution that we think will be quiet at the
But I know, he watched.
If we get it right,
he was like us.
If we get it wrong, the console will be quite loud for the higher power games, and there's even a chance that it might overheat and shut down if we misestimate power too badly. PlayStation 5 is especially challenging because the CPU supports 256-bit native instructions that consume a lot of power.
We'll see, he said he will tell later.
Here and there, but presumably only minimally used. Or are they? If we plan for major 256-bit instruction usage, we need to set the CPU clock substantially lower or noticeably increase the size of the power supply and fan. So, after much discussion, we decided to go with a very different direction on PlayStation 5. We built a GPU with 36 CUs. Mind you, RDNA2 CUs are large. Each has 62% more transistors than the CUs we were using on PlayStation 4. So if we compare transistor counts, 36 RDNA2 CUs equates to roughly 58 PlayStation 4 CUs. It is a fairly sizable GPU. Then we went with a variable frequency strategy for PlayStation 5, which is to say we continuously run the GPU and CPU in boost mode. We supply a generous amount of electrical power and then increase the frequency of GPU and CPU until they reach the capabilities of the system's cooling solution.
We'll see, because he all the time is saying that he had to do
rather than running at constant frequency and letting
cuts
power vary
because of the cost.
we run at essentially constant power and let the
Code
frequency
incoming.
vary based on the workload.
Instant code
We
of
then
the
tackled the engineering challenge of a cost-effective and high-performance cooling solution
Be cost-effective.
designed for that specific power level. In some ways, it becomes a simpler problem because there are no more unknowns. There's no need to guess what power consumption the worst-case game might have. As for the details of the cooling solution, we're saving them for our teardown. I think you'll be quite happy with what the engineering team came up with. So, how fast can we run the GPU and CPU with this strategy? The simplest approach would be to look at the actual temperature of the silicon die and throttle the frequency on that basis. But that won't work. It fails to create a consistent PlayStation 5 experience. It wouldn't do to run a console slower simply because it was in a hot room. So rather than look at the actual temperature of the silicon die, we look at the activities that the GPU and CPU are performing and set the frequencies on that basis, which makes everything deterministic and repeatable. While we're at it, we also
Yeah, Geki, howdy, partner. How do you do?
Technology and send any unused power from the CPU to the GPU so it can squeeze out a few more pixels. The benefits of this strategy are quite large. Running a GPU at 2 gigahertz was looking like an unreachable target with the old fixed frequency strategy. With this new paradigm, we're able to run way over that. In fact, we have to cap the GPU frequency at 2.23 gigahertz so that we can guarantee that the on-chip logic operates properly. 36 CUs at 2.23 gigahertz
Slap
is
me.
10.3 teraflops, and we expect the GPU to spend most of its time at or close to that frequency and performance. Similarly, running the CPU at 3 gigahertz was causing headaches with the old strategy. But now we can run it as high as 3.5 gigahertz. In fact, it spends most of its time at that frequency. That doesn't mean all games will be running at 2.23 gigahertz and 3.5 gigahertz. When that worst-case game arrives, it will run at a lower clock speed, but not too much lower. To reduce power by 10%, it only takes a couple of percent reduction in frequency, so I don't expect any downclock.
That can be arranged.
All things considered, the change to a variable frequency approach will show significant gains for PlayStation gamers. The final of our 3 principles was about finding new dreams. It's important for us on the hardware team to find new ways to expand or deepen gaming, and that's what led us to a focus on 3D audio. As players, we experience the game through the visuals, through audio, and through the feedback we receive from the controller, such as rumble or haptics. Personally, I feel a game is just dead without audio. Visuals are, of course, important, but the impact of audio is huge as well. At the same time, the audio team on a game project has to do a lot with a little. For example, on PlayStation 4, there's fierce competition for the Jaguar CPU core.
Imagine how the
Audio
hood soda would look
typically
like on
ends up
this
getting
one.
just a fraction of a core. That's
How
not
did you do? How
much
did you do?
of a
How did you do?
computational resource, particularly when you consider that the visuals run at 30 or 60 frames a second, but audio processing needs to happen at almost 200 times a second. So, it's been tough going making forward progress on audio with PlayStation 4, particularly when PlayStation 3 was such a beast when it came to audio. The SPUs in Cell were almost a perfect device for audio rendering. Simple pipelined algorithms could really take advantage of asynchronous DMA and frequently reached 100% utilization of the floating point unit. There's unfortunately nothing comparable on PlayStation 4. Probably the most dramatic progress in the PlayStation 4 generation has been with virtual reality. The PSVR hardware has its own audio unit. It supports about 50 pretty decent 3D sound sources. And this provided a hint as to where we could go with audio, as well as some valuable experience. Not to oversimplify, but here were our goals for audio on PlayStation 5. The first goal was great audio for everyone, not just VR users or soundbar owners or headphone users. That meant audio had to be part of the console. It couldn't be a peripheral. The second goal was to support hundreds of sound sources. We didn't want developers to have to pick and choose what sounds would get 3D effects and which wouldn't. We wanted every sound in the game to have dimensionality. And finally, we wanted to really take on the challenges of presence and locality. Now, when we say presence, we mean the feeling that you're actually there. You've entered the matrix. It's not, of course, something we thought we could perfectly achieve, but the idea was that if we stopped using just a rain sound and instead used lots of 3D audio sources for raindrops hitting the ground at all sorts of locations around you, then at some point your brain would take a leap and you'd begin to have this feeling of real presence inside the virtual world of the game. This has the capacity to affect your appreciation of the game, just like music in a game does. The concept of locality is simpler. It's just your sense of where the audio is coming from, to the right of you, behind you, above you. This can immerse you further in the game, and it can also directly enhance the gameplay. To use Dead Space as an example, I know, old school, you're fighting enemies in fairly dark, spooky locations. Back in the day, if you played the game using the TV speakers, you could tell that there was one last enemy growling and hunting you down, but it was difficult to tell quite where that enemy was. With headphones, you could tell that the enemy was somewhere on the right, which let you deduce, if you couldn't see it, that it must be somewhere behind and to your right. But with 3D audio with good locality, the idea is you know the enemy is precisely there, and you turn and you take it out. So, how do we know where a sound is coming from in the first place? Well, all those bumps and folds in the ear have a meaning, evolutionarily speaking. Based on what direction the sound is coming from, sound waves bounce around inside the ear, there's some constructive and destructive interference, and the result is a change in volume. The phase of the sound also shifts, depending on what path the sound wave took to reach the ear canal. These volume changes and phase shifts are different for each direction and also vary depending on the frequency of the sound. Head size and head shape also impact the sound in a similar fashion. The way that the sound changes, based on direction and frequency, can be encoded in a table called the Head-Related Transfer Function, or HRTF. Here's part of one. The vertical axis is the frequency. The horizontal axis is the direction.
Yeah, but he won't make the sound like be absolutely full 3D.
Sound at that frequency. The HRTF is as unique to an individual as a fingerprint is. In fact, you're looking at mine right now. Here's how we measure an HRTF. We've taken hundreds of people through this process. We put a microphone in the subject's left and right ear canals, and then sit the subject down in the middle of an array of 22 speakers. We then play an audio sweep from each speaker as we rotate the subject. In the course of 10 or 20 minutes, we're able to sample the HRTF at over 1,000 locations. Using an HRTF when rendering audio creates unparalleled quality, but it's
even worse than PS.
expensive.
But in theory, it should not affect FPS on PS5 at all. You know what I mean? In theory, we'll find out sooner
processing has
or
to
later.
happen in frequency domain rather than time domain, so there's multiple fast Fourier transforms needed for every sound source for every audio tick. That's a lot of multiplies. This computational complexity was the determining factor for our strategy. It meant we had to bite the bullet and design and build a custom hardware unit for 3D audio. Collectively, we're referring to the hardware unit and the proprietary algorithms we run on it as Tempest 3D Audio Tech. The meaning of 3D audio and technology should be pretty obvious here. As for Tempest, I feel it really reflects our goals with audio. It suggests a certain intensity of experience and also hints at your presence within it. We're calling the hardware unit that we built the Tempest engine. It's based on AMD's GPU technology. We modified a compute unit in such a way as to make it very close to the SPUs in PlayStation 3. Remember when I said that they were ideal for audio? So the Tempest engine has no caches, just like an SPU. All data access is via DMA, just like an SPU.
Scorpy, thank you very much for the code, partner.
More power than a CPU thanks to the parallelism that a GPU can achieve, and that it would be more efficient than our GPU thanks to the SPU-like architecture. The goal being to make possible near 100% utilization of the CU's vector units. Where we ended up is a unit with roughly the same SIMD power and bandwidth as all 8 Jaguar cores in the PlayStation 4 combined.
Yeah, but what
If we
he's
were to use
saying,
the same algorithm
he's
for
saying that
PSVR, that's enough for something like 5,000 sound sources. But of course, we want to use more complex algorithms, and we don't need anything like that number of sounds. It would have been wonderful if a simpler strategy, such as using Dolby Atmos peripherals, could have achieved our goals, but we wanted 3D audio for all, not just those with licensed soundbars or the like. Also, we wanted many hundreds of sound sources, not just the 32 that Atmos supports.
See what he says?
Finally,
that even on a standard headset, you will have the 3D thanks to that thing.
And it wasn't clear what any peripheral might have inside of it. In fact, with the Tempest engine, we've even got enough power that we can allocate some to the games, to the extent that games want to make use of convolution reverb and other algorithms that are either computationally expensive or need high bandwidth. But the primary purpose of the Tempest engine remains 3D audio. Now, 3D audio is a major academic research topic. It's safe to say that no one in the world has all of the answers. And the set of algorithms that has to be invented, tuned, or implemented to realize our vision for 3D audio is immense.
Yeah,
For example,
wait,
use of HRTFs in games is quite complex. Before, I talked about making a sound source appear as if it's coming
I think maybe cost-effective game changer, you know?
But for high-quality 3D game audio, we have to handle other possibilities. The sound source might not be at one of the 1,000 HRTF sample locations, so we have to blend the HRTF data from the closest locations that we have sampled. The sound source might be moving, which needs very special handling as that blend keeps changing, and that can cause phase artifacts in the resulting audio. Or the sound source might have a size to it, meaning it should feel as if it's coming from an area rather than a single point. There's also whole categories of approaches to be handled. 3D audio can be implemented using individual processing of 3D sound sources. Alternatively, ambisonics can be used for 3D audio. Ambisonics being somewhat like the spherical harmonics used in computer graphics. And finally, there's audio devices. The player might be using headphones or TV speakers or have a higher-end surround sound setup with 6 or more speakers, all of which need different approaches. That's a lot of variations. It's nice to have the computational resources of the Tempest engine, but it's clear that achieving our ultimate goals with 3D audio is going to be a multi-year, step-by-step process. Having said that, headphone audio implementation is largely complete at this time. It was a natural place for us to start. With headphones, we control exactly what each ear hears, and therefore the algorithmic development and implementation are more straightforward. For TV speakers and stereo speakers, we're in the process of implementing virtual surround sound. The idea being that if you're sitting in a sweet spot in front of the TV, then the sound can be made to feel as if it's coming from any direction, even behind you. Virtual surround sound has a lot in common with 3D audio on headphones, but it's more complex because the left ear can hear the right speaker and vice versa. We have a basic implementation of virtual surround sound up and running. We're now looking at increasing the size of that sweet spot, which is to say, making the area you need to be in to feel the 3D effect larger, and we're also working to boost the sense of locality. Headphone audio is the current gold standard for 3D audio on PlayStation 5, but we're going to see what we can do to bring virtual surround sound to a single, after which we'll start in on setups with more speakers, such as 6-channel surround sound. It's now to the point where some of the PlayStation 5 games in development are extensively using these systems. One of the game demos allows you to toggle between conventional PlayStation 5.
Let's go! Now let me see your fucking hands up!
Like
Cheers, thank you very much for 111 TV Nation. Yeah, partner.
The answer is no.
Appreciate that a lot, means a lot, means a
I
lot.
caught on to what's missing here, namely whose HRTF was being used. It wasn't mine. It was the default HRTF. The audio team analyzed the hundreds that they measured and chose the one they felt was the closest fit to the total game-playing audience. This shows a piece of the default HRTF on the left and my HRTF on the right. You can see that the general features are much the same, but the details are quite different. With the default HRTF, as I said, the 3D audio sounds pretty great. When I use my HRTF, though, the audio reaches a higher level of realism, which is to say that when using headphones...
Last prediction open for that giveaway. Grab yourself that 25 XP, guys.
...from the real world when it's actually coming from the game. A corollary to this is that there are a few people whose HRTFs are sufficiently far from the default HRTF, that's the red dot here, that they can toggle between PS4 style and PS5 style audio and not sense much difference. I've had a few people describe the PlayStation 5's 3D audio as sounding like a bit better stereo audio. Presumably they're the ones at the very edges of this diagram. Which means what HRTF you're using is key. I'd like everyone to be able to experience what I'm experiencing, but obviously it's not possible to measure the HRTF of every PlayStation user. That means HRTF selection and synthesis are going to be big topics going forward as the Tempest technology matures. At PlayStation 5 launch, we'll be offering a choice of 5 HRTFs. There's a simple test where you pick the one that gives you the best locality. That's just the first step, though. This is an open-ended research topic. Maybe you'll be sending us a photo of your ear, and we'll choose a neural network to pick the closest HRTF in our library. Maybe you'll be sending us a video of your ears and your head, and we'll make a 3D model of them and synthesize the HRTF. Maybe you'll play an audio game to tune your HRTF. We'll be subtly changing it as you play and home in on the HRTF that gives you the highest score, meaning that it matches you the best. This is a journey we'll be taking together over the next few years. Ultimately, we're committing to enabling everyone to experience that next level of realism. Hopefully, I've been able to illustrate a bit about our design and decision-making process today and why PlayStation 5 has the feature set that it does. Now comes the fun part. We get to see how the development community takes advantage of that feature set. I'm hoping for the completely unexpected. Will it come from audio, ray tracing, the capabilities of the SSD, or something else? I guess we'll find out soon enough. Thank you for your time today.
Well, what can I say?
Whoa. All right, unmute your mic, AJ. We're back. AJ, we're back. Unmute your mic. All right, well, I guess I'm the only one running the show right now, guys.
Audio, ray tracing, the capabilities of the SSD.
Can I have one piece?
One, yes.
Does it taste nice?
Yeah.
Of course it will taste nice. It's chocolate. Right?
Disappointment. That was disappointment. And I'm gonna say that was a big disappointment. Let me send some copy and let's try to add fair play to me friend list figure out how that Rocket League works. In the meantime, let's do some giveaway in the chat raffle. Good luck, have fun, we'll bring myself a coffee. Słucham. Robi się. GG, Safi brother. Get the zone. Why it's working so slow? Fair play, what's your rocket ID?
I see a world behind them. No more time. Sinking into the silence. Reaching out for something you may never find. Looking for a reason not to lose your mind. You're like a call in a world you don't belong to. Praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know.
Alright, Lodawca, I'm gonna add you. Let's try to find it, Lodawca. Let's wait for Fairplay to check his Rocket ID. Add friend by Rocket ID. You need me, Lodawca, you see, you gotta give me the hashtag with the 4 numbers. I think. Could be this you, Lodawca. Oh no worries, Fairplay, we've got absolutely all the time in the world. No worries, bro. No worries. I've sent you the invite, just accept it later on. Let's check if Fairplay's got the same or not. Nope. Fairplay's got different. We got time, no rush. Oh, you got it. Give me a sec. Fair play has to. Best doubles. Yeah, gotcha. Send invitation to fair play. Now you gotta accept my invite, bro. That's my smelly rocket ID. Let's change that. Alright. Now we are Marshall Dracu 2921. Makes much more sense. Makes much more sense. Smelly gizmo. That was a rocket ID. Oh, that was funny. What's career? Ah. $1K, yeah, you got it today, Safi, I'm sure about that. Well, I got 100 credits only. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Well, I only what changed, you know. Вони судовські. To unlock something, let's check. Got something for free, whatever. Level 2. 4. Gift queen. Ignite. That's for Safi, Krabby. Safi like Krabbies. Play 5 online matches in any casual. 40 keys. That will 40 keys will gonna transfer to like 4,000 of the new cash? Yeah, 4,000. That's massive. 4,000, yeah? You got 4K. Yeah. I had 1 key when I stopped playing, yeah, and now it transferred to 100 of that new currency. There's like 5 of them I can do only. So it's like I can't do anything, to be honest. Previously standard, 2v2 doubles, 1v1 duel, 4v4 chaos, competitive, extra modes. Yes, Felper, you can, but there's a catch. Yeah, but there's a catch. It's changed. There is no more crates. Yeah, fair play, but there is no more crates. No more crates and no more keys. They removed all the keys and they removed all the crates. No crates, no keys at all. Everything is now clear. So I wonder how now you earn the currency and items to work it on marketplace, you know what I mean? Because now you exactly know what you got, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think they are still dealing, but it must work different now, yeah? Much more different, because the main currency to sell for the cash was keys, yeah? O, spoko, Tlenut, spoko, spoko. Oh yeah, fair play, no doubt. Because the items were over 100. Nice. But that was different, I'm sure. Code incoming, code. Yeah, you can trade, so I wonder how the market works now. So like I gotta get couple matches to see how do you get items here now, you know what I mean? How do you earn the currency, you know what I mean? It's like, gotta get into it, how the, because like you see, I'm only 27 level, I didn't play much, you know what I mean? Just casual local stuff. I was playing more offline with my daughter together than online, you know? Go, guys! 24 YDC. That's the code, most probably. I think that's the proper code. So grab yourself that free crypto. Let's give away the V crate. I'm gonna check me his daughter. And be right back.
All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. Sky blue eyes, I see a world behind them. No more time, sinking into the silence, reaching out for something you may never find, looking for a reason not to lose your mind. Feel like you're caught in a world you don't belong to, praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know.
Oh, that's cool! You can trade credits as well now. That's good stuff, you know, you can like support people by like you can do giveaway credits. Fuck yeah, that's cool.
Not to lose your mind. Feel like you're caught
But I just checked the market, yeah, and you can like trade even with the credits, yeah. That's great too. But let's check how do you get them. How the fuck do you get the cars? Oh, you can redeem codes. Maybe in the garage. I got blueprints. Blueprints are an exciting new way to obtain customization items. Okay, sure, Safi, sure, very sure. Let's check what them blueprints are doing. Accelerator series, rare blueprint. Review this blueprint to see what you can do. I believe that's the crate I had, you know what I mean? Review blueprint. Review. Oh, I can build it for the credits. Rare decal, goalkeeper. Alright. Another rare decal. So now them crates, they changed me for the blueprints. When I open them, I'm getting like a random blueprint instead of the crate. But I cannot trade the blueprints, I can only trade the ready things. Okay, I get it. Yeah, it says that I can, yeah. You can trade them. You cannot trade the blueprint, yeah, not but you can trade what you got from the blueprint. Yeah, makes sense, okay. So, Ferocity series. How do you see what's the possible, it doesn't show me, what's the possible item. Another radical. Every radical if you want to build it costs 50 credits. Very rare animated decal. There you go. Something worth some cash, I'm sure. Oh, cool. 100 credits to build it. Import rocket boost. Glitch blueprint. Ha! That's a good one. Oh, that's the 400 to build it. Look at that. Can you trade it? Yeah. Oh, it even gives you a free trade-in. Trade in 5 items of the same quality to receive an item of the next highest quality. Alright. Let's check what else we can get. Another animated one. Black market animated decal. 2,000! 2K to build it! Look at that, 2K. That must be worth a lot if it's 2K, you know? That's what I think, yeah? Am I right? Probably I am. Turbo Series, a good one. Let's open that one. Exotic wheels. 700 to build them. And we got 4 Zephyr series. Import wheels. $400. Very rare trail. 200. Kinda Matix. Yeah, Matix. That's cool. Exotic wheels. Oh, they look awesome. Yeah, it is interesting. And what they did here? Where are wheels? 200 together. Alright. That was for the blueprints. Now, bodies. How can I get the new bodies? Because I know I was able to buy them like Batman stuff back in time, and those cost like cheap, super cheap. So I got 258 decals collected. Not tradable. All of them are not tradable. Oh, this one's tradable. One tradable. From 258. Paint finishes. Whoa, that's cool. I didn't know that I've had stuff like that. New wheels. Only one tradable. Goalkeeper user. Oh yeah, you won the raffle, bro. GG, by the way, yeah, GG. Me apologies. Okay, me apologies, Sabri. And by the way, welcome back. Oh wait, I didn't want to get out. Check what else we got. We've seen them. Wheels. Rocket boosts. Most of them I could not send up again. Toppers. Chef's hat. Derby. Hammerhead is tradable. Holiday bow is tradable. Fruit hat. Sweeper, the dog is tradable. Mousetrap is tradable. Pirate's hat is tradable. Shamrock is tradable. Terboard is tradable. Uncle Sam, Tracker, and Traffic Cone, these are tradable. Both of them untradable. Okay, antennas. Cuckoo clock, cupcake. Fortune fan. Hot dog is tradable. Hula girl. Morty. And 200 coins. Ha! Jest? No to dobrze. Co byś teraz chciała pewnie? Ciastko, co? Zaraz ci dam. Give me a second, Jola. Warframe, oh my god. Excalibur, Loki. Look at that, even Witcher is. Gold explosions. How do you preview them? You can't preview them. You used to be able to preview them. Nie wiem, zaczynam przeglądać tam. How do you do you? Okay, now I can trade them. I can preview them. But how do you get the card? Maybe here. Ooh. That's cool as well. That's how you get the car, here, but one, what about the rest? Wheels. Decal, banner, wheels. How do I get the car? Code, yeah, code incoming. Well, I got an idea. Let me check. Well, you can't buy them anymore. Only credits you can buy. Interesting. Let me check then. How do you can get them? Yeah, and the code in the chat. Yeah, like Safi put it on. Yeah. How to get the new cars? Google will tell me. Rocket League. How to get new cars.
like you're caught in a world you don't belong to, praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know. Feel like you're caught in a world you don't belong to, praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know.
Okay, it changed recently. Now it changed like 10 March, so like a week ago. Seven PM? Like in 2 hours. 2 hours, Safi, you there? That large mouse pad is yours. Sure, Tanu, sure. Rest well, partner. Seems like you can't get them anymore.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever.
Interesting.
Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Lead me into your world.
No, howdy partner, how do you code? You guys code on the corner.
Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
Nice, Savim managed to grab it. Cold is there. A good one. Haha. Oh, that's for the bronze from season 11. Okay. That's cool. I didn't know I can get it. Oh, I love that one. Yeah, I remember I love the customization options and they are even better than they were. Yeah. That's a good one. K-Spree, yo, 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 how is it going? That's a good one as well. Cool as well. I got a goal. That was a quick jump in and out. That's a forecast. Lots of monster cut as well. I want Teta TV here. Where is Teta? Can we have Teta TV flag, please? What is some kind of shit like Gold Glove? Or John Sandan, or there is no Teta? Lyric number, there's even lyric here. Kinda fun is here. Joe, Nick, no, howdy partner, how do you do, how do you do? Just came into flex, yeah, yeah, he just came into flex. What a major disappointment. What the fuck is for players for 9 gag? For able gamers. No, achievement hunter, I don't know, this tutorial I know what. Day 90, I got no idea. I got no idea what's that. I know what's Angry Army. We know what's Discord. What's that? I know what's ESL. I know what's Extra Life. I know what's Gfinity. What's that? GameSpot, I know. What's that? What's that? I know. What's that? What's that? I know. What's that? I know him. I know. What's that? What's that? I know Pax. What's that? I know Reddit. I don't know that. I don't know that. Know that. I don't know that. I did that. I did that. Oh, come on, look at that. Seriously. There must be Teta here, absolutely. It is a must. Let me check how to submit.
Sky blue eyes, I see a world behind them. No more time, sinking into the silence, reaching out for something you may never find, looking for a reason not to lose your mind. Feel like you're caught in a world you don't belong to, praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know.
Couldn't find anything. Probably it's impossible then.
Scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not make it home. Scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know.
Only 331,360 players online. Not many. That was a quick one. Nice! I managed to put the code in the chat, guys. Free crypto free in the chat. How is that possible that I got such different colors like that? GG, GG, congratulations. Let me give you the cake for level up. Aj! Jola, chodź po telefon. There you go, partner. Aj! Aj, missed. Ay, so close. Yeah. Thank you. Hello? No. No, you stop. No dobra, coś jeszcze? Ja nie wiem, nie wiem, gdzieś tam maila, że mi się wymienił. A nie wiem, czy się wymieniał. Ja się tam do tego chodzi. Ja to czuję, że jest, to takie, jakie inne miejscu, gdzie mam coś. Do przeniesienia się do Ashton, gdzieś tam na... Nie wiem. Dobra. Teraz dziękuję. Czy jeszcze? So they are closing the schools at the end of the weekend. Code, guys, code incoming. Ai! I can't do that. Ai, 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 ai. Unbelievable. Fucking know what they are waiting for. Oh, I know there is a way to make it go around, but I don't remember how. I gotta go for the training. Oh, I missed. Ah. Not this! What the hell? Come on! Ah. Yeah, it wasn't the last one. Oh no. I know those cool, but... Two-time fail, you say? Isuzu? Happens when you don't know how to play the game. Nothing extra unusual, you know? Nothing. Oh, purisu!
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Isuzu to ship. Yeah, true. It was always you who carried on match. Yeah, that's true. I'm not saying it wasn't. But Isuzu, now you are a meme famous.
seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. Sky blue eyes, I see a world behind them. No more time, sinking into the silence, reaching out for something you may never find, looking for a reason not to lose your mind. Feel like you're caught in a world you don't belong to, praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know. Neon signs flicker away forever. Cross state lines, we could be lost together. Reaching out for something you may never find, looking for a reason not to lose your mind. Feel like you're caught in a world you don't belong to, praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know. Feel like you're caught in a world you don't belong to, praying that you'll make it home. I know you're scared that the place you love is gone. Don't fear what you do not know.
They are closing all the schools in UK from Friday. So till Friday, kids are going to school and then the schools are gonna get closed. Robert, jesteś? Nie kumam pytania. Napisałeś mi, a gdzie to chciałeś zmienić? Gdzie? Co? Co za pytanie? Code, guys! Code, top left corner. MGS. I'm gonna shoot because I can't see it. Probably that's the code, but I'm not sure. Co ty? Tak, ale nic nie zrobiłem. Robert, to nic nie zrobiłem, bo zdechł Windows, więc nie miałem możliwości go ogarnąć. Ja dopiero jak go naprawiłem o 12, teraz zrobiłem Steama, wiesz? Zdążyłem tylko nagrać, widziałeś, Voices of Vincero. O ile widziałem, jeśli nie wiem czy widziałeś, że nagrałem Voices of Vincero. Dude, welcome back, partner. Glad to see you back, partner. Glad to see you back. Good, got to hit that, got to hit that. The day is getting better. Multitasking level hardcore, gonna put me defeated to sleep. Schools in UK are getting closed, and this is gonna be disaster. Kogoś w tych klipach twojego idola? To dobry klip! Dobra reklama. Good student.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on.
No nie wiem, powiem ci, nie wiem nawet jaki podcinali, bo tyle tego teraz mam. Tak cię cisną, kurwa, że masz tyle tekstu? Nie, no, żeby kogoś cisnąć, to musisz być ciśnięty, żeby znać teksty, nie? Albo musisz być ciśnięty i szukać sobie jakiś counter. Wait, so I can still do it, yeah? Oh, I get it.
Sky blue eyes. I see a world behind.
Sławny jak ona, co to kurwa jest?
No more time. Sinking into the silence. Reaching out for something you may never find. Looking for a reason
Kurwa, to się zabije.
Okay, guys. These eggs have given us a lot of trouble in the past. Does any...
Gonna check what Isuzu brought, but it will take me a moment to load it because that... Oh fucking hell, okay, I know what's that. I think I know what's that. What is that shit? Window. Okay, that way.
Okay, guys. These eggs have given us a lot of trouble in the past. Does anybody need anything off this guy, or can we bypass him?
I think Leroy needs something from this guy.
Oh, he needs those devout shoulders. Isn't he a paladin?
Yeah, but that'll help him heal better. He'll have more mana.
Christ. Okay. Well, what we'll do, I'll run in first, gather up all the eggs so we can kind of just, blast them all down with AoE. I will use Intimidating Shout to kind of scatter them so we don't have to fight a whole bunch of them at once. When my shout's done, I'll need Anthony to come in and drop his shout too, so we can keep them scattered, not to fight too many. When his is done, Bass, of course, need to run in and do the same thing. We're going to need Divine Intervention on our mages, so they can AE, so we can, of course, get them down fast, because we're bringing all these guys. I mean, we'll be in trouble if we don't take them down quick. I think it's a pretty good plan. We should be able to pull it off this time. What do you think, Abdul? Can you give me a number crunch real quick?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm coming up with 32.33, repeating, of course, percentage of survival.
Oh, that's a lot better than we usually do. Alright,
thumbs up.
Ready, guys?
Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins! Oh my god, he just ran in. Save him!
Oh, geez, stick to the plan!
Oh, Jesus. Let's go, let's go.
Stick to the plan, Shove.
Stick to the plan.
Oh, gee. Oh, fuck. Give me Divine Intervention. Hurry up.
Shout.
He's saying I can't cast. I can't move. Am I lagging, guys? I can't move. What the hell? I can't AE. Oh my god.
The eggs keep spawning. More respawning.
I don't think you can cast with that shit. Oh my god. Shout.
We got him.
Get off. I got it. Take it off.
Come on, stay on.
Oh my god.
God damn it, Leroy.
God damn it.
Leroy, you moron. Leroy.
Leroy.
This is ridiculous.
I'm on it. So mass. I'm down. Forking down. God damn it.
This is
I got killed before I could
we've
remove
died
him.
on this. God. Oh, Spiffy res us.
Why do you do this shit, Leroy?
I'm trying.
Not my fault.
Who's soul stoned?
We do have a soul stone up, don't we?
Anthony, did you get soul stones?
Warlock.
Oh god.
Oh, for...
Great job,
For Christ's sake. Leroy, you were just stupid as hell.
Over him.
At least I have chicken.
Oh, that's a good one. That's exactly what this is all about. About love. About epic fails, like with Isuzu. That's exactly what this is all about. If you take it too seriously, you're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. So yeah, I'll be more, you see, zobaczysz, że będę jeszcze bardziej sławny, zobaczysz. Just give me some time. I just need a couple partners like them that like you, and even more epic fail than Hidon, you know what I mean? You just need more epic fail. But yeah, definitely. Everything's possible, just you need to know. Faith and enjoy yourself as long as you do. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together.
Nice, Jan managed to get the code in chat, guys. A co to jest? To ja to nie będę otwierał, bo to kurwa się będzie trwało pół godziny. Ale no tak jak ci mówiłem, musi być epic fail. Jak nie ma epic fail, to nie ma, no to tam był epic fail, kurwa. Pół godziny się naprodukował biedny na rajda, a tu powiedz spierdolił, no. Ja tu biegam, strzelam, odciągam uwagę, a tu Robert pierdolnął mi dynami pod nogi. Musi być epic fail, no. Może tam już taki fail, który będzie perfekto, no, co dużo mówić. So it counts them, just not... Oh, that's cool. Yep, code is in the chat, guys. Co, Roberto, dołączasz się? Grasz dzisiaj ze mną w Rocketa? Czy dalej walisz tego, tam, jak mu tam, finala, czy tego, koda? Jola, dobrze się umyj. Dobrze się umyj, Jelusiu. Jocia, dobrze się umyj i już trzeba się przebierać. Wash face nice, yeah? Tak, super. No i zacznij się przebierać już, okej? Okay? Go 7 o'clock. Yeah? Ze skilla? Zapomnij, Robert, kurwa. To musiałbyś jebać po 12 godzin dziennie, a nie po 3. To ty. Czemu? Kurwa. Dobrze jak chcesz, ale tak jak mówię, no za skilla kurwa, no to musiałbyś jebać godzin i godzin, jeszcze. O crap. I don't like when someone disturbs me. Yeah, I could marry her. Need boost. Yes. E-time topper. From here. So let's check. E-time topper. So we're looking for the T-time topper. Also this one, alright. How do you use quick chat? Probably with the wizard one, I remember. Check. Boost. Case player banner. Okay. To pass. Get from the pass. So that can't be done. Yeah, code incoming, like Jan spotted, code incoming. Een koeptopper. Bij Brumbels. Koeptopper. Get from there, mark from here, okay. Okay, all I see Yang Yang and stuff like that. There's the chat. Code the chat, guys. Yeah, nice. Cheers, y'all. Option. How do you set up that chat? What was that? I got it. Where I got it? Up, up. Okay, okay, okay. I got it. The matches up, up. Okay. Think. And let's check that. Let's check the rest a bit because I gotta take care of me, this beautiful princess. Yola, ready? Almost. Słyszę, YouTube is on. Także muszę stać, muszę tutaj podejść. Tego mojego kochanego Rybisa. My little lovely princess. What the hell is that? Finish this one.
Metznaris and Magnus, side-by-side teammates for so long in Rocket League. It's been wonderful, even in a losing effort, to watch them play together again here in Season 9.
Yeah, a legendary duo.
Remco tries to drop this down.
So we the pizzas and let's have some fun in the Rocket League.
Into a corner.
Look at them flying cars.
Long clear from Remco. Metznaris will chase this one. Shawset should have it.
Exactly, no. When to hit that X button and jump.
Try and slow play this one around the corner. Shut down by Magnus. Here comes Fruity looking for a shot, and the equalizer couldn't find the double tap, but Farah catches all the defense flat-footed and shots off the post and out.
So
now
quick.
Magnus with a miss in the midfield. Here's
Look at the
Shawset to
speed
turn it
they're
around.
playing.
Metznaris will try to connect with Magnus. Actually chases it himself. It's broken up by Fruity.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried here from Reciprocity. The one thing I've noticed so far about their season has really been their shooting percentage.
Oops.
And their just accuracy on the net. They've been doing a great job all season long to set up these plays, go for demos, open up space for Shawset. When it comes down to finishing,
amazing what these guys are doing.
Shawset alone, out of 108 shots, has only scored 18 goals. So I feel like the more they can find accuracy, everything will start going their way.
They've had a few good looks this game that have gone and hit posts or been saved on the goal line. We'll see if they can step up that accuracy as we're here at halftime, and it's still just TSM. Shawset demolishing his own back third, but nice pass play, quick and tight one there from Reciprocity, gets it out and into the blue. Now Metznaris just trying to hold on to this, but he's all out of boost. Gets it down to the ground, bounces off his hood once, and now towards the backboard. Shawset to Fruity is a nice connection, and they'll take that one up and onto the backboard of TSM. Now back down, here's Shawset looking for a shot. 3 misses. Farah's got an open net. Can he find the shot? No, he just couldn't get any power on it towards the goal. TSM now to the corner. Remco airborne to the edge. Magnus back down, trying to get it through 2, not going to happen. Now lofted, here's Metznaris on the chase. Remco in this corner, can he get it back out? Looks for the shot himself, and Shawset shuts him down. Metznaris demolished, will spawn back on defense. Magnus and Remco try to work together here. Metznaris still won't quite be up. He gets demolished again, twice in a row. Remco with a flip reset. No, he didn't get it, or didn't use it, rather. And now Fruity through the air. Over to Farah, looking for Shawset. Nice pass plays from Reciprocity. It's to the outside. Again, no threat here as they look for passes once more. Oh,
that's open.
Metanaris. That's in. The defense is wide, and Metanaris recognizes it. 2-0 now TSM.
And this came directly off of a great chance for Reciprocity. They moved the ball down the field great. They had a solid attempt on net, but their possession just got turned over so quickly that TSM was able to find a gap in defense, the slower rotation, and now they go up 2-0 in a game that really should be all in favor for Reciprocity.
Reciprocity has not been able to get this through the posts. Again, a few decent opportunities. I've liked their attempts, and I've liked their midfield setups.
It's just
the positioning has been there. It's just the shooting. You're right. Here's another opportunity. This one blocked. Metanaris gets himself a savior medal. Remco now with the dribble. Shawset gets it off his hood, and this one looks like it's on target. Oh, just too high. And Metanaris didn't even make contact. Now Magnus out for the blocks. This one drops dangerous. Metanaris and Remco bump into each other. Can Reciprocity make use of the misplay? There's Farah through one. Remco can't make it happen. Now Shawset onto the backboard. Fruity up against Magnus. They get this one out, and now a counterattack, and Remco get there in time. Puts it on target, and Farah gets the block. But they don't need another goal right now. Reciprocity has to find a way through this defense. Let's just stop them at every point. Farah finally, it's off the post and in. 19 seconds left. Reciprocity has a chance.
This initial touch from Magnus, I like the idea of throwing it into the corner, but he just gave away possession so quickly. You want to try and find that lip of the corner where it can just roll up, stall, waste more time for your teammates. He doesn't do the best job, but Reciprocity, they do an even better job of positioning themselves right where he's going to hit it. They gain possession and then move the ball right in front of the net. They've got 15 seconds. It's possible.
That's Naris keeping the pressure on. Here's Remco to try and take away that opportunity. A long clear, Farah chases, and it's all up to Magnus. He gets in the nice boom all the way to the corner. Remco will bump Fruity. This one should break up their opportunities, but they'll try to hold on to it. There's nobody in this corner for them. Magnus has got to pass one. Shawset now up, and then he beats him. This one will drop. It's 2 wall bounces, 3 wall bounces. What? No way. Farah tries to keep this alive, and surely it touches now. But no, he gets the dribble. Tries to hand it to Shawset. No, I didn't believe either. TSM take game 1.
I like the little handoff that they were going for towards the end there. That was, if there was any like literal handoff in Rocket League, that was the best attempt I think we've ever seen. They literally contact each other car to car. But TSM, man, I mean, this was a great match so far for them. And the difference really between both these teams is just how efficient you are with taking advantage of those opportunities. Reciprocity, we were talking about it. Their shots were just not at all close to the net. They hit the post multiple times. They did a good job of moving the ball down the field and passing, but when it came down to that finishing shot, I felt like Shawset and Fruity both missed a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, for sure. That last little pass there, it's funny. I think that had they been facing the same direction, it probably would have worked. It was the fact that he's like driving into Shawset, and Shawset's like, I'm not driving the same direction. This is not how physics work.
I don't think
in this
they were
game.
ready.
No, I think it could have been fun. Could have been fun if they pulled it off there. But Metanaris gets both the goals. Magnus gets both the assists, and Remco, he helps. He's there on the rotation.
I definitely think that's a good thing because Remco this whole season long, I mean, the man coming into this weekend had 76% goal participation. I think really right now what I want to see from TSM is mostly just Magnus doing all of the playmaking work, because Remco so far, he's been always that guy who's been aggressive and getting the challenges, but I feel like he fails a lot to set up his teammates, and he fits better as the third man back. So this is great to see. I love the playstyle of having Magnus kind of be aggressive and getting those setups, and that's really what I want to see them continue to go with as the series progresses.
Well, here we go into game 2. Reciprocity struggled to get the offense really hopping in game number 1. And a nice setup from Magnus. Here comes Remco looking for a crazy angle. He was not really, didn't have the flight for it. Now Metanaris with an attempt. Remco gets the demolition on a Farah. And Magnus will keep this one in the orange. Reciprocity been trapped this first 20 seconds. Finally break out into the blue. 2 players over on this wall. Metanaris gets the kill on 1. Shawset gets it through 2. And now it's all up to Magnus. He gets this one nice and high to block any follow-up attempts. And now tries to dribble it. But Farah, one more challenge, sets it up for Fruity into the corner again. And Magnus has to clear to his own corner. Farah takes a shot from just in front of the corner. Magnus gets it out to Metanaris. And do they finally transition out? Get it across that midfield line. Remco will try to move up and maintain control. A nice bounce. Does it go to Metanaris? No. Fruity and Farah will tag team this one back across. And both teams with opportunities and with possession in enemy territory, but no really meaningful looks at the net just yet.
Yeah, I mean, reciprocity. They're doing what they did last game. They're keeping possession, solid passing around the ball. Mixing up a little bit, but how are you going to defend against Magnus, who's really feeling on fire right now?
Look at that, just plays it off of his butt.
Wow.
And finds a second touch to beat Chaussette. Well done to Magnus.
And he spun his card to perfectly get that soft hit, like you said, off the back, and keeping that control and that possession to where it's a lot closer to him so he can get the second touch. Magnus, that was an insane play.
And he's got a third goal here for TSM in this series. Only one been scored so far by Reciprocity. Now Fruity back down, Chaussette onto the edge. Here's Fruity looking for it, nearly gets it, but just wide again. That time the defense got a little bit involved, made his shot difficult, but still, you want to see those shots on target. And now the touch back in front of the box, Farah. Lofted nice and high. Magnus will try to adjust here, beats Chaussette to the ball. Farah towards the goal. Metanaris with an attempt, Remco over to the edge. Fruity with the shot, and this time it's in. The Meteors rain, and we got a tie game.
At this point, if you're just going to keep hitting the post and the crossbar, just take out a player and make it easy for yourself. Farah, we're getting little flashbacks to last season. He had so many demos per game. Now he's kind of implementing that style a bit here. It's a good switch up of the pace as well, because if you're not figuring out how to shoot, just take out the goalkeeper.
Yeah, for sure. It's so difficult to hit those upper 90s, those difficult high percentage placement shots.
Yeah.
So if you remove the goalie, it makes it significantly simpler. You can just shoot center mass, and even that's still a little bit wide. It works out here now. TSM needing to find a way to get that lead back. And so far this series has been a lot of reciprocity on offense. Seen a few moments from TSM, but generally reciprocity's held ball control in the midfield.
I think that's what their game plan really is too, and then that way they can have Farah be a little bit more confident with going for those demos, those overextension, because you know you have possession and a lot of that boost stolen.
Oh, a double commit and not the best of clears. TSM with an opportunity. Here comes Metanaris, just sends the shot himself, blocked by one. Magnus will try to make the attempt, but Farah gains control and now looks for a counterattack. Magnus has to make a save, rather. Fruity onto the backboard. Metanaris back out, falls on it himself. He's got 36 boost, just enough to chase it, but not enough to gain control. Farah will just clear it nice and long near the ceiling. Fruity keeps it in the corner. Read from Magnus behind all the TSM player, all the reciprocity players. Farah, a long one. Remco will play it to the corner. A savior medal for him here with 1:48 left to go.
Things are really coming down to the wire, and I think you have to pay attention a lot to TSM's clears and where they're really trying to find each other on the forward, offensive transition, because if they're not finding each other and using their own teammates to clear this ball out, the pressure is just going to be too overwhelming for them, and Reciprocity are going to end up taking the lead here.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely have gotten a few monster clears behind enemy lines, but there was just nobody in position to make use of them. You got to be connecting with each other. Just getting it out of your half isn't good enough at this level of play. Metanaris with an attempt to Magnus. Now Fruity up. Metanaris will get it past him. And Farah, he finds a clear in enemy territory, but Magnus is right there. His touch goes to Chaussette. Now it's airborne. Remco versus Farah. Farah will get all of it. Metanaris get this back to midfield, but there's Fruity. 1 minute remaining. All three players from Reciprocity in TSM territory. It's Magnus versus Farah. Goes up and back down into the box. Remco with a miss. Fruity didn't expect it. Was kind of hoping just to move on out. Instead hits his brakes as he hesitates to try and understand, is there any way he can make the shot? Reciprocity won't score on that drive. Fruity underneath one. Now up against Metanaris. The second challenge not as good. Chaussette demolished. And Farah's got to quickly adjust here. 30 seconds left. Tied up at 1 apiece. Reciprocity trying to tie the series.
Good patience. Final 25. I mean, both teams, they've held defenses strong. Mostly TSM, they've been on the back foot this entire time. I really want to see them transition this ball. They could just get a simple redirect. That's what their first goal was from Magnus. Just somebody carrying it out of the defensive end. They can do it again. They just got to be patient.
Fruity and Farah right on top of each other with 7 seconds left. Overtime seems likely. Remco keeps his ball moving laterally.
Nice touch.
It's behind the back line. It's not going to matter. Overtime in game 2. TSM hoping to get that 2-game lead here. Or Reciprocity's trying to force game 4.
That's passing.
Over to Magnus. Set up high, Chaussette. In the midfield. That one's past Farah. This one also behind Fruity. He's got to play to his own corner. Nobody from TSM in a great spot to make use of it. Farah demolished, and Chaussette will just be free to move up. Magnus now losing control. Farah tries to trap and catch this. This one neutralized in the reciprocity corner. Remco's shot just barely. Not going to be good as Chaussette just guides it off to the corner. Now Magnus looking to get it through. Metzanaris around the corner. Fruity with one block, and now two over the top of Remco. Farah and Fruity right on top of each other. Miscommunication galore, but does it work? It gets it into the corner. Magnus will be able to deflect this one in the first minute of overtime. Going to come and go here without either team managing to get it in.
The positional spacing from a lot of reciprocity, they're so close together, and I feel like the communication, like you said, Wave, is coming out a little bit lopsided because they keep running over each other and really not giving anybody space. And I think that's a big issue so far that reciprocity have been dealing with the past few series, but now Fruity on the dribble almost has a solid shot, and they've just hammered a lot of the defensive end. There it is, finally, Chaussette off the pass from Farah.
What a nice screen here. You see Magnus definitely reading Farah, trying to go for that shot. Doesn't see Chaussette coming up for the shot. And a beautiful dual threat option there gives Reciprocity the win, and they tie up the series.
And that little touch from Farah almost works as like a fake, because you see him get a tiny little touch, and Magnus in net, he thinks that's the final shot. He doesn't think anybody's going to be aggressive. But here comes Chaussette out of nowhere, just to pound it in. And it really just disguised what that initial pass was going to be.
Yeah, the misdirection from Reciprocity is how they are able to beat TSM here. And you know, you wouldn't think that you would need like a kind of a trick play like that to beat TSM, given how their season's been going. But every single one of these players has the drive and the skill to win at the Rocket League Championship Series level. And they're finally starting to string together some power here at the end of the season as they're trying to avoid that 10th spot. Again, if they were to lose out here, Monaco would also have to win for them to lose that. They can drop into that 10th spot here. Monaco yet to find a win here in RLCS, but TSM would love to not leave it up to Monaco's fate. They would like to be able to get those wins themselves. They've got 2 more opportunities here, and this is one of them.
I mean, this is a huge game. Avoiding that auto relegation, I mean, you have got to be shaking right now if you're TSM, because this is so important. Everybody right now, all these players, I mean, Remco specifically, he's been in league play, I think, every season. Somebody who's not even used to really falling down to the rival series at all, or dealing with a lot of obstacles in that regard. So a huge series for them. And Reciprocity, they're starting to, you know, fire up a little bit. I thought the positioning was a little bit out of place, communication. They were kind of running over each other a bit. But with TSM's defense and passive style, you know, that's okay so long as you can keep finding space on the field.
Well, we're all tied up at 1 game apiece. Metzanaris looking for an early goal in game 3. Is this one a very decisive game? The winner will have match point as we go into game 4. And Magnus onto the wall. There's Remco. Chaussette sends it high. Metzanaris, a nice adjustment. Got enough boost to reach it.
Oh, that.
Sends it back to
Everything, all the time. Briefings, sleepings.
And now Magnus refilling the tanks. It's just been Metzanaris and Magnus just kind of going back and forth here on offense. Remco lurking around that midfield line, but it's going to leave this one as it kind of goes over his head. Now he'll have to move in. Metzanaris demolished. It's time for Remco to shine. He tries to get through one in the corner, doesn't make contact. Metzanaris drops it back down towards the goal. And Chaussette will pick it up, carried over one. Remco gets enough of a block, and Metzanaris will take it away. But there's Farah's shot to the far side. He's not going to miss that one. Reciprocity's got a lead in regulation.
Hats off to Chaussette. He almost delayed that challenge a bit so he could get the dunk, set up Farah. Metza was put in an uncomfortable situation where he had to get a touch there. Chaussette, the air dribble into a solid 50, and that's the kind of defensive transition that we've been missing from Chaussette, from Reciprocity, where he'll take the dribble, he'll take it slow, keep it close to himself, get it 50, and then set up his teammates. And now he's doing it again. Look at him. The repetition of that style sets up Farah. It's all connecting now for Reciprocity.
Reciprocity starting to look strong as Chaussette and Farah connect once more.
No wiem, ty zawsze musisz cię puścić w Weczykora. Puszczaj co chce. Tu możesz pograć tego, w Rocketa. Mała już prawie ogarnięta, to zaraz będę dalej grał. Albo w Huntach będę pograć.
They had yet to lead in regulation, and now they've
Ale
got
chyba w Roketa, bo zaraz pewnie Fair Play będzie jeszcze grał.
All set, waits. Gets Remco as far out of position as possible. Now gets the dribbles on Metanaris. He's got Farah to work with once more, trying the pass plays again. This time they don't make use of the backboard, and this time TSM's defense does get in the way, but Fruity will find the shot, and they constantly are catching them. The defense looking like Swiss cheese.
Now this all stemmed really from that duo of Farah and Chaussette in the corner, doing what they do best, giving goes, passbacks, and really just making the defense of TSM crumble. This is about time that we've seen all this offensive pressure force TSM in an uncomfortable situation. Now Fruity's getting some demos. Things are getting more aggressive, more confidence is starting to surge through their veins on Reciprocity.
Fruity sets this up. Here comes Farah to finish it off 4-0. Reciprocity starting to run away with game number 3.
And now they're really starting to feel themselves, but it's the TSM defense. Metanaris needs to get a touch there. An unfortunate situation for the last two defenders where they thought Meta was going to get some kind of a hit, some kind of a clear, at least stall out so they could get in a better position. No contact comes out. And now we've got 3 minutes, 4 goals already for Reciprocity.
This is definitely a difficult situation for TSM.
Yeah.
A 4-goal comeback. Unprecedented in RLCS. Farah will stretch it to the corner, and really, I mean, it's the TSM's defense looked great in games 1 and 2.
Yeah,
they were always
doing a really good job.
They were constantly getting in the way, especially in the midfield, just breaking up opportunities, and then they were benefiting a bit from inaccuracy. The inaccuracy has not really been the problem for Reciprocity here in game 3, but then again, the shots have been taken have been pretty simple. They haven't really had to work hard on the shooting department. They've been shooting just straight at the center of the goal.
I mean, game 1, we were looking for a lot of TSM to get in front of those shots and deny any clears, then get solid touches out. And now I feel like they're already missing, you know, a lot of those chances to put themselves in a spot to cut off the angle that's going towards the net. And even here, Magnus, he gets a big miss. They can continue pressure now for Reciprocity, and it just keeps the starvation on. They're feeling really desperate for goals, and Reciprocity, they just got to keep themselves calm, cool, and collected, and they've got this game in the bag.
There's Metanaris. Trying to push it through, gets it in front of the box. There's Remco looking for it to get their offense started. With 1:45 left to go, 4 goals. An insane task, but you got to get it started at some point. And honestly, for TSM, just for morale, I think getting any goal on the board is going to be helpful.
Yeah,
break up a little bit of momentum here. There's a decent chance this team is, there's a decent chance TSM's already kind of chalked this one up to a loss. And they're already using this time to start thinking about what needs to change here in game 4. And honestly, for me, I don't know what you feel, Turtle, but I feel like just making sure they're communicating well on defense and not leaving themselves some simple openings is the only thing that I really see being a problem here in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, for as much as I love and respect a lot of the players on TSM, I think sometimes that passive playstyle is really inconsistent with where you can be aggressive. Because a lot of times I'll see from TSM, both players on defense, there's 2 people back a lot of the times. And while that might seem like a safe bet, sometimes your communication, like you said, Wave, it's so much harder to figure out who's going to challenge. And then you end up just having 2 people in no man's land waiting for the other person to challenge. Communication doesn't come out, and you're just stuck, you know, letting the other team run around you, take possession, take boost, and starve you out. And I think for TSM, maybe just be a little bit more confident. Just throw yourself at the ball as much as you can. I think if they even just start to ball chase a bit, it might even be more helpful, because they just seem to always have 2 people back waiting in case, you know, a challenge goes horribly, and they're just a little bit negative with how they perceive things.
Shaw set, working the pass. Metanaris trying to shut this one down in the final 10 seconds, just looking for any sort of goal here in garbage time. Help pad the stats a little bit. It's Magnus on the wall, not going to make it happen there, and that game will cleanly and simply go to Reciprocity. Reciprocity, definitely, I've been saying this since the beginning of the season, and honestly with this team in general, when Farah is on point, when Farah is scoring and his accuracy is good, this team is easily one of the best teams in the world. He gets himself a hat trick here in game 3.
I mean, Farah, he always has his moments where he can really step up, not only as the team captain of, you know, the communication in-game. I feel like if this team is to adapt and change their play style, it's going to be from him, you know, the high IQ strategies from the Airbus himself. And Farah, like you said, whenever he's feeling good, feeling confident, he'll get those demos. He'll start to make a lot of plays. And this game, we saw a lot of passing plays from Chaussette that were opening up space for Farah to be that shooter that, you know, you talked about that you wanted to see.
Yeah, for sure. Fruity here got the pass to Farah on this final fourth shot, but the first two were both from Chaussette. A wonderful team effort, no solo plays here. And I mean, this is a team that, Reciprocity was a team that we kind of knew, like, they have, like, good solo players like Farah and Chaussette, these guys that can string it together by themselves if they want, but I love seeing them work with together. It makes their life is so much easier when you don't have to think about beating the whole team by yourself. Just think about, I just got to beat this one guy and then get a pass. Farah will be there for the shot. Reciprocity looked deadly here in Game 3. In Game 4, if TSM can't seem to find, I think TSM will sort things back out. I think those were some early mistakes that let that game get out of hand. We should have a more competitive Game 4 here, but man, yeah, Reciprocity looking strong. Yeah,
I think TSM, they got to get the mentality better, because right now they just started out that last game a little bit rough, but now they got a clean slate. This is their chance. They got to start out really strong here if they want to have, you know, any sort of momentum to build off of, because, you know, they got pretty much completely denied. We saw barely any offense from them, and for Reciprocity, you just got to deny Chaussette from setting up his teammates.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, in Game 2, like, TSM got started pretty early, but then Reciprocity were able to bring it right back. Fruity out to Farah here at the beginning of Game 4. They continue on with each other. Fruity and Farah kind of bumping into each other in enemy territory. Now Chaussette's touches actually go to Farah onto the backboard. Magnus, quick adjustment. Will gain control. Take it over the top of one. Fruity deflects, and now Chaussette in for the shot. Does he make it to the far post? Excellent placement. The accuracy is there this time, and Chaussette gets Reciprocity on the board.
Again, Remco, he kind of turned away there in the corner, you know, denying the fact that he wanted to go for a clear. Somebody had to challenge the ball in the air. Magnus, he had an okay job getting the ball out into the midfield, but then we've got two players on defense from TSM where they're running back into the net trying to find a challenge, and you really want to be more aggressive in that situation. You can't give up space that easily. Reciprocity exploited.
First minute about to come to a close. Reciprocity with all they need to secure this series. TSM had a great stand in games 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Managed to take that first one, but yeah, for sure. And but now they've got to find a way back into this series as they have no more lives. Remco with an opportunity. They get the bumps on the goalies as they're there. Magnus will find the shot, and that's the tie game. An excellent push in TSM. Bring it back.
Beautiful. This is what I'm talking about. Metza, a great challenge to Remco, and then he beats out the defender to open up space for Magnus. Three-man passing play, everybody getting involved. TSM, this is a great goal for them, and I think that's some really just a relieving thing, because they've been denied, but then a kickoff goal, please. Come on, they had it, Wade.
They were right there. Remco's just doesn't quite read it, and Metzanaris just barely misses that ball. Like, Remco cheating up there isn't the end. It's Metzanaris just, so close. Didn't make it happen.
That was like, they had all the pieces connected with that previous goal. Things were looking up, and then the kickoff goal just happens to him.
Yeah, and I mean, on the goal that they scored, I wasn't done geeking out about that one. Remco's pass onto the wall, so important. Fantastic. Where he placed it, because Farah's positioning. Oh, Metzanaris gets a stop. Chaussette's in to finish this one. That's a 2-goal lead now. Reciprocity's like, stop talking about the one goal of the losing team. We've got this series in the bag.
Magnus, you can't get the challenge. Metza's forced in a weird position, and you're right. Reciprocity, they don't even care about that one simple goal. They're just going to keep hammering the net and forcing out mistakes instead of having to create a great passing play. They're just going to make, you know, the defense look silly.
They're like, you thought that pass was cool? Way fun, cool. Watch these shots.
Yeah, literally.
3:10 left to go.
And that's really been the theme, is just putting on as many shots as you can, waiting for TSM to make a defensive mistake, waiting for Metzanaris in that previous play to not get the proper save, or Magnus to get the proper challenge, and you take advantage of the space.
There's Remco with a shot from midfield. Is it wide? No, it's in. Congratulations. They've brought it back to 1 goal in. A nice, kind of lucky shot from Remco here.
Yeah, but the reaction time to follow that up off of Metza's challenge, that was a great finish and a strong position there as well. I like to see him actually push up forward, assuming that Metz is going to win the challenge.
Always feels good to score from your own half. Now, how do Reciprocity respond? They're looking for the kickoff goals again. Ferris shot just a bit high. Remco not in position. Fruity will be able to gain control. He's going to go up against Magnus, though, in the corner. Gets it over the top of him. It's dropping down, looks for the pass out, but Remco gets up in time. Now Ferris sets it up for Chalset. Back to the corner. Remco quickly turns around, but so does Ferris, staying aggro, getting that half rotation going. And now Fruity up onto the wall. Magnus will pinch it and send it into the orange for a moment, but Chalset's got a response. Slowly but surely, TSM starting to gain more control. They stave off that kickoff drive. We're across halftime. It's a one-goal game. Remco and company not going out of this just yet. Magnus over one.
There we go.
Tries. Here comes Remco. The pass in, but it's over Metanars's head. Here comes Reciprocity. Sfera gets it into the midfield. The rest of his team too far back, and now he's chasing Magnus, looking for the demolition. Chalset beats it. Remco has to adjust quickly, gets it on the wall, but does get it past Farah. TSM will have an opportunity. Magnus tries the midfield, but can't gain control enough. Fruity's out of boost. He'll fake it out a little bit. Farah to the far side. Magnus is there. He'll have the first touch and get it into the corner. Looks for a second one. Chalset's got him beat. Remco shuts him down. Back and forth. Both teams kind of alternating contact, and neither really able to gain control despite it spending a lot of time in the Reciprocity half.
Yeah, we found ourselves in a clear battle where it seems like both teams don't really want to take the risk of possessing the ball in their defensive half off of the idea of maybe a poor 50-50. So instead, they're just going to clang the ball as far as they can down. But Remco off the backboard, almost. So close.
Magnus not there for the third attempt. Farah was already airborne as well. They'll get the clears, but here comes Betanaris looking for a double tap. Chalset gets it away. Magnus with an opportunity. Oh, Remco goes for the bump on Farah and doesn't find him. Farah gets the clear, and now counterattack is the name of the game. Fruity down into the corner, gets it up there. Metanaris will shut him down. Farah airborne. He's got this one for free. Got half a tank of boost to work with. Can he find the ground pinch? Goes for it, and Magnus will get the stop. Now Remco.
40 seconds left.
Back to the edge. So close. Reciprocity trying to finish this one off here in game 4. Metanaris just dumps it in the midfield. Chalset should have an empty net. Remco just respawned, but the shot is wide, and Chalset couldn't find the follow-up. Now Chalset with one more attempt here, looking for the double tap. Nearly gets it around that corner. Farah will stop it, keep it trapped in the blue. 15 seconds left. TSM going to try and push into the orange, but Fruity playing keep away, takes it to the sky, keeps it high for a long time, burns so much time off the clock. Remco setting up Magnus. There's the shot towards the back net, and Chalset's got the clear. This one looks over Metanaris. A rough situation. He's got it back over to the edge. Fruity tries to stop it. Remco may be in position, but no. Chalset drops it down, and Reciprocity win it in 4.
A clean game from them and their defense. They were happy towards the end of this game just to play keep away or clear battle, back and forth. Nobody really trying to possess the ball, and they were perfectly fine with that. And TSM, we almost saw Metza get a clutch read off the backboard. I remember the last season, he had so many of those where off the backboard, he gets the double touch. So close to getting the clutch goal. I believed in him. TSM, they definitely had a more rough series in terms of, you know, goal scoring and opportunities, but they look strong. This is something that you can at least reflect on and have a lot to learn from and still continue to push forward, at least into their last match.
Yeah, no, I think that, like, had the season been different, had this been the first match of the season, we would have looked at this and been like, oh, look how strong TSM is. They're great. Look at how they were able to play up against Reciprocity. But with Reciprocity, again, you brought it up at the beginning, and I think it stayed true the entire series. When they're accurate, when they're able to put the shots dead on target, they're one of the best teams in the world, one of the best teams there in Europe. The pros thought they were the best team in Europe coming into the season there. 7 shots, 3 goals and 3 saves for Chalset. An absolutely monster game there. Reciprocity will improve to 5-3. But we're not done yet today. We've got Singularity taking on Endpoint. Endpoint lost their series earlier today to drop to 2-5. Can they improve to 3-5 here as we're coming close to the end of league play? We'll find out after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, at CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
誰もが旅をする。ここまで来た。あなたはどこまで行く？Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind.
Gila.
Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind.
Top 3 GG on level 25, the highest level on the channel, and Ocean Pie. Thank you very much for welcoming the party, partner. Let me give you guys The Stoof! Traffic GG on the level. Ocean Pipe, let me find you, partner. There you are, Pipe. Oh, people. From Link Esport. Let me give you a starting package, partner. And let's close the prediction after that one.
That's hot.
13.5k, that's amazing amount of XP now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I am your host, Brody, Leaf X, Samorin. Alongside me, Gibbs and Wavepunk. We just watched Reciprocity versus TSM.
What do you mean, yeah, what do you mean about thinking about so many messed up?
To win that looks like they came out with a bit of a strong punch to Reciprocity, but Reciprocity, of course, as expectedly, came through.
What do you have in mind?
Wavepunk, did it feel to you like TSM maybe had a hold of a win here?
They definitely looked strong at the beginning. Like there was wonderful, valiant efforts on offense, and their defense was good. But man, when Reciprocity's got you zeroed in their sights and they're shooting well, like I don't know if there's anything any team can do. And honestly, the kryptonite for TSM was that game 3 where they just gave them the free win. I think that gave Reciprocity all the confidence they needed to finish the series. And you can't give up free ones when your season's this tight.
Yeah, that game 2 hurt right here. We see Shaw set. He puts it home to win game 2. TSM could have been up 2-0.
Actually play on Link's Esports?
Seemed like it ran out again.
Let me check what you guys are doing
defensive
here.
errors in game 3 for TSM. They battled back at least in game 4. Like, I thought Magnus had a relatively good series. He had a few misses, but he was making some plays when needed. The bumps coming out from Rec were pretty solid. When they couldn't get the defense to crack, they wound up going for those demo plays, and they were relatively successful versus TSM. Outside of that game 3, I think this was a close series. TSM looked pretty good. At the end of the day, though, TSM season has not gone that well. They now have no chance to not be in the promotion tournament at the very least. So that's for TSM. For Reciprocity, they have clinched a regional championship spot with that win.
All right, congratulations to Reciprocity getting into the regionals. You know, a lot less off their plate, especially knowing that they have to play Dignitas next week. And that's not an easy challenge, especially with the fact that Reciprocity still isn't looking like the team we expect them to, Wavepunk. It feels like something just falling flat.
I get you.
You've pinpointed it yet, or if it's still kind of in question what's going on.
With Reciprocity, I don't feel like anything's really falling flat. A lot of the issues we used to have with this team was their ability to close out, was people like Fruity getting really panicky as the series went on. I think they've solved that problem. The thing that I feel like we're not seeing from Reciprocity is the super strong solo plays, especially from Chaussette. The guy is an absolute monster, can easily, when you talk about impact players, like he's definitely someone who can make this team insane, and he's not really playing that style. He's playing a much more team-based game, taking passes, creating passes, and I think that ultimately this Reciprocity is going to be stronger on their good days than the Reciprocity of old, where they had to rely on Chaussette to do that. But yeah, it's just that accuracy, I think, that sometimes plagues them a little bit.
Well, with 2 matches now down, we have time to check on our Player of the Day nominees. Gibbs, who we throwing up today?
Throwing Farrah on the board, 90% goal participation as well as clinching playoffs, and he was getting some demo plays in there as well. Well done to him. And then Yukio, he got his 400th save, plus that game, I believe it was game 4, where he had 2 great assists, off the backboard to help Dignitas get the win over him.
Yes,
That's a lot of
close.
saves, actually. Like you got to be, yeah, you got to.
And
That's
answer is
stressful
yes.
too. Always being on the back, getting
And
those
we are
saves. I
standing
don't like
on
that. I want to be
one,
on offense, and that's where we expect
3,
Yukio usually to be as
4,
well too. So I guess
6,
we never really got to get your thought on
8,
it too,
10.
Wavebot, for
That's max.
Dignitas. How are you feeling? Do you like the setup they got right now? It seems like the changes they've made are really pulling through for them.
Yeah,
One
man,
more
I
thing
don't
we
have
can
any
close and
issues with
start another
Dignitas
one.
right now. They seem like a very, very strong team. That series was, I mean, it was a back and forth. I think Endpoint made it close. Dignitas just played their game. Endpoint's been getting a lot stronger. I think we all kind of slept on Endpoint. So the scores being low in each game to me isn't an indicator of Dignitas slowing down as much as it is just Endpoint being a decent team, and Dignitas got the better of them.
One more.
Well,
time.
we're going to find out if they're a decent enough team to take down Singularity, because that is our
Fair
next
play,
match.
fair play.
Endpoint versus Singularity.
Probably
Gibbs, I
then,
feel like for these two teams fighting at the
fair
bottom,
play. Oh,
given the fact that they only have 2 more matches each,
Keep
something's
them
got to be
matches.
on the line for this series.
Yeah, that this one's huge. If Endpoint wins 3-1 versus Singularity or 3-0, they clinch at least the top 7. So they will be into season 10. They still have a chance at the regional championship.
Ethan, good
Team
evening,
Singularity will
partner.
stay
How do
alive
you do?
for
How
the
do you do?
championships, plus have a
Welcome
really good
back.
shot at top 7. They just have to beat Team Endpoint here. They can't clinch anything yet.
Welcome
This
back,
game
partner. How's it
differential is
going?
heavily in favor of Team Endpoint. But these two teams, incredibly close all season.
What they are doing
We
in the
finally get the
pro
matchup. We
level
have 2 of
gaming,
these teams
that
coming
game
in
is
from a
amazing.
rival series. It's going to be a really interesting one to see how it plays out.
Yeah, no, it is. It's really tough. I mean, like we have Endpoint. We were split desk on this one too, Wave. I'll get your thoughts on this one too, because we're 50-50 down the middle. But Singularity, you know, I feel like they sometimes have this explosive power that can just get past any kind of defense. But Endpoint's looking, as we saw against Dignitas, a little more cohesive as a unit. I'm wondering if that random prowess that Singularity can show on offense is going to work here. Do you think Endpoint should have this one wrapped up?
The Singularity is a weird team, dude. Like they went 5 games against Barcelona last week, then they won 5 games against TSM the week before, and then they lost in 3 to Veloce, and then they lost both their series to Mouse and Dignitas. It's just like but then they beat Vitality in and probably the craziest goal I've seen in European RLCS this season. So like I love the Singularity. I like watching Singularity. I never know what I'm gonna get, but like if I was a betting man in this situation, I'd easily put my money on Endpoint just because the consistency's been there. They've been growing over time, and I can't bank on that high variance play from Singularity right now. Could they beat Endpoint? Absolutely. Are they going to? I don't know. I think Endpoint coming into this warmed up and also needing this win in this very serious way. I would definitely count on Endpoint.
There's 3 really bad offenses right now in the RLCS. That's TSM, Monaco, and Team Singularity. 1.13 goals per game is not going to cut it. While on the other side, like Endpoint, that offense is creeping up. They played pretty well versus Dignitas, scoring a lot of goals. So I have to go Endpoint.
Well, let us know which team you guys are going to go with. This is a very split decision here. Let us know on Twitter at @RLEsports, #RLCS9. Our third match is about ready. The Singularity is the endpoint for light, but which one of these teams will fall into the black hole? To bring you the astronomy, it's Jarby and Turtle.
A match for everything.
We're still falling into that black hole. It takes a while. The space is a big place. And for Singularity, ever closer to that event horizon, Turtle, they only need to beat Endpoint to stay out of the promotion tournament. Endpoint have to win 3-0 or 3-1 or better. You heard Gibbs say it on the desk.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a tough one. Endpoint have been on the rise. Singularity, they had an upset against Vitality earlier this season, but they're trying to recapture that magic.
And I mean, this is one of the best matches so far of the season, because this is a match of a battle of the underdogs right now. I mean, we're looking at, you know, Singularity and Endpoint, both of them coming from the rival series, and it's crazy to even think there's even a team like Endpoint that exists right now, who in the rival series, they were rookies, and then their rookie season for all 3 of them, they make the RLCS, and then now they're over here, and they're not really doing too horribly. They're actually playing really solid. They've managed to keep a lot of competition, competitive games. You know, even we saw them earlier today against Dignitas. I thought that their series was really close. They did a good job of actually scoring first for a lot of those games, and now it's just coming down to closing these series out and finishing off strong for both these teams.
Endpoint.
Me pleasure, Zappy. Me pleasure.
Cap off their day after a tough battle against Dignitas, against Singularity. Somebody that they are more familiar with than not.
Goal.
Bump already to start it off, and a very slow bouncer goal for Nachitow. First goal.
Virtuoso, we always see this.
How the hell are they
This is
doing
his
that?
strategy. It started off in the rival series, and then now
Like they
it's
would,
led
they
through
would,
in the
like they would be like the slow
He's
motion.
always been the aggressor, getting those bumps, getting those demos. We expect to see it even more as we continue on forward in this game. And so far, that's a great start for Endpoint.
And Endpoint, one of my biggest criticisms of this team heading into the season when you watch them during the promotion tournament is they were always really hesitant in how they approached the ball, giving a lot of respect to the other team, and they really struggle at times. Even when they had better positioning, the attempted pass to relating wave thrown away, they wouldn't take opportunities when they had the advantage. But here's Virtuoso off the ceiling, and Nolly got back in time for the save. But for Singularity, on the opposite side, they have had a rougher go of it. And now on defense,
Now let me see your fucking hands up.
Ethan, thank you very much for 10 TV donation partner.
Look
Yeah!
at this control from him. He gets a little subtle pop and then just sets up Nachitow to perfectly come in for the execution.
yeah, and though he came in for the challenge and then pulled away, he was faking the challenge coming up. Vert had control. Vert could have popped it right over him if he had committed to that, and it would have been really risky to the last man back. And instead, he pulls away. He tries to buy a little bit more time. It was the right idea.
Sure.
Like you said, Turtle Virtuoso just makes a great play on the ball and still has him beat. Because even though Though does get turned around, he gave up too much space on the turnaround, and it allowed Virtuoso to control the ball the way he did that way. So Though couldn't get it done as third man on that play, and it's a 2-goal lead for Endpoint. Nachitow with 2 goals. Though up high against Relating Wave, he wins the challenge. Nolly's there, but nothing for Singularity.
To buy Kate with the coins, yeah, unfortunately it's impossible.
Locked down by Godsmilla.
Look at this blind cars. How the fuck they are doing that?
It's just about winning those
Look.
Though, oh, the midair bump! Virtuoso still picks up the save. Both Though and Nolly both going for that bump on the Relating Wave, but couldn't come up with a goal.
I mean, they just kind of swarmed the goalkeeper, trying to get him out of the play and get a little bit of revenge on that aggressive play we saw for the first goal. And now here's a counterattack. This is something that Singularity have been so good at. I've been noticing in a lot of their series, they have great midfield shots that they can get with such pace to catch the opponents off guard with their rotation. So I think if they find any gap or any slower rotation as that third man, they're going to capitalize.
Oh, Tho's going to find a goal. So Tho picking up a goal here for Endpoint. Or Singularity, excuse me,
No.
getting them mixed up, and Nolly just
Impossible. Coins are used only for predictions.
This is
And them gun giveaways.
aggressive matchup. I mean, both these teams love to go for those demos, and this is
That's how the
something
economy of that
last season in North America. We saw the
platform
Knights
works.
kind of just splash onto the scene and start this demo meta. And now, I mean, we see it here with a lot of these rival series teams. They have kind of integrated that aggression and that aggressive demo playstyle into a lot of what they try to do.
I wish I told
Especially in this match, where both of these teams are familiar with each other in the rival series.
Yeah.
And Though up over for Nolly. Nolly couldn't keep it going. Godsmilla on the rotation, light shot. But you start to revert to habits that you're used to against certain teams. I mean, we saw it with, you know, C9 versus NRG last week. This week you're seeing
Look at that.
You know, because
How
the
they
demo
feel
hasn't
on that.
really been as strong in either region, but you're definitely seeing those bumps play more of a role in this matchup specifically. And a lot of times matchups in Rocket League can be so different. You'll see teams just either adapt or fall into previous habits based on who they're playing and how much they play.
It's so interesting to see too, because I think that, you know, because both these teams kind of stem from the rival series, where that is so common and such a popular tactic to kind of push up forward. Now you're just going to see it come out again. Nachitow gets a demo, and then Tho is
God
here
damn
to
it!
clean
How
up
did they dribble
all
in the
defense.
air?
A solid shot, and he does it again.
The Relating Wave pulling back. He's waiting for the read on the Tho, and he just, I mean, Relating Wave just kind of botched this defense effort. He jumps, but then knew immediately he was beat. He pulls off initially, and then he turns back into it, but Tho is already flying at full speed.
Yeah.
So, some third man issues on the opposite side, and now it's third man issues for Relating Wave, who's usually super consistent on defense. He's a more passive player. He'll wait for plays to develop in front of him. This one gets by him. Quick pass to Nachito. Nachito is maybe looking for Virtuoso, but the pass was cut off. And another quick transition for Godsmilla. Tho coming up quickly off the backboard, or the back wall. Godsmilla turning around, stopping Endpoint's potential transition. And now Relating Wave, a little bit of space. He doesn't kick it really in an area where Virtuoso wants to go, end up giving up possession. They get it back.
Oh, double demo.
Another demo. Opens the net. The shot is good. Relating Wave coming right back in. And Endpoint take the lead.
My goodness. I mean, you could just see the aggression from Endpoint and also the passing play from what Endpoint have to offer. That was a great little bit of passing to open up the space. And it's the double demo that just cleared the field. And that's the goal that's going to take the lead right now for Endpoint, and another demo for Relating Wave.
Yeah, that just killed what would have maybe been an offensive push.
Yeah.
Off that kickoff very quickly for Singularity. Instead, Endpoint, this lead holds when the ball touches the ground. But here comes Singularity. Nachito trying to kill it out to the corner. Tho pops it back.
Wow.
Keeps it up. He's by another defender. Godsmilla carrying this towards the net.
Hey, look at that, what they are doing.
Players, both Virtuoso and Nachito, Endpoint retain the victory.
Nolly,
Magic for noobs like me.
0-second buzzer beat. I love the play from Godzilla to take it slow, then just let it fall down. Being patient for Nolly, but Endpoint barely managed to squeeze out that win. They do it off of the demos, the passing, and so far, I mean, I think that Endpoint are looking, like a more, at least, tactical team when it comes to, the demos and what they're really trying to do and be intentional with the ball.
And on this play right here, where it was just pressure from Relating Wave and Endpoint. And it looked earlier when Endpoint had or Relating Wave had that initial touchdown field that he had given up possession. He had Virtuoso on the side wall, but the ball was too far away from him. Virtuoso comes up and he makes a great 50 to keep the ball in play for Endpoint. So I really liked what I saw from Virtuoso in that game. He had
Crazy stuff, they're doing. Crazy stuff.
3 saves. Nachito picking up 2 of those goals as well, and a lot of shots on net as well. 11 shots to the 7 from Singularity. So a very, very push and pull game so far, Turtle.
Yeah. And I like how you mentioned Relating Wave because he's a player who really has been standing out to me so far on this roster. Virtuoso, he's definitely a player who's going to be aggressive getting the demos, but Relating Wave, I've noticed
we're giving away tonight.
He gets so many goals where he just will snipe.
Quite few crates already.
His shooting accuracy, the way
lot
that
of
he
TPUL.
can, finesse the ball and put it on target meaningfully. I think that adds a lot to what Endpoint have to offer. And still, we haven't seen their whole roster really perform at their best. So I think that we could even see more of a blossoming, play style from them throughout the series.
Goal. No.
So, with that first victory, Endpoint, they do, again, a 3-0 or a 3-1 for Endpoint here will put them out and safe in the RLC, out of the promotion tournament and safe in the RLCS. Singularity, they just have to win. So they have one more life to give up to avoid promotion tournament, but they do eventually have to win this series. And it means a lot for both of these teams. Obviously, you want to stay in the RLCS, but Singularity, with some early pressure here. Virtuoso slowing it down, going for that air dribble against Nolly. Relating Wave up for that quickly, but Tho wins that challenge clean. Nachito the whole way back for Endpoint. Godsmilla and Tho both cutting off the angle around the corner. Now Nolly picks this up, just wants to flip it over Relating Wave, but again, difficult to
How did you know that ball will come to him here?
Endpoint.
Car incoming, guys.
Is
Look
turned
at
away
that
by
there.
Nolly. Kicks the ball back to the orange half.
I've been liking the passing though so far from Singularity and the backboard defense from Tho especially. He's been on the backboard so solid with those clears. Not the best one there, but he forces out the 50-50 and now they got a chance to transition. Godsmilla being patient as well. Tho with the bump almost gets the shot, but Relating Wave is there for the save.
And Tho was playing
Look at that.
Enforcer, trying to find a bumper at demo. It gave Godsmill a little
What
bit
the
more
hell
space
are
on
they
the play.
doing
The
now?
idea there, it's a creative attack from Singularity. Nolly was cutting the one angle that the ball went to.
Crowd goes on top, guys. Top left corner. Free inside, free crypto. Never enough free cryptocurrency.
Nashito, the pass blocked by Tho. And that's a big clear for Singularity. Not a lot of pressure for Endpoint. They have no shots in the first 2 minutes of game 2.
And it's difficult when you got players like Nolly right now taking it slow, going for the 50, and now he tosses it over to Tho in the corner. Even though the demo comes out, the possession is so good. Now he's in the air, the air dribble, a 50 again, and they can continue to push on. I love the
Wheelchair Gaming, howdy partner. Good evening. How do you do? How do you do?
From Godsmilla there too. He let Nashito hit that ball into him instead of charging forward. So many times you'll see players, you know, when they want to get aggressive, they'll just dive at the ball. They'll throw themselves at the challenge. And maybe they can neutralize it. But Godsmilla lets Nashito give up that just centimeters of space turtle, and that was all the difference for him to move down the field.
The confidence and warm-up that we needed to see from Singularity after that first game.
I don't know how they're doing that. That's a lot of play.
Despite them putting on 6 shots, still none for Endpoint. Good passing from Godsmilla, but Nashito cuts off the angle. Godsmilla comes up with the save. And Tho, another quick transition. The rest of Endpoint.
And go, no.
Close to him, will steal the boost away. Tho running into Nolly, but Godsmilla will buy a little bit of time for that error to be washed clean. Relating wave just gets a piece of it. Nolly was hunting for the goal, and it's kicked back forward. Godsmilla back over to Nolly. Look at this, just keeping the ball away from Endpoint. Godsmilla steals another boost away, but a quick transition. One demo's all it takes. Virtuoso takes the guy out, takes the ball, and it's Endpoint with the lead.
So long as you can time your demos to be that precise for whenever the clear comes out, the rotation is killed. That is how you demo Endpoint. They are on fire right now with the aggressive plays. They managed to hold on. Their defense was so strong, blocking the shots, getting those last few touches, and they stay strong here. With Godsmilla, a shot above both the goalkeepers.
Yeah, it started with Nolly. Nolly keeping the ball close on this air dribble, and it's a great challenge.
Wow.
Yeah, the 50 was absolutely great against Nashito. Godsmilla positioned perfectly for it. In net, you had 2 players on Endpoint kind of getting tied up together, expecting that shot. Nobody was ready for the follow.
I'm always good, partner. Always good.
For Endpoint on defense, and it
was watching some amazing stuff.
Box, but that's a huge response.
Where I come back to Bacon.
Good to tie the game.
Enjoy your drink, partner. Enjoy your drink.
Short hop air dribbles. Carry the ball for a little bit, and he'll constantly go for these air dribbles. He's done it more than a couple of times in this series. It's working.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Now let me see your fucking hands up!
Wheelchair Gaming with an amazing 690 views spam. Yeah, partner, thank you very much. Appreciate that, means up.
Before he hits the ball, Nolly, the tiny little touch, and then the demo play. That was insane. It's one thing to cut rotation like that. I mean,
Goes that one, okay, then the next one, that's shy.
The ball down, he was dribbling, gave Nolly time to get the demo. It's great awareness, great communication by Singularity. Endpoint reeling
Oh, miskick.
after 2 or 3 straight.
Let's go! Let's go!
Ah, thank you very much, Wheelchair Gaming. Appreciate that donations. Thank you. Means a lot, partner. Peace out.
Talked about it earlier, Jorby. It was the solo little air dribbles.
Thank you very much.
And then carry the ball to go for a solid 50. He did that multiple
Sweet,
times.
69.
And then the tiny little touches and going
And
for the
170.
demos as well. A fantastic play. And it's one thing for him to, like I said, get that little touch out, but then he followed it up by going for the risky cut and rotation, going for the demo instead of just instantly turning back. Great, recognition of the field and the space and what he needs to do. So let's take another look at it. You can see he just turns in so fast and so quickly. No matter where the goalkeeper is, he knows he has time to take it out. And like you said, Jorby, you can see that Tho takes it slow to give him time to dribble and then so that the demo can come through.
It was a beautiful team play, and Singularity, it was another 11-shot game, only 3 for Endpoint. Endpoint did get 2 goals. One was garbage time goal at the end, so I'm not really going to count that as far as their shot efficiency for the sake of, talking about it, because their offense was non-existent. And Gibbs talked about it on the desk before this series began. Endpoint, their offense has finally started to click a little bit more, but Singularity have done such a good job of keeping the ball away from.
Yes, madam, congrats for the XP.
It isn't a directly threatening shot. It's just
You gonna open next ones?
keep the ball away from the opponent, and they've been doing that. They've caught Endpoint out on defensive rotations as well. They've done a really good job sniping balls away from Endpoint when they're on their own half.
And I think the most impressive thing about keeping the ball away is they don't get too eager. In that game we just previously saw, they had all the pressure, and they didn't even score first. It was Endpoint who got that initial pressure and the momentum, but we didn't see Singularity get frustrated or tilted. They kept the pressure up, kept flooding it into the corner, and that's how they were able to starve them out.
Virtuoso on the point for Endpoint. Nachto had a little bit of space to get in front of Godsmilla there. He did, but it is met with Godsmilla downfield. Light shot turned away by Relating Wave. Tho towards the box, easily cleared. Nachto gonna give way for Virtuoso. The shot blocked by Nolly. Godsmilla, he'll take that. He's gonna let Tho take this up, and I love that Godsmilla going for that boost steal. It's, a lot of times in Rocket League, it's a battle of attrition, Turtle, and a battle of the boost. Who's gonna win that? Godsmilla, it might be a whiff off the crossbar. No good. Nachito gets in front of it. It was a whiff from Endpoint that let that shot happen. Godsmilla's not done. He finally punches through. Singularity have a lead.
They just could not revive themselves.
What the heck?
After it. That was insane. And then you also saw the mix-up in net where they kind of got bumped a bit. Everything just scrambling around for Endpoint.
The Tho touch was actually nuts. He just side flips into the ball against the post, and it kicked out straight into Nolly. Are you kidding me? There's a little bit of luck going on there. There's a little bit of luck. I'm gonna give you full credit for that.
Perfectly calculated, Jorby. Perfectly calculated.
Either way, though, it's just, I love the approach to the ball that Singularity have, and I thought at times that this team, like, they had it, and I said it last week. I feel like Singularity, they just need one season of the RLCS under their belt before they really start to turn into a force. Tho just barely gets the block. Nolly follows it up quickly, and that could have been another potential shot on net, but Nolly had perfect positioning off that back post, and he takes his shot. The ball killed in front of the box. Relating Wave will take it back, and Tho, he just kills the transition. It's a little slower now for Endpoint. They do get back to the blue wall. The challenge from Godsmilla makes it a little slower, and it's an easy save for Tho. That's his third.
No, Godsmilla.
Wanashito. Endpoint.
New predictions are up. Go on, spend them coins and get yourself that XP, guys.
Reactive to that touch.
GG for the winners for the last one. Predictions.
Angles are cut off consistently, and the main difference, as soon as Singularity grab the ball, it's a pass to a player already in position for a shot in the attacking third, and it's making life.
Go get that, grab that quick and easy XP for predictions.
Nothing again. That one shot just off the crossbar.
We need coins. Tell me, I can still sort you out. I still got some.
A little bit off from Endpoint. I mean, just to compare the passes, I think Singularity, like you said, Jorby, it's the vision. It's
get yourself some of that sweet XP.
They're a little bit too linear, and they're just kind of flooding themselves forward. But that's a great chance there. This is what we want to see. Exactly what we were talking about, where somebody's in position expecting the pass. Nachito, great vision to find Virtuoso.
And it was dangerous as well. Nachito on that dribble.
Who think you were gone?
On the challenge, had he read that right, Relating Wave was right behind him in midfield. And if Nachito gets dunked there, I mean that was risky positioning overall. But like you said,
there you go, partner.
Gets the ball in his hands on the ground. He is so dangerous in front of the net. He's won so many 1v1s in this match alone. And even potentially like 1v1.5s, I'll call it. I won't call it a straight 1v2. But Virtuoso making plays.
Yeah, and he's not just dribbling, he's just demoing, getting super aggressive on the field.
Let's go! 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 Now let me see your fucking hands up!
Possession and midfield.
Yeah! Wilde Gaming ran on a massive defuse spam! Forbidden Justice Evening partner! Vox Evening as well, welcome!
Is so fast that
Oh, this just happened. I've got no idea how many times was after that 369. And I believe it could just kill my Alex.
and winning possession.
Let's go! Let's go! let me see your fucking hands up.
Now let me see your fucking hands up. Yeeeeehaaaaaaw! Pardon, thank you very much, Wheelchair Gaming.
They're forcing awkward 50s and hoping.
Nice one, mate. Amazing.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Now let me see your fucking hands up.
Now let me see your fucking hands up. Yeeeeehaaaaw, partners. Thank you very much for that amazing TP train. Spam, nice, amazing spam. I've got no freaking clue how much that, but I wanna try and find out.
Smilla gets that touch out towards the box. It's an easy goal for Singularity, but that missed touch kills them.
And I think he was
But in the meantime, go grab yourself some XP on predictions, spend them coins.
They've got so many chances here. It's just like you said, Jorby, those final touches.
More predictions, more XP.
There for the cleanup.
This breaks down eventually. Godsmillet keeping it
Just
away from relating.
make sure you're not caught.
He's just forced to try to find a touch to the corner. Virtuoso probably expecting that ball to roll up into the corner. His
I'm gonna try and figure out
was not prepared for that near post shot. Maybe thought Nacho
how massive that TP train from Wheelchair was.
Closer. I think that's on Virtuoso there. Relating wave low on boosts. It's tough to.
I believe you enjoy your thing, bro.
Saw Tho up there. And Endpoint have to close in this game if they want to avoid promotion or relegation, if you will, at this stage. Virtuoso looking for Nachito, but they're having to keep it close. Singularity really good at closing these gaps. Godsmilla, he's by one. By relating wave to Tho. Tho scores in Singularity off of beautiful dashes by Godsmilla.
Yeah, and he makes up 100% for that poor touch. Look at that out to Tho, and it's really.
Try to fix that. No, I cannot check it because it's gonna kill it. It's gonna kill the OBS then.
The best chance, at least, to really outpace the defender.
Oh, this is a really good carry.
Let's try and refresh the alerts because
Keep that going.
that spam killed the alerts. Thank you very much for another 14 Tribute Nation. Yeah!
Pedal on the floor.
Yeah.
We'll give any
Don't let up.
Endpoint any chance to come back.
Oh, that's a nice inning.
Past the relating wave, and it's saved by Nolly.
Well, I believe he's from UK and I'm from UK and there's many, Safi's from UK, there's many of us from UK, yeah. 40 up, even bigger than mine, I got only 30. Nice.
Singularity forced to wait, and now the transition for Virtuoso.
Yes, lots of UK people here. Lots of you people here, so God's good, that's good, that's good. Let me finish them Alice. You killed my Alice, bro!
But there's nothing.
It was a long time when last time someone did that.
Another Godsmilla, and Tho both panicking, trying to.
No, the lamps, yeah. Oh, fucking hell. So must be someone else as well who's like lurking.
It's getting so close. For
Oh, you know, like we don't have pretty much. I think we don't have any,
But then that final shot, even relating
or at least not many, like few only lurkers from States or farther on. Get was from down
is on the
east.
line for Endpoint.
Nolly already downfield. The pass from Tho is saved by Nachito.
Haven't seen him from a long time.
Tho
I
cuts
think
off
he's now farming other channels.
transition pass. Endpoint. The transition has been almost non-existent in the last minute. They had that one flurry on offense, but then nothing afterwards.
Come by more often. Muddy in here.
Singularity because they put
Sometimes it happens, I'm not saying it isn't.
great spot here for
But
game
takes
five.
ages to refresh the mallets now and code incoming, guys.
Will put them out of the relegation tournament and squarely in that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chad. Thank you. Appreciate that. Means a lot.
They have to win at least 3-1 in this series.
Gaming time, yeah, bro.
To try to cap this off with a victory and get that 7th place spot.
Yeah, that's no. Fair play, it isn't bugged. It's what you see when you refresh the Alex from Sleeper, you know?
And it was completely obliterated.
Javen, good evening, partner. How do you do? Because spam killed them Alex. They stopped showing, yeah? So I had to reference. So you gotta close it, like, and load it again. So it's like removing the old cache and bringing up new one. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that will happen. Norwegian killed the OBS.
It's the patience from Singularity that I really admire about their team right now, and the way they actually decide to transition the ball out. Sometimes they'll mix it up. They'll go for a monster clear, and then other times they'll take it slow like Godzilla there where he can dribble it out.
Nice, Jan managed to get the code. The code is in the chat. And Saf as well. Grab us to the free and crypto, guys.
Was when they would go for a quick pass from their own third, and they'd either have Virtuoso, or Nachito, or Relating Wave, whoever, up in the attacking third on a long, hard pass, where they could put an immediate shot on net, even from midfield, but that hasn't been working, and they
getting there, people, getting there.
More space in the attacking thirds right now because they end up just giving up the ball in midfield, and you're hoping for either a poor touch from Singularity, which, to their credit, has happened a couple of times.
Yeah.
But you're on the chopping block now. Like, this is it. Godsmilla, huge game from him. He's someone that has really impressed me this season, Turtle. He's had a lot of great shots, and like you said, his vision in this series in particular has been really solid. And it's been a slow game for both teams, I feel like. Both teams wanting to control, wanting to possess.
Fair play, so are you ready to play?
Moving back and forth across the field.
Definitely. There's no real, I guess...
You okay to Karim?
Trying to outpace everybody on every single challenge, and rather they outsmart and
Safi, but since when you got the meeting? Since morning?
Maybe get a nice flick over somebody off of control. It's never just hoping a 50-50 will always go their way. It's taking it slow like Nolly right here. Look at the slow play, and now he's got one on net. Almost saved. How was it cleared? Virtuoso. What a rotation.
Nolly did everything right, and then he got beat by the 4th man. It was like the 4th and the 5th man if you count the crossbar and the post as 2 separate entities, because it just rolled off of both of them. That was
unreal.
You gotta feel gutted if you're Nolly. It's a good win from Phil in the challenge, though. And Nolly playing the loss on that challenge, it will come back to him off of the Wifty. Turtle, if you're not familiar with the Wifty, it's when 2 players go for a 50 and they both whiff.
Wow.
That's,
what? I like the terminology. That's really fantastic. I should add that to the dictionary.
It's a great one. It's a great one.
That's half hour. Also in half hour, that makes sense.
Control game here for
that's nice.
Winning a touch cleanly. And not sure downfield. Couldn't grab that midfield boost.
That is nice.
I don't think he thought that.
There's still no. It shouldn't be half hour because it may be max 20 minutes because the updates every 10 minutes. You know what I mean?
And he just gets a clean goal here.
But actually, if you pay attention,
oh yeah, it can be half hour because this session can count all the time. Yeah, but last 10 minutes to 13, you know.
But on his way out, he was actually sweeping up
because after 10 minutes we will go to the innings this session, yeah?
Side where he's just bumping into him. So a little bit of karma.
In less than 10 minutes to 13, nice.
Can't get back in time.
Freaking nice. Good.
Singularity with the lead.
I tried to find that
huge for them. They know. Winning this keeps them out of the tournament. Godsmilla, the shot high, and it's good! Godsmilla wants to stay in the RLCS. It's a 2-goal lead.
The cleanup man of this roster, a poor touch from Relating Wave. He doesn't get it out as strong as he'd like to. Forces an awkward shot then for Godsmilla, but he nails it off the crossbar and down. Godsmilla, you talked about it earlier, Jory. He has been feeling himself. He's been on fire, to say the least, with his shots, the way he's been rotating in as that 3rd man, and then on the defensive side as that goalkeeper.
And Tho has been just a nightmare to have to win 50s against.
Yeah, so we see. Yeah, it started. Yeah, it is that. So next update after 10 minutes. So you got like in 10 minutes how much you win it? Let me see. 478.
Relating wave. What's
Not
another
bad.
chance? Nachito forced wide. Has the shot, and it's forced wide of the post. Though he carries it by Virtuoso, and relating wave can't keep it going. Nachito midfield.
Yeah, them two for 2 and a bit, yeah, in 10 minutes.
Wing, if he carries that, maybe they have a chance. Still possession, relating wave roller. Right into Godsmilla.
2 and a bit in 10 minutes, so it's not bad, I think.
Still a 2-goal lead, and here they come again. So almost bullying his way into the net. Nolly missing, endpoint. Back on the ball.
This is getting so sloppy, Jorby. Both teams really getting desperate to keep security for Singularity, but there's a chance then off the backboard, Nachito.
Trena on the level 6, GG partner. Let me give you the grade. Give me a second because I've got to watch the load that was really disaster today.
He was a little close to the line, and
You find it, Anand?
It had already bounced by the time he had jumped, so had he actually got in front of it, I'm not sure if he would have gotten to it.
There you go, partner. Level 6 from looking, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Good stuff, bro.
On the attack again, Turtle.
Here's for the support.
Can Singularity hang on to this lead? Nolly. No, nothing. And Virtuoso. Again, Tho. Another 50 win. Nolly cutting off the long pass. It's just these long passes from endpoint. They're not working. Look at the coverage from Singularity. That's a win for Nolly on the 50 as far as he's concerned. Godzilla back over to Nolly. It's just that they're positioning. They're reading endpoint like a Dr. Seuss book, Turtle. Endpoint, they're trying to come back. They might have a chance. It's a huge whiff. And sometimes one whiff is all it takes, but they do bail themselves out.
Ah, you run Preguarda? No, I used to run it as well, but I'm eating shit from it since they started the last update of the mainnet to 0 and the main stakers nodes. So on the Preguarda I'm eating shit recently. Absolutely total shit, it's not even worth to run it. It slows down my laptop completely and the endings are shit. But it used to be not bad.
You can read if you don't open the book. And in that case it was just the whiffs from Singularity. Yeah, the first whiff from Tho, and then the panic on the back wall from Nolly and Godsmilla, the miscommunication. Despite, you know, we've been praising their ability to capitalize on what endpoint are giving them and to adapt, but mechanical errors are going to kill you at this level every single time. Endpoint. They can't guarantee themselves out of the relegation tournament, but they are trying to keep themselves in it, to keep themselves as high in the standings as possible. We got game 5 overtime. If Singularity can get the golden goal, they get the 7th place spot.
And you can physically see the nerves in their car positioning, with Godzilla being pushed so far back, almost misses the save as they go into overtime. One mistake, like you said, Jorby, are they going to be able to capitalize off of those 50s like that, or is it going to be a defensive gap?
Virtuoso had a little bit of space, but the ball, it was Nolly who got to it first. He was forced down. There's a chip from Virtuoso. Shot from Machito, saved by Godsmilla. Relating wave up high, wants to keep it going, but the 50's for Tho, and Tho will take it back downfield. Singularity, crucial, clear, but the 50 was Virtuoso's on his way out of the stadium. Now Nachito on point. Nachito off the back wall, looking for a shot from Relating wave, and Tho wins the ball cleanly. Virtuoso forced to make one touch. He's got to get back to it. He does! The shot taken away, Godsmilla. Up high, no Relating wave, quickly up the side, or the back wall. Virtuoso, on point, gets under Nolly on the play, but Tho will take it out. Singularity, it looked like a dangerous transition. Now they're back on offense. Virtuoso, around the corner, back over to Relating wave, looking towards the box, but Tho is up very quickly. Nolly's downfield.
Nolly.
Oh, and a great read there from Nachito, playing the touch off of Nolly. Tho wants to keep going, but Virtuoso booms it back downfield. It is, the pace has just picked up.
Oh, definitely.
Between these two.
They're just beating the backboard up. As you can see, both teams trying to find a rare midfield pass there from endpoint. Otherwise, we got Singularity constantly throwing things at the backboard, waiting for a mistake, waiting for a misread, as things are coming down to a single 50-50.
Oh, Tho is touch denied. Endpoint meeting these shots at the point of origin. Godsmilla making Vert's job hard, and Relating Wave booms it downfield. He finds the dunk against Tho. This might be a chance for Virtuoso. Oh, Godsmilla has him beat to the ball, but it's Nachito's now. Tho has the save off the backboard, or picks up that rebound anyway. Relating Wave keeps it going, and they're locked in here in midfield. Virtuoso with a full tank of boost forces one challenge. You see Relating Wave, he's way back here, doesn't want to overcommit on the play despite the control. You don't want to give up one challenge and leave your net wide open. Now Relating Wave killing it in midfield.
Those on the other side.
Looking for the pass over. It's not there. Virtuoso trying to close the gap against Tho. A dangerous touch from Nachito. Virtuoso bails him out. About a half a game of Rocket League played in this overtime. Singularity on the orange half of the field. Nothing. Tho up in front of the box, but it's only Nachito's ball. Trying to find his way between two, but picking it up is Nolly. Nolly, he's been dangerous in the air at times in this series. Can he be the X Factor again? Tho around the corner, plays it slow, wants it out, but it's denied. A double commit by Endpoint. Virtuoso catches the ball and will stop the bleeding for now for Endpoint, but still Singularity continue to press Turtle.
And I've been so impressed with Tho. Look at the touches that this player is able to get. He is keeping possession forward. He's created so many opportunities of space. His clears, he's been keeping it close and managing to really keep Singularity alive and thriving with this offensive pressure.
Oh, Virtuoso's already downfield off that challenge from Relating Wave. Nolly kills the ball. It's a high ball for Endpoint. Tho has to be the man to get it. He can't. Relating Wave taking the ball from Virtuoso. Nolly, it's a tough read. He actually still finds the touch. It looked like Nolly may have flubbed it, but he barely stays alive onto it. Now Tho back over to Godsmilla. Tho getting the dunk. Singularity, and under a lot of pressure, that one came free off the back.
1v1.
Now Tho on the carry, and Nachito bailing Virtuoso out of a tough situation. Godsmilla in front. Nothing. It feels like one challenge is going to be the difference. The shot off the bounce, and Godsmilla almost makes it happen. He can't find the bump. Tho in front, looking for the shot, taken away again. Both teams do not give up. The rebounds have not been given up at all. Just an absolute dogfight between Singularity and Endpoint. Both trying to avoid that 8-9 slot. Nolly off the pass for Virtuoso. He's going to get a free look at the first. He's got a free. Oh, he misses the ball. Tho keeps it up for Singularity, but that was a huge chance squandered.
It was almost such a good fake from Nolly with the miss, but now there's space. Virtuoso, he's got his flip. Saved out then from Tho, and now it's a midfield clear. You're right, Jorby. This is just a dogfight between teams forcing 50-50s, looking for space, and the defenses have held up so strong on both sides.
It feels like just a war of tsunamis. Just one rushing wave forward on an attempt, and then it just comes right back. This in front for Godsmilla. Met by Relating Wave. Relating Wave is touched. Oh, Nolly, the side flip, and it was two mistakes. Nolly never punished. Godsmilla clear. Nolly free flipping into it, finding his way. Nolly the huge dunk, and Singularity take Endpoint out.
Nolly, the freestyle dunk with the arrow. He gets to the left of the ball and reads the defender like a book, Jorby. You talked about opening it up and reading what's inside. He just saw a perfect play, and he capitalized. Nolly coming in clutch again, and Singularity clutch it out.
They turn the page on Endpoint, and they survive having to play in the promotion relegation tournament. 7th place, and it looked so good for Endpoint at the start. They'd given up a couple of goals from Singularity off of, it was one good carry from Tho on a 1v1 in game 1, and then after that it was just a tug of war the rest of the way through. But Godsmilla, Nolly, Tho, there's something that you can attribute to every single player in that series where they won them the game. I can't put it squarely on one of these players' shoulders. It was a full team effort, Turtle.
Definitely. And I think that's one of the best things to look for whenever you're a new team coming into from the rival series. You're looking to make these wins count as a team and build that chemistry and that synergy. Excuse me, as I shake my camera a little bit there. They're looking to like I said, build this energy as they can continue to push forward. A huge win for them, a great series, like you said, Jorby. Everybody had a vital role in getting involved on the offensive side, the defensive side. It was flowing so well for them.
Could this be a regional championship preview? Our next match, Dignitas versus Veloce. You don't want to miss that. We'll be right back.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet friendly. Maybe a little too pet friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go? It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
Workplace productivity. You need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People.
Good God. No. No, I'll tell you exactly. But when you are in your profile, exactly when you hit your avatar, yeah, you click on account. Yeah, or click on account. On your when you go that top right corner, when it's your avatar, you click on account, and in the top you will see your how much fuel you got, and it will say wallet address. And under it will be even how to deposit the fuel. Yeah, and exactly as Wucher said, if you click on your TPU on PC, under that TPU history is your address as well. So you can see it two ways, yeah? No, it's only here. Yeah, that address is only here. You send for Plague Guardian, you need the wallet on Theta. Like a proper wallet. S could help. You need to make the That's the main site, and you need to create yourself a wallet there, and then you can download per wire node.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket
Yeah,
League
yeah, you can.
Championship Series. You're watching Week 6
Sure,
of
absolutely.
European League play. I am your host, LeafX. Alongside me, we have Turtle and Gabe.
Yeah, I'll give you the mod for that. No worries, no worries. You can, you can. Give me a second. It's just that
Singularity
thingy
definitely needed that win. Endpoint
is working so slow. Yeah, now you can give the
but I
link.
think there's some implications from that one. Singularity keeping their dreams alive, I think, for that 7th place spot, as well as, I believe, clinching Mouse into the playoffs, which, as a fan of Mouse, I'm happy to hear that. Gibbs, is there anything else on the line that kind of solidified or opened up?
Yeah, to show how important that series was, now next week it goes into Team Singularity. They play Monaco, which seems like a pretty easy win. If they win, guaranteed 7th. Or if Endpoint loses to Mouse next week. So they have either of those to clinch for the top 7 spot. So that is fantastic. This series, incredibly close, sometimes sloppy, I think. Sometimes on the defensive end, the midfield was left open. But on the side of Endpoint, I thought Virtuoso, what a series from him. So many bumps to open up that space, to create the plays. But then the defense from Endpoint, this midfield was left open so often for Team Singularity, and they capitalized, Turtle.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a fantastic series to watch. And actually, I kind of enjoyed the fact that it was a little bit sloppy. I think it made for a great story between both these teams. I mean, it's a rival series team on both sides. And I think that both of them have huge, like you said, implications on what this match meant to them personally, as well as, they've obviously played against each other so much. And then on the other side,
Crowd incoming.
I was looking at him the entire time when it came down to winning 50-50s on the aggressive side. And then Nolly, the final dunk to save their season. That was huge.
Yeah, that dunk was phenomenal. It's just, I mean, the catch was brilliant. You can see here, the catch was brilliant. The dunk, he adjusted for it. He knew what he was going for.
Beautiful.
And it was just a great way to end that series. But that's the thing, and this is why Johnny.
There you go. That's the TK
earlier. Just subtly pointing out that we were right about this. That we, Endpoint has good structure to them, but as Gibbs mentioned, it kind of fell apart a couple times on defense, and that Singularity speed, and as we saw there, the mechanics pulled them through for the win. So this was, what?
Like, I just want to mention, this was a game 5, 5-minute overtime. Don't start pulling the whole Team Singularity. My pick was great, okay? This was incredibly close.
I love it.
There was so much nerves on the line, too. We saw it in that 5-minute overtime. We started seeing mistakes, but Team Singularity, the boost control, the last 2 minutes of that overtime, that's what it came down to. They were taking every single boost. The one time for Endpoint they get their own boost, they got demoed right away. It was so close, and it came down to Nolly, just a fantastic play. And again, now that Vitality win that Team Singularity had earlier for the season looks really good right now to help them clinch a top 7 spot.
We are only halfway through the day for week 6, though, for European League play. So let's continue on with some more matches. Let's talk about Veloce and Dignitas, because that is our next matchup. This is the top dogs now. We just witnessed, some people fighting just even to get in league play next time. These guys are fighting for those top 2 spots.
Good job.
Earlier,
GG on level 4, partner.
Top 2's not even their focus right now.
I was so mad at Freaky. He's on Twitter all the time, like complains about us calling him C+ or whatever.
Then you
And
find
he
your
goes into
partner.
an interview, is like, I don't think we have a chance at top 2. You're literally playing the top 2 teams. You control your own destiny. Just beat them, Freaky. What else are you playing for at this point? He's like, we're not really playing for top 2. What are you playing for, 3rd place in regionals? Come on, Freaky. I want to see some more passion from him. Last season, he was more confident. But Veloce looks better this season. I don't know what's going on with Freaky. I think he's sick. I'm not sure.
I mean, Turtle, how do you feel?
You
about
go
this?
GG on level 4.
I'll give my thoughts, and I'll get your thoughts on it after Turtles. I think, to me, it's a realistic approach. I mean, like, if you know there's something that you can achieve, do your best to at least achieve that. If you overshoot and make mistakes, maybe you lose out on the thing that you could have achieved if you focus on that.
Oh,
So,
you can.
To me, I think it's a good
If
thing to have
you,
a
so
chance to
you don't have to.
Turtle, how do you
If you set everything up and you only need, if you tell me, I will send it to you.
Gibbs wants every
Just tell me and I will log into the Theta wallet and I will send it to you. No problem.
roasting everybody, Gibbs. I know that's secretly what you want, but
Because you need like a tiny bit. I can send you one defeat and will.
in terms of
No.
players like Reddles in North America, who's always super confident. But even, for example, I talked to Dapper and he was saying that, he doesn't have any expectations even for the whole season. And then they come out here and Sonics in North America is doing fantastic. So I think Freaky is taking a similar approach.
Check Discord.
Relieve the pressure and hopefully
On my way.
to play better. So it's
Check
a realistic
Discord.
approach, but I mean, I like the content too, Gibbs. I understand.
Now, so I don't need Freaky to come out and say that we're going to clap Dig and Vitality. I just want them to come out and say,
That's a
hey,
lie. I don't
these are tough games. We have a chance. He didn't even say that. He's like, I don't think we're going to be top 2. I'm like, come on, Freaky. But for this game, it's so important for playoff scenarios. Nothing is clinched. But to look at some percentages, like if Dig wins 3-2, they have a 93% chance to finish top 2. But if they lose 3-2, that falls to 37%. For Veloci, 4% chance if they lose a 3-2.
Probably they're working on something,
And that's only.
I'm more than sure they are working on something because Smith was talking to me
Go down the line. So this is
about the roadmap.
for a top 2 race, Leaf.
Well,
I'm sure they are working on something.
That top 2 race, or gets closer to it in a few seconds here after you guys get online at Twitter at All Esports, hashtag RLCS9. Let us know your thoughts. Veloce, Dignitas are about to duke it out. Passing and defense, which approach wins? Let's find out.
Unstoppable Force meets Immovable Object, James. And for Veloce, the immovable object, it is definitely going to be a task against Dignitas, who have the one pass too many philosophy that has gotten them to this point in the RLCS.
Yeah.
So it's half an hour, and half an hour and 15, so it shouldn't be bad.
When you're not expecting
So you should get more than like you said, 10, 14
very good. Even
in an hour.
When they got reverse swept,
Like 15 and half an hour, and another 15 another half an hour, so it's like 30.
That game 3.
If I'm right.
In overtime,
Or it will cap you, yeah. Like if you are right.
Dignitas is a team that everybody knows that they are up there near the top. They're difficult to beat. When they're on their game, they're scary, especially.
Good place for fire.
You see his ability.
Yeah, but even maybe because it's not. It would be better if I would start here. I think this may, as far as we've noticed with Safi,
maybe Veloce's toughest challenge yet.
The faster you start the stream, the bigger innings, the better pills you get. You know what I mean? Like when the later you start, the worse it is.
Has usually been the guy handing out passes. And Freaky's been the closer, but we saw a lot of very aggressive plays from Veloce last week against Mouse, where you saw a lot of quick passing plays in front of the box, creating space, and Veloce are usually content to sit back in midfield, let plays develop in front of them. So I'm curious to see how Veloce adapt to Dignitas during the series, because Dignitas pretty much paved their own way. They don't adapt too much. They like that passing game a lot. Their vision just allows them to do so. So we'll see as we're underway in game 1, and Yukio starts off with a bang for Dignitas.
Now that didn't take long, did it? Panda, he just pops that up in the air, and Yukio Yukio, he was big on the playmaking. He was assisting goals left and right in the first series of the day. This time he comes out, and like you said, Jorbia was with a bang 7 seconds in.
And it feels good to see Yukio hit those shots where last season he would have missed them during league play.
Yeah.
But ever since the end of league play last season, I feel like
maybe it depends, because maybe a bit quicker. Check the roadmap, yeah?
He's so dangerous this season. He's been so good. And like you said, like getting involved in the passes too. It's not just the shots anymore for Yukio. Dignitas with Violent Panda, he gets back to his own touch. Astral was not ready for that. Now Freaky has a one-on-one against Yukio, and Yukio can't handle it. Freaky made him look the whole way.
The clutch factor from Freaky, he's had it multiple seasons now.
Yeah, at the end of the month you're getting that.
And that
If you as far as I know.
play. He's dribbling the ball. Yukio is playing perhaps for the...
I might be wrong, but I think it goes to the streamer at the end of the month. I didn't even bother because my pool is small, so it's not noticeable.
He sees Yukio retreating back towards net. He's going towards net. So that challenge 100% is going to go back towards net.
On average, 40, between 30 to 40 viewers on average to get the reasonable pool, like reasonable, I mean, like a proper pool, about 5K, I believe.
Freaky is the guy, and he is the guy there getting that tying goal for Veloce.
Veloce had been trying to test that backboard, and they were doing that signature Veloce thing, which is, wait for the ball to come back to you in midfield, find an opening on the defense, and Flame will punch it in for Veloce.
And look at the pass.
Let's go!
Now let me see your fucking hands up!
Yeah! Yo, Libra, thank you very much for attending your donation, partner.
You start to think you get things figured out. It feels like in Europe or North America this season. And then you're like, oh yeah,
Too much Boozle, what's new?
we're so good at controlling the pitch, controlling the ball, but this battle of philosophies in terms of play style.
What are you drinking, Witcher? Whiskey? Beer?
James and Freaky at the forefront for his team right now with that assist and the first goal of the game. Or the first goal for Veloce, rather.
Freaky, he has been amazing so far. Now Flame, that flip reset slows it down. Astral will take over, but Freaky has been everywhere. Even now, getting the stop. Freaky playing quite well for Veloce. We'll see if they can hold on to this lead. Dignitas scored 7 seconds in, but has been struggling.
Oh yeah, my man. Yeah!
Astral's just trying to find a clear.
My man.
Freaky will use everything he has in the tank to just chip Violent Panda, and that allowed Flame to come in and make that challenge. If Freaky doesn't even touch Violent Panda there, then he probably has a look at the ball, but without any boosts, good luck.
Running from bots for years.
Control, air dribble towards the net, or try to test the backboard. That's been the name of the game for the last 3 minutes for Veloce. Cassio's already in the attacking corner. He's got the pass to his man, and it's saved by Astral inside of the net. Cassio got chipped out, but another pass to Freaky. Ooh. Oh, it's off the crossbar. No good. Veloce would have loved some insurance, but turned away.
That was the chance for Veloce. It all started when Astral misread that pass.
Oh, be out of control.
Boost trying to get the hit, and when he didn't make contact, he had to retreat back. That put Dignitas on the defensive. Now chance.
Oh,
unbelievable.
I actually thought Astral was gonna go for this. It did look like he attempted it, but Panda just puts. That's just a banger. And Astral trying to just confirm his Flame was diving back, but there's no chance for Veloce to get there.
And even Astral jumping there, what he's trying to do is just...
Oh yeah, goal is coming.
...in for a save that he would dunk it back into the net.
That was the correct full bottles.
Panda, he saw both...
Like you wanna make them, old. Oh, the whiskey, expensive whiskey, rare whiskey,
Quite nice.
That's the best thing about the whiskey.
especially, you know, when you got shooters like Yukio and Astral, you think maybe Panda's going to take more of a facilitator role, but that's just not been the case. But another bounce pass.
Let's go! Now let me see your fucking hands up!
Zombie wants to come. Yeah, Dog came back and we were 100 equalization.
It's so freaky. Again,
Please tell me how far you, partner?
every time this team plays, I hear you.
Let me try to open the browser and I'll tell you in a moment.
Veloce, and he just somehow always finds a way.
We can play fair play. Yeah. Let me copy that partner starts. Bring myself tea, coffee, and we can go.
And they have the lead here against Dignitas. Casio fighting against Astro.
Just gonna try to open the browser.
Yukio and Dignitas won't go quietly in game one. We got a tie game.
Watching the amazing stuff they are doing here. This is absolutely amazing skill.
Massive dunk. Flame, he was so close to getting there in time, but just a split second too slow. Yukio gets his second.
The end of regulation.
There's nothing best
To try. A good catch back to
than whiskey. Nothing best.
No good.
Now that will be a fun one to get the replay.
And Mao! Yee! Are you stay? Yee! Welcome to the party, partner.
If it stayed in the air for a quarter second longer, that's a goal. Freaky.
Let me give you starting package, but takes some time of loading on my browsers. Unfortunately, can't do anything about
Look for
that.
that bump onto Astral and Veloce. At times, James, they seem to change things up. When they find space in the third,
Fair play, I agree that the room may be better in taste.
revert away from
Not always,
you know, that punish game
depends on the room,
play. They know
but in like 30 guards, some shit in from your body, I believe whiskey is better.
back over to Freaky. It's just off the post. Flame will put it
Of course, I may be wrong.
Veloce in overtime take game one.
And they were,
Yee!
you know, essentially shooting.
Let me find you. Yee, there you are.
Flame comes in. Astral just committed to Freaky shot, and Flame will bounce that in. Veloce's pressure was too much.
Yeah, Violent Panda on the point. There's nothing he could do. He was expecting that ball. When Cassie was coming down, he's expecting it to roll straight back out into him because his car was turned for it. He's like, yeah, I'll just be able to carry this ball out. But that last touch from Casio at the very end just made his positioning completely irrelevant at that point.
And we
was able to pop the ball back out.
The ball across net, Jorby. Two players from Dignitas jumped up in the air. Neither one of them made contact. So Casio, he's up there getting ready to prepare for a block potentially, or maybe even go for another effort on net. Two players from Dignitas were out. So we saw a few defensive struggles for Dignitas in this situation. Missed touches on the defensive end that put them in those situations where they're defending net with low boost. And we've seen from what Veloce's done, they're fine with just pinging these shots off the post, off the backboard, and letting their teammate finish off these goals. They have these multiple methods of attacking the net, which has been paying off. And look at Freaky stats: a goal, 3 assists, Flame getting a hat trick. Flame and Freaky were lights out in game one.
Yeah, and he had that great pass for the second goal for Veloce, the catch on the high on the sidewall, and then basically was a flick from the top of the sidewall down to Flame. I mean, Dignitas, you got to be wary now on defense. Your positioning, thinking you're going to have the ball's going a certain direction, but might be needing a little more respect paid to Veloce on these counterattacks, but Dignitas...
Oh yeah, I love Winchester from RDR to all, but the hood Winchester is even better.
This one was a pinch from Yukio, and Astral was up so fast. He was so sure how that ball was going to bounce off of the arc, and that is a difficult read to make. Astral That was great speed from him. And Dignitas, they get the lead yet again. Same exact timing. We'll see if
Oh
this
no, I
game
don't play
pans out
GTA
better
from
for
ages. I haven't played GTA. I don't have time for that anymore.
Yukio, and that will certainly
It's not fun anymore for me.
19 seconds, 2 goals.
Yukio, he immediately turns, and it was a picturesque pass from Astral. Yukio doing well to turn there. That means there was some very good comms for Dignitas. Astral calling out mid. Yukio, instead of rotating
Okay,
back,
so
immediately turned
how
around
far from
to go for that
partner?
effort, and on top of it, you know, putting a wonderfully placed shot right into the top corner. Dignitas, you know they're hungry to get back on the board.
Dude, how far from partner? Does the chat how far?
It's just death by 1,000 demos. 2 in a row there, but it was diving
And
stops
that's
by Dignitas. There's another
follows
this
and
time by
predictions
Panda
and
dishing out
viewers.
the mayhem. Flick up, but it's not high enough. Freaky has to save, but how long does it matter? Violent Panda, what a shot off the post! Calculated, spelled Violent Panda.
Calculated. He flipped into it. He flipped.
Yes, that is calculated.
He found himself there in that situation, tangled on the post like so many of us have been.
We're getting there.
All been there. He gets the demo.
Slowly, but we're getting there. Every day, step by step. Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, he says, what do you mean? I meant to be here. The post does not own me.
It probably is not going in, Jordy. I would love to take another look at that one. That was such
More follows.
a rare play. You don't see that too often.
More follows. I think the more follows because back when we were pushing the affiliate, I had massive amount of followers. No. Now I'm not getting so many because like pretty much most of active people already followed.
Because it was like on kind of the top of his Fennec, so I agree with you. I think if he flipped, the closest it probably gets.
And more predictions.
But
I'm still not keeping up with them enough.
Cassio doing what Freaky
My bad,
did
to be
last
honest.
game. It was very similar to where when Freaky was on the wall and then passes it down to Flame. This time, it was on the opposite wall and it was Cassio doing the dishing, but Flame getting another goal.
Another one, but Astral there for the save. Veloce Cassio.
Speaking about predictions,
right in front on this so quick on the
two
follow-up
more.
challenge, but he just gets boxed out in the corner. Freaky, nothing. Astral will have the clear, but it's Veloce's
You can
ball
spend your
still.
coins, guys. Get yourself XP. Who's the channel?
That touch for Astral just won't do too much. Yukio actually has to fly back for that save off the shot. There's a good second touch from Astral. Got a limited boost to work with. Pops it up once, and Violent Panda is forced to retreat as the last man, and the Wifty front. Violent Panda will pop it up and take it downfield. Veloce had definitely stabilized, but Dignitas on that last attack, it could have easily gotten out of hand. Veloce could have marched straight back into this game. Even there, Violent Panda just trying to keep the ball away from Veloce. Here's Flame off the ceiling. Gonna air
To fold it over, yeah. That's the truth. Fold it over.
Because his defender, he's thinking.
And the code in the chat, grab yourself that free instant crypto.
50, and Freaky has the clear.
Astral trying to make some magic happen.
Alright, let's make. Then if you raffle in the chat, I'm gonna prep myself a brew and let's play for play.
Perhaps he wanted to roll that up the wall.
I need someone to carry me, you know.
A little bit. Still have to retreat for boost.
It'll be a good ball for Violent Panda. Freaky's already downfield, stole that boost, so he's full. Back over to Cassio. Can't get anything going around the corner. Flame, a little slow there in midfield. Freaky will come in and bash the ball forward. Another demo for Freaky, trying to create some space for Veloce, but it's just not working. It's that first touch. The last few attempts that have failed. Panda both times. Knocking it out, but up tap.
Another good setup from Freaky. He gives the ball to Cassio in space. Cassio slings it hard off the backboard. It was too much to get the follow-up read, but through the chaos comes the rebound goal. Flame adding yet another notch to his belt. 2 goals in this game, had a hat trick last game. It is a good week to have Flame on your fantasy team.
And Flame hasn't necessarily been lighting up lighting up with the goals this season. It's usually you're talking about Freaky or Casio, and Flame's doing really well in the assist department, but he is just really good on the striking. Even back in the day, that's kind of what Flame had made a name for himself for before he got to the RLCS, was his ability to be a solid striker. Here's a pass to Freaky from Casio, and taken away. A nice catch, and then follow up from Yukio back to Astral. Flame trying to stop Yukio here in the corner. Yukio with no boosts. Forced out against Freaky. Dignitas holding on to this lead by a thread. They're all out of boosts. They're forced to wait. Astral did finally pick some up, and he'll win that challenge, but it only slows down Veloce. Just trying to find this goal. It's enough for Dignitas so far. Little back pass from Astral, or to Astral from Yukio. That's off the crossbar. Flame wants one more chance with Freaky, but Violent Panda just scoops the ball away. Back over to Freaky in midfield. Shot on, and it's own goal! Freaky will get credit, and somehow Veloce, 3-goal comeback.
Disaster for Dignitas. Freaky launches it, and Astral had the save. Astral had the save. Yukio thought that he was the last line of defense, didn't realize Astral was in support. And that is going to be a tough one. Dignitas giving up the lead in those final seconds in a very tragic way. We'll see if they bounce back.
Well, it's Astral. We're back to Violent Panda, and Dignitas will not relent. They will take game number 2, tying the series up.
Astral with a beautiful pinch. And Flame was so close to getting in the way of that ball. Panda will clean that up. The pinch from Astral saving the day for Dignitas. That could have gotten out of hand, Jorby.
I feel like Astral saving the day is becoming more and more of, you know, the moniker for Dignitas. Earlier against Endpoint today, and then he had that wonderful pass to Yukio. Just so good, Astral. He's so good in every aspect of the game. I lost my train of thought, James. You go.
No, he's what you're going for. I get it. He's a unique player. He is a unique player, and in a sense that his mechanics are better than most in the RLCS. It's true.
You expect, you know, at first, at least with other players in the RLCS in history, when players are known as mechanical players, you expect a lot of flash, a lot of flip resets, or a lot of solo effort plays. But Astral is a complete player. You know, he's got the mechanics. Yeah.
He's got the
player.
That's what I think makes him. Yeah, it makes him unique in a sense that he'll apply those to not just try to go for the flip reset double taps. He's going for even the very basic plays, the plays that have almost no room for error, but he executes them and is able to dish the ball out to his teammates and get his teammates opportunities and elevates them. And I think that's one reason why Panda has been scoring so much this season, is because Astral has been doing so much work to get him opportunities that, you know, normally players
good.
And Astral's ball control, I think, James, you could disagree with me if you want.
Safi, GG partner.
Par with Justin. I think Justin and Astral have the best ball control in the RLCS of any players. And it's not just, the wide take by Astral. If he does go for that shot, it's a potential boomer the other way for Veloce. It would be a risky 50. So I kind of like the idea from Astral to just keep the ball away. They didn't get anything out of it that time, but again, Astral, great vision for the game, and overall,
there you go, bro.
One of the most fun players to watch.
Hope I didn't miss something else.
And I would agree with you. I would put him up there.
No, I didn't.
Justin, you know, it's a
big
unique
like
group of players that come to mind. You know, Justin, Alpha, Astral, Squishy Muffins. It's all these players who just do things that make your jaw drop.
Me thanks, partner. Me thanks.
Dignitas.
He's a noob, yeah. He's a beast because of that emote. He's so beast.
And a beautiful little tap here, and then look at the dunk.
He's so beast about it. Amazing emote. This is the best meme emote on the side. The best.
And again,
It's absolutely amazing game of words, you know.
It's just too brilliant from Astral. That air dribble taken away by Flame. Freaky on the challenge.
Right, give me 2 minutes to do it. Oh no, he's fucking mad. He's mad.
Astral and this Dignitas team is, last week against Vitality. When
He's mad. Yeah, and he was mad about it, absolutely mad. Oh, remove the emote, that's the best emote on the Teta TV.
Veloce out. I didn't think they'd be able to come back, and they do. Even last game, scoring with pretty much no time left on the clock to force overtime. Veloce always playing until the final moment, and you love that.
And that kind of leads to the one criticism I was going to give Dignitas, and it happened on a couple sequences ago. It's usually Astral and Violent Panda that are both double committing in the net, and that's what happened to force overtime. Violent Panda and Astral both jumped for the ball. Violent Panda ended up taking the save away and own goaling, and then an earlier Veloce goal was Astral overcommitting in net when Violent Panda was going for the ball. So the Dignitas are certainly not without their issues, and Veloce, they're gonna be that team that exposes those mistakes. Flame, tough to find that read with no boost. Now looking, and it's saved, but it's right back into Freaky. His pathing was perfect for it, and it's a Veloce time.
And Freaky, he does this.
But that's nothing. I got better emote for tomorrow. If my laptop won't die like today in the morning, I'm gonna add something that's gonna break everything. Thank you very much, y'all, for being with us. Appreciate you, partner. Let me give you something for the good night. Sleep well, my mate. Sleep well. Let me give you something for all your amazing support. Give me a sec, bro.
Off the ceiling, great recovery, using up every.
Don't say the Marshall Uncle bad.
Got to that one just
Mad, but not bad.
Dignitas, they've been doing well. When they
Sleep well, partner. Sleep well.
Right back, especially in the last game, giving up that goal at 1 second, then scoring just 10 seconds into overtime.
I mean, the kickoff game has been so deadly. They've scored what? Three goals, or is it 4 off the kick?
Marshall Dracul mad. Always mad.
To Veloce. It was also at the beginning of every game. They scored off a kickoff that gave them possession.
They scored 7 seconds in both games.
Yeah. Violent Panda, does he have the read? Of course he does!
Oh, that was close one.
Flame right into the ground, and Veloce keep the scoreline 2-1. Whew, that was so close, and they're not done. Flame just getting to the ball in time. Yukio takes another one just above the crossbar, and Freaky with a little bit of space will get Veloce out of harm's way. Uh-oh, Yukio just got kicked by Astral, and Astral paid dearly for it. Oh, Yukio so quick.
Strange play there. The T-bumps getting demoed.
It's like you get your just desserts there for bumping your teammate, Astral. That's what you get. But Dignitas do keep the lead despite all of that happening on defense. No one from Veloce was really ready for it. Freaky, long pass. Now back to Cassio. It's off the post, and that is the only spot that Cassio really could have shot. He had to avoid Violent Panda on the approach. Veloce still on offense. Flame downfield. Good touch. Veloce off the crossbar. No! Flame denied twice. Dignitas hold firm.
And so many people will be quick to point out how fortunate Veloce are in some of their goal-scoring chances, but look at this game. They've hit the post, been on the goal line so many times, and again denied on the goal line. What does Veloce have to do to score?
Yukio gets in front, but Cassio's there. There's a bump from Flame. Freaky, the shot, and it's blocked again! Cassio says, enough! Tie game!
Enough is right. How many shots did it take? Yukio blocking it yet again on the goal line. Cassio on 0 boost. But he can get there in time. A barrage yet again from Veloce. And they tie it up again. We'll see if this game pans out any differently than the last.
We'll see. But it looks like we will have... Oh, wait. Astral's up.
Oh.
It's a shot. Not good enough. Freaky will have that save. Woo. All right, James. Overtime. Who takes it? Game 3. Right now.
We're about to find out.
That's a non-answer, but we'll take it. Dignitas, Astral on the catch. Flips it over one. Looking, and Cassio bails out his team. Another shot taken away by Flame before it got anywhere. A nice little move from Astral. Confirming that boost, almost feigning the challenge as well to keep Dignitas the ball possession. A little bit of space for Yukio. Veloce are just, they're just trying to get to the challenge, let alone just winning. Now they're on offense. Flame over Violent Panda. Cassio's already up, but Astral was quicker. Dignitas holding on defense. That light pass over to Astral to get Dignitas out. Violent Panda and Astral both wanting to clear this ball out. A little bit of miscommunication from Dignitas. They're feeling the pressure here from Veloce, James. It might bite them if they're not careful.
Oh, but the net's open. Flames the last back. The go from Astral, and that will close it out. The challenge was perfect.
Oh, and that miss from Freaky. It was such a tight rotation. Freaky wanted to make that touch to buy some more time for Flame. Maybe even catch it. And then Astral, perfect dribble. You got Flame running tail through his legs downfield. That's the perfect position you want to be in for a 1v1. Astral will win those 9 times out of 10. And Dignitas, despite Veloce's pressure, despite Freaky, Flame, and Cassio putting on shot after shot, Dignitas are the victors, and they're on match point.
And this has been such a battle of a series. Dignitas getting 2 overtime wins after Veloce scores with seconds remaining on the clock. It's exciting to say the least, Jordan.
It has really been exciting. You know, the last series we had between Singularity and Endpoint, that game 5 overtime was exciting. And when it gets down to crunch time, it gets to those golden goal situations, it just gets that much more fun. And I love seeing this offense from Veloce. But James, you had pointed it out earlier. The crossbar killed them several times. Flame had a couple of shots that he was just high on, and then the rest of them were saved. Yukio and Astral splitting 4 saves apiece.
And I was questioning, you know, how will Dignitas respond when things get tough? And well, you know, they gave up both of those games. They gave up the lead in the final seconds in both of those games. It very easily could have been a situation where they get down on themselves, but Dignitas in both games respond back and get the wins in overtime. This last one was because it was a beautiful challenge from Astral. He had 1 boost in the tank. He landed, picked up a small pad, and that small pad honestly might have been the difference to allow him to keep up with the challenge and force that ball through. Astral, a big play from him, and that puts Dignitas 1 game away from claiming the series.
And if you're Veloce, what you're doing is working. You are finding space. You are making plays happen. It's just that shot, the final shot. If Veloce can figure that out, it's an easy world to see how we could go to game 5. But it will never be easy against Dignitas. Yukio way downfield to receive this. He's got Violent.
Insecure, Pac-Man, howdy guys, how do you do, Returning partners. Let me spam you with the starting package if I will be able to.
A lot of space again here. Astral forced to wait for this next touch. Violent Panda couldn't find it, now Yukio. Dignitas handling the defensive effort well there. At times on defense, you know, they've been a little panicky, a little jumpy. And so if Veloce start finding that pressure again, it's going to be on Dignitas to keep that communication. That's when your communication is the most important in those high pressure situations. Teams a lot of times can get quiet in those situations.
I mean, and speaking of high pressure situations, every single game going to overtime it makes it a high pressure situation. This series has been stressful to say the least.
But I mean, it's not been anything crazy for either team. They've just kind of been meeting each other's touches high on the corners. There's a 50 that may give one a chance, but Dignitas, they're waiting for that next touch on the 50. Yukio is positioning.
Thank you guys for the waves. The waves are very important for viewer engagement, bar.
And now they're back on their own half after that win from Flame earlier. Freaky and Cassio both still looking for shots on net, just continued pressure, looking for boost steals. Midfield, it's locked down by Freaky. And he wants to keep that touch close for Cassio. I love that touch for Freaky. Instead of going up to the corner where, you know, it's a low percentage chance, instead he just bangs it off the side where Dignitas are already kind of on their own back wall. So I love the ideas here from Veloce.
Yeah, they are relentless in their attack right now, giving Dignitas no space to mount an attack. Astral, you having to use up all of his boost to even attempt the clear. Yukio finally helping him out. See if Dignitas can make something of this one, having some boost and time to attack.
Nate, no, Tate, howdy partner. How do you? I don't remember if I gave you the emotes, so I'm gonna give them to you.
Ends up diving in front. He was going for that read against Freaky.
Thank you very much for the wave, appreciate that.
Panda on the carry, and it's taken away by Flame. It's slowed down a little bit. Astral just trying to trip up Veloce.
Always good, partner, always good.
Field again. Yukio, great touch out to Astral.
Even when the sky will fall upon me.
On top of him, Yukio in a tough spot.
I will be always good.
Just gets it away from Cassio. Still though, Dignitas are in a dangerous spot.
Like my Alex for.
But it doesn't matter. Freaky couldn't get the pass out anyway.
Astral, he had committed so hard on that
Success.
play for a long time and had to rush.
Okay, I won't be afraid, just as long as you fucking stand by me.
Flame, his defense off the back.
Crowd incoming, guys. I'm gonna try to put my comeback back to back.
Alone, we've already seen it break up
What the hell do with a comeback? Back to back.
This is just for Veloce to force game 5. Freaky.
And let's try to play with fair play.
On the attempted pass. Both backboards closed for business, James.
Pepper's gonna carry me.
Veloce and Dignitas playing good defense. Good ball in front of their own nets. This will be a look for Yukio. It's too high of a touch. Cassio. Nice shot. Easily saved by Astral.
Turn on
That's dangerous, and Cassio misses. It was fast.
Yeah,
It was tough.
it was,
That was a huge opportunity for Veloce.
The net was
Yes,
wide
seems like it
open.
is.
And now the shot again denied. Follow up. Yukio, the shot blocked by Freaky, and so Dignitas also narrowly missed their.
Remember to spend your coins on the predictions, get yourself that XP.
From Veloce.
And it was tough for Yukio. You could.
Let's pause it. Alright, Pepe, waiting for ya, bro. Where's got the Rocket League ID? Give me your ID, guys, and let's have some fun. Code in the chat. Safi. Safi, you there? Okay, I can see invite. Accept. There you go. Look at his car. Piggy. Oh, flex, flex. Look at that. Look at that flex. Safi, I've got new emote for tomorrow morning. And again, inspired by you. Look at that flex. Sure, sure. Oh, I don't know how to play that at all. Nice. Boom shakalaka. Good damage. Yeehaw, partner. Oh no! Ah! And I missed. Nice! No! Oh, that was close. Fucking hell. Yeehaw! I tried. Oh, the hell has he done that? Yeehaw! Fair play scored! GG, fair play. Ah, god damn you! Aye. They fucking know what they're doing. They're flying and stopping in there. Look at what they are doing. Now see? What he's doing dribbling in the fucking air, I can't do stuff like that. I'm a noob. To be free. And I'm a noob. Two doubles. Gold incoming, guys. Ah, I missed it. Aye. Nice, fair play card in the game. Yeah, small. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Small, but yeah, very small. Did you? Fucking, I cannot hit the ball. Ah! Ay. Look what Pepper is doing there. Unbelievable, I'm so noob at that game. I really would like to know. Yeah! they know how to do it. Ay, ay, ay. Whoa, look, that save was perfect, on. Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad. Ay. No! No! Oh no! Misunderstanding. Yeah, KSP it is! Fair play is on PC, I'm on PS4, you can be on Xbox, you can be on anything. No! We were so close! Like I cannot react quick enough, I'm a noob, yeah? It's fair play carry here. Yeah, I cannot even hit the ball. It's cheap and it's fun, you know, see. I'm absolutely noob. It's fair play. Look at the points of fair play in mine. He's 8 times better than me. I'm absolutely fucking noob in that game. Nice, Ethan. Otic Gaming, evening partner, how do you do, how do you do? KSP, the code is not the same as the emote, you know? Look at Fepe, look at Fepe. Look what he's doing. He exactly knows when to hit the ball, when to use the turbo. I've got no idea what I'm doing, you know what I mean? I'm an absolute noob here. Oh! I couldn't hit the ball. Pepe came from the goal as a goal. Look at that, look at that. Look what he's doing. Whoa, look what he's doing. He's flying. He's fucking flying. Oh, I wouldn't be able even to. I wouldn't be even able, you know, to dampen that. As I don't know how to do it. Yeah. It needs tons, hundreds of tens of thousands of meters and hundreds of hours to play like he's doing. See him, he was fucking flying. Ai. Ay, 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 let's screw that one, but fair play! Ay, 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 I thought he will manage to pull it on. Look, he's already down there. How the fuck is he doing that? Look at him. He knows how to fly the car to hit the ball. Oh, and they scored. That was more lucky goal like mine, not like, you know. Out of turbo. Woo! Shakalaka. Code? I missed it if there was a code. KSP! Brutus, you against me? And nobody's good. Ay, 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 ay. They are killing us. But like I said, I'm a noob, yeah? Ay, too quick. See, the proper player would know that he need to wait, I don't know. I based my game on luck for now. and I missed. You see, it was like super easy ball to hit and I just can't hit it. I'm a noob. I'm a total noob. But I'm trying. I watched their audition once more. Imagine winning impossible. It's for laughs. But one day, when I get the mic, then we will be able to show some nice things. I don't know when to do that. But they know, you know, because they play longer than me. Look at that goal. Boom! Fair play scored. Yeah! Mercedes S-Class. Couldn't help but fall in love. But she didn't give a fuck. Look, goal! Look at that replay, guys. Look what fair play done. Haha. Oh, and they gave up. Zero. Score, my score 0. Fair play carry hard. But I'm alright. Mercedes S-Class got the proper assets, you know. I always wanted to have a Mercedes S-Class. Always. I love that map. can't hit the ball, so this I hit the car. Aye. No! Oh, sorry. My apologies. See, they know how to hit the ball. No, I don't. I can move on the around. My bad, my bad! For the first we will see that and we'll finish that, but I screwed that one. They can't hit the ball. This is my issue. I don't know which moment I'm supposed to, you know, move to hit it, jump to hit it. Aye! Look what he managed to do. I think they smashed him. Aye! Look how he managed to get back so quickly. Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen! Yeah! More light than skill! Look what he's doing! Look what this fair play is doing! Fucking hell! I tried. I know. I even jump, but I'm low. feeling, you know? Goal! Ay, ay, ay. Fucking hell, so close. See, I don't know how to hit the ball to score, you know? Uh-oh. I tried! They won. GG. I'm nowhere near what this guy did. But it's still fun. XP, we're getting XP. Oh! Decal. Whoa! This one looks good. Fair play, show us some wheels. Oh, I got them. I got them. Shades as well. Oh, now we see the wheels. Look at that. God damn it. You know, when Fair Play plays with me, it's like 1 against 3. Fair play. Go. Fair play on classic hat trick. Oops. See, I don't know how to hit the ball. Pepper is already back. How the fuck is doing that? And go! He knows he's stupid. I definitely not. Whoa! I didn't want to put it to our own goal. Aye. Win! Whoa! Block goal! I can be like a supporter blocking them guys. Purple will be doing scores. Ay, 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 ay. Come hit that ball. Ay, ay, ay. That was too slow for them. Ay, ay, ay. And I missed as well. Oh. Masz. Ay, ay, ay. Whoa, unbelievable! She took it out. Goal, Pepe, goal! Yay! Team play is a dream play. I'm new. Back to back! Back to back! Double down! He scores and my scores, the disastrous defense. I don't know. Ah, nice. I don't know how to fucking defend that shit. I'm so bad at that game. I suck big time. Haha. Still me. Look, fair play, that's a game. For that game, I can have the damn gears, look. Aye. Aye. Goal! Purple make the score even. Boom shakalaka. That was funny. Aye. Oh, let's give the fair play time to defend. Look, he's jumping and catching the ball in the air. Not something I can do. Look what he's doing. Look, no perfect. He played a long time here. And we both missed. They somehow jump, fly and do that, I don't know how. Sometimes even cannot do the properly, but single jump. Ah! Whoa! Overtime. Ah, they won. GG. Haha. He's definitely played ages here in the game. Look them wheels. But my wheels are not too bad as well. Ah, so easy peasy with me. Look, he's living in the air. How can I do that? And now Pepe is doing same, and look at that score! Look, Pepe, look. He's flying. Look. How does he do that? Oh, sorry. Well done, Pepe. Girl incoming. Look. Pepe, I don't remember how to play. Fucking hell, flying, dribbling, there. Yeah. Ah, see, he could fly, I couldn't. I don't know how to fly, you know. But I tried. Whoa! And he smashed fair play down there. Look at that, guys. He knows what he's fucking doing, that gun. Tito. Aye, too late. Yeah, I know there is a way to do that, to put yourself back on the wheels, but I don't know how. How the hell is he keeping the ball like that? Ah! Goal in the charts, Africa. And Pepe make sure that we are on the lead. GG Pepe, GG. Nice. Look what happened now. Champion, I exactly knew where I was inside. I thought I am a ball. Nice! Look what Felpe done! Have you seen what Felpe done? Scored the goal with back of his car! Fucking hell! That was a flex! I nearly hit it. Massive difference. 100 times better than me. Only. Oh, it's raining. Oh. That guy knows what he's doing. Tak, Felpe mnie kieruje i to tak zajebiście, zobacz co Felpe tu robi. Przy nim to ty jesteś noob. Look what he's doing. And I've missed. Czekamy. Ay, 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 he's good. Go! Yeeeeehaaaaw! Just, howdy partner, how do you do, how do you do? Evening. Nice. Fair play, carry, hard. Oh no! Whoa! He smashed me. Nice! Fair play, hat-trick. Woo! Fair play again! Woo! Gold, guys, gold incoming. I thought it would be a goal. I don't know. GG, fair play. And code the charts. I'm going to grab the code. Nice, Sappy. Sappy, how's the progress? How's the progress? Fucking hell, you got like 12 and 900? We need now? Oh! Ay, ay, ay. GG. Whoa! Fair play from nowhere! Teleport! 12k! Fuck no, you! 12,700. So like you got already 900 or about 1,000. Am I right? Yeah! Who's the best in the West? Keep it. Where are the keeps on the Zeta TV? And I missed. Thank you, they are worse players than me. I am not the West. 1.5k to go, nice Ethan. Ethan, you gotta spam a little bit, there are something interesting, we're gonna, listen, we're gonna chat, And you there. Nice! Goal! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Look what Fairplay has done. Goal! No plan. Yes! Yes! That's super fun, that game. Hat-trick! Keep it. Hat-trick. Oh, look at that! Perfect, did hat-trick as well. But he was like, the grace. Ding! And I missed. And I use the game. Good night, my love, good night. Oh, sorry if I played. Yeah, on which channel? Sapri, on which channel? Sapri, on which channel? Sapri channel, please. There's even channel? I didn't know about it. We're gonna try to check in a moment. 56 seconds. Did they already started or are they starting or how does it work? No! Yeah. Yeah. We'll stop after this one and watch. Yeah. I put them here. Ay, still that one. No, I'm noob. Yeah, I will stop that one. I'll try to turn them auditions. It's like an event channel? I didn't even know there's an event channel, you know? Huh. Fresh info for me. What's the event channel? How is it called that somehow? Oh no. Oh no, where is it? Where is the channel? I can see it. Oh yeah, there is. Okay. Oh yeah, there is channel. Okay. And I got it souped. I mean fouled. Will load for me, please. For me, it's not loading. But it maybe my PC only, you know?
All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind?
Yeah, I can turn it on here. It's not gonna, but it will run on the, I will check it on mobile, so I wanted to put it on, but I can't. It's not loading for me.
Got it now. What?
To break, let's do a quick break for that audition. I want to check it.
I can't make it on my own. My heart is so high, no. Cut my wrist, black my eyes. I can fall, die, or die. Because you killed me. Do you kill well?
Yeah, I muted.
I can tell, never stop until my final breath is gone. You know you do, you kill me well. You like it too, and I can tell. You never stop until my final breath is gone. Okay, Ohio is for Lovers by Hawthorne Heights, right? That was like my Bob.
How late I am for that?
Like that. I like that jump.
So it's not about now, it's end or what? What is it about? Anyone knows? Hmm. 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 Howdy, Lone. How do you vote?
It's like certain band, I guess, this thing. That's really cool. Those are like, yeah, imagine that. Have that.
Oh. I don't know how much I missed, you know. What the shit I didn't see it from the beginning. She got the voice. Pixie Kitty's got the voice. Amazing voice.
Like I was actually watching The Wizard of Oz for a second. We have 2 more submissions.
So they already watched everything. 2 more submissions. I'm too late. Ah, what a shit. I hope there will be a YouTube later on. I want to see it.
I heard the first time too. I knew what it was too. 5, 4, 1. Not sure that aligns with counts as a local acting. Oh, wait, mine's not like, wait, pause. Alright. Tell me why.
This is like. Let me check. Hope there will be YouTube from that because fucking I'm really not happy I missed that one. I was sure it's 2 hours later. I don't know why I. My bad. Not here. What does he put in there?
I'm just trying to see how it sounds. What you gonna do? Coming after you. Gonna solve them.
Oh yeah, it's the end. They watched everything. Yeah.
Watch it. And also, Friday, like you want us to audition, wild card slot. So, full time, you know, and lastly, everyone submitted watching. You guys really, y'all really go for it. Yeah, I think so. I hope you all fun. Bye. Share. 20 seconds. Go, go.
I don't know how fucking hell. There will be YouTube from that? Nice. Yeah, pretty much everything. Yeah, we pretty much missed everything. God damn it, will there be YouTube? I'm gonna check. I'm trying to find if there will be a YouTube from that. Let me give me a second. Disappointment. Anyone saw it from the beginning? Anyone watched the event from the beginning? God damn it. Yeah, he told us too late. Exactly, he told us too late. Jason, howdy partner, how do you do, really? He told us too late. Sapri, have you seen that event from the beginning? Ah, god damn it. But as far as I understand, that was not the main event. They were just watching and commenting stuff. Still plays Snoop. Because it's Snoop, he's supposed to be sure.